Whoop whoop, another month I question my choices.
I unmuted myself and I've muted myself and it's all gone wrong. That's the fastest an intro's ever gone wrong in my life. I accidentally skipped past the intro song when I was doing Spotify quickly, and then I had to go find it again, add it, but then it added one of the songs from the song request to the thing, and I couldn't overtake the song request song, so now I'm going to have that add that again, and then I hadn't unmuted myself. Ah, good Christ. The streak begins. That is definitely the fastest I've ever screwed up an intro. That one was screwed up before it even panned over to me. So in a way, you know, I'm a trendsetter, chat. Let me have it from there. The only way is up from here. If only we were still in Europe to have that flex. Do you know what? This means the other Polish sides are going to win all the competitions they're in. I'm calling it now. Right, where's the points? There was slightly more believers. Oh, no, there wasn't. Slightly less believers. Okay. You know, it's surprising how many of you still pick yes, considering my record lately is of absolute appallingness. Will he mess up the intro? Yes, he will. Emphatically, he will. Aaron, thank you for the 65 months to distract from my ineptitude. I appreciate that, my friend.
Impressive intro, fail even for you. Bravo.
It is. I'm treading new ground today, friends. Crazy Brit as well with the 65 months also. Thank you very much. Lots of that today. Ooh.
I've ordered a load of new holy stuff, including
Nice.
the new bottle gimmick they brought out. Thanks for the discount.
That new bottle thing is dope. Genuinely. I actually don't have mine in here because it's in the wash at the moment, because obviously with all the little moving parts you do kind of need to keep it kind of clean, but it's a fire idea, and some of those syrups are just great. Now that I've finally figured out the sort of the motion, you do have to tip it a little bit more to make sure you get some through, but it just lasts forever. It's brilliant. Exclamation mark holy and such. Where's my button? Oh god, that's the one. Got them in the end. So also, actually, before I do anything else, where were we? There was definitely a resub during the intro. Peter, thank you for the 52 months. I see you there, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. I have a button for it and everything now, Daz. And speaking of buttons and speaking of Daz, would you believe it? There have been some changes, my friends. You now lead the leaderboard. You've gone up by 3 spots as a result of that. I think you were the only person perhaps to score in both sort of competitions so far. Whether that will continue today. Yeah, let's just end it here. Exactly. It's like me at Topgolf yesterday. Obviously, we got a lot of people tied because after last stream, we had, I think, 7 people technically tied for 2nd place. Or was it 3rd place? I think it was 3rd place. So a lot of points are being thrown in there as well. Oh. So yeah, lots of changes. Some big ups, in fact. Nothing specific is up 9 places. Mushroom Man up 12 places, though. Rocking up into 2nd place. So changes are occurring. Wills is still clinging on in there, despite getting no points as well. But that's what a win will get you, right? Let me just move that down a little bit. No. Yes, I'm sure they do. But these are not F1 graphics, and I had to make these in After Effects myself. Trying to program it to do that automatically would have been an absolute nightmare. This is all done automatically, so this is about the best I can do for now. Ah, dear. Never front your step. You never know, though. I mean, I think, to be fair, some of you may have actually got some points, but you won't appear on there until you get a top 10 finish, basically. I did, Dan. Yeah, I did. I actually messed up the intro. I'd say the earliest ever, truthfully. I basically accidentally muted myself and accidentally skipped the song. Lost points for a bit. Lose points? Well, it's just plus positions and negative positions. Basically, you can use an arrow. Sorry, you can use like a plus and minus symbol in terms of like pure text, which will carry through a CSV file into the font. But arrows don't really exist as far as maybe I could use like alt codes, but that seems like it would be a bit. I could actually use alt codes, but I don't know if the font would have an alt code built into it that would allow me to do that potentially. It didn't even technically start. Yeah, first word, not even first word. Prior to the first word, genuinely. No sweeps in Pennsylvania. We'll be waiting to hear from Andrew about that one. I actually woke up this morning thinking the Avs had played last night. Turns out they didn't. We're just letting the Kings dwell a little bit more before we progress forward. So someone had a song request, and I forget what it was, but I accidentally skipped it because of the stupid intro bollocks. And I don't know if I can see. Oh, recently played. Wait, I can just go back and add it, can't I? Never mind. Right. Problem solved. It was Suggs & Co. That's back on the list again now. In fact, I'll move that up a little bit so it gets played properly. And also remove the 2nd version of the intro song, which I somehow added in there as well. Ah, dear. But it's that. I think we do. The thing is, we've not even played that well yet, and I feel like at some point we will probably play quite well in a game, and I reckon today may be that game. Although, you know, it's what? Is it Andrew Kopitar's last game at home. So probably a nice send-off for him, unless it goes really badly for them as well. So let me just get rid of these as well. And do that. That's gone through. Completed that. And we snooze that, and that, and that. Snooze loads of alerts for later. Right, cool. So, off my big face, let's go. So the situation, also, if you're new, you've just joined today, Fantasy is live today, you can see at the top of the screen. It actually worked before stream today. We're trying the season idea because it allows you guys to make transfers. I've set it at 5 for today because I don't really know what's good and what's bad. Because we've only got 8 matches today. We are going to play all of them because why not, right? Because I want to try some stuff. Last game period. Yeah, I suppose. But at least it's at home, right? If anything, I'd say that's quite poetic. Because if you accidentally win that last game, then he's going to have his last game in Denver. That's no fun, is it? I mean, actually, Denver's lovely, I've heard. Up square cube. The font probably wouldn't. Yeah. That's why it just seemed easy to do it like that. Yeah, I figured that it started off a default at 3. But the way it works is I can basically cancel it whenever I like and it sort of locks it in. So I might just do like season mode for each stream potentially. That way you guys can get transfers mid-stream. That's what we've got. Well, so this is the plan. Obviously, the situation is thus. We're out of Europe because Napoli are the worst team in the world. By the way, I didn't even notice this. I clocked this while I was writing the script for the recap. No one else noticed this, I don't think, either. Napoli came 24th. We went out to literally the worst team in the entire competition that was still left in it. I'm pretty certain they got in on the final day as well. It's not great as far as a look goes, does it? Where was their actual last few games? So they did knock out Bayern, in fairness. Yeah, they beat Rangers on the final day to get in. They would not have, no way they get in without winning at Ibrox. Ali Els, thank you very much for the follow. Oh. How are we able to get them? Oh, as in get Napoli. Because obviously they knocked out Bayern in the playoff round, and as a result, we played the winner of that tie, basically. The title is basically in the bag. Well, I mean, obviously, it's in the bag in the sense that we're 12 points clear with 8 games to go, and the team we're 12 points clear of is the surprise package of the year, Motor Lublin, who are still in Europe as well. So it looks pretty safe for us to try and experiment with some fun stuff, and we can always revert back if we absolutely need to, you know? So, should play 9th and 10th? No. As far as I know, 24th plays anyone from 16 through to 8, right? I believe that's how it works, right? I might be wrong, but if you're outside the top 24... Yeah, I think in FM, it's not seeded in the sense that... In FM, it's like 16 through to... It's just random. Anyone from 9th to 16th you get. But in real life, it's different, and I guess FM didn't really know that at the time? I don't know. But either way, we would have just got a winner anyway.
Subscribe to my beautiful okayest streamer watching his beautiful little made-up people run around kicking made-up footballs.
It's true. Thank you, Rick. How are you feeling, man? Thank you for the 3 months as well. That's incredibly kind. And Pixel Pinnan with that 68 as well. You'll love to see it, friends. Was there another one in there? I missed it. No, I didn't. I'm good. Yeah. So it's real life, it's seeded, but in FM it isn't. It's still using the same rules as last year, essentially. So that's the reason we ended up playing Napoli. Ultimately, we still should have beaten them. This was not a difficult... Look, I'll just show you the stats of the first game if you did miss last stream. Albeit, they were, in the end, better than us, but that is because we gave away a 94th minute penalty. Up until that, it was a dead even game. We had 10 shots on target.
At Park Run yesterday.
Hell yeah, Bente. Well done, man. I'm glad you bring that up. I did like a 10k race, but by myself, essentially, yesterday. Second fastest 10k ever. I was really pleased with that. 53.44, which for me, I was trying to get under 56, and I just felt on it, basically. So I was just bombing around the city. So I'm really happy with the 53.44, frankly. The fastest I've ever done was like 20... No, 20? That would be something. A 52. So I'll take that. The legs actually feel all right, to be honest. I was going to have some creatine yesterday afterwards to help with the recovery, but I knew that I was going to be out all day, and I didn't really think I'd be able to drink enough water to sustain it. It is under 56. The judges have confirmed. Yeah, I was really pleased. So now I'm just going to... I think what I'm going to do for now is just do some like random runs using runners built-in stuff until I start the running series with the Ely City thing, because then I'm going to use that to help me plan my runs once I get the random things. So I can literally just go into the app and be like, make me an interval training run that allows me to run, I don't know, 14.5k, just like Anwar Naeem. Hopefully not just like Anwar Naeem. That sounds like a lot of That sounds like a lot of distance. Point being, though, we lost the first leg 4-0. It was an absolute disaster. We were really good as well. And you might think, okay, cool, but you've got the home leg there. Yeah, that was even worse. We had 21 shots on target against Napoli over 2 games and did not score a goal. 4 XG, roughly, did not score a goal. Lost 5-0 on aggregate. Just one of those things when FM completely goes, nah, I don't think we'll be doing that today, thank you. Oh. Yeah, Diakite, he's just not it, is he? The Dynamo Zagreb man, ooh, it's March now. He might be available, you know? Nah, it's only 10k. I actually feel good, to be honest. It's nice. I did see Michelle Cara. Yeah, I watched the video last night. She just makes great content as well. But yeah, it's really, really cool. The 84-year-old dude, you just kind of make yourself, there's just sort of no excuse really, is there? Like, when you see people doing stuff like that. Little man, thank you for the 28 months, Brady. You've got a new club in this save. Do you know what, should I just have a look at the Dinamo Zagreb guy? Yeah, how are the shins feeling, Mike? I saw that you were struggling massively with shin sprints because you had to pull out of Boston, right? I saw in the Discord. Right, let's have a look at the Dinamo Zagreb guy before I do anything else. I was about to type in Dynamo. Dynamo Zagreb. That'll be you. Yeah, who did you... I believe it was one of the Sydney teams, little man. I will check in a moment because I saw the news article come through. I think it was one of the Sydney teams. This is the guy, right? Cabrera. 20 years old. Not what I said, famously. On this occasion, at least. Maybe later, if there's time. Do I like this guy enough? Reflexes are good. Rushing out tendency is very high, but we kind of like that because it's fun. Aerial reach is exceptional. Handling is good. One-on-ones is good. Aggression is fun. Any hint of consistency? He's a little inconsistent. I think you're right. He's good value kind of no matter what. So let's just ask his agent. Before he just signed a new deal, but enough time has passed now. What, really? Oh, it wasn't a new contract. It was a new club. But even so, that was in the summer. I think, regardless, it doesn't matter though. We should be able to sign him in the summer anyway. So either way, we're going to get him. It just would be nice to get him locked in before the summer, I guess. How's he actually done for Dinamo Zagreb this season? Like, what's his actual stats looking like? I'll tell you what. That's a really good sign, just because that's a game, that's a competition that is actively being played and is getting proper simulations out of it rather than just like background simming stuff, because that's a tournament we have switched on to the full detail. So I think that's a good sign that he's getting good ratings there. Like the league itself, I could care less about because it's not being simulated properly. This one is 6 clean sheets and 7 conceded in 11 games. What if they're still in Europe, actually? Yeah, played for Croatian World Cup qualifying. We might as well. Watch them already be on there. They're not. Oh, they've got 2 teams, though. They're a local side. So I wonder if they're affiliated with Dinamo Zagreb, perhaps. And that's part of the reason why they were able to... don't know where you see that information. Oh, they're actually affiliated with Gorica. So not quite. But then I feel like Dinamo Zagreb take loads of players off Gorica anyway. So we'll add them into the team report history no matter what. We could probably get a head start on some scouting today as well, to be fair. Screwing up my strides about it. Oh, I bet. I got shin splints when I first started running because I got really excited about it and then started deciding that, yes, I'm going to do it every day. Bad idea. Would not recommend. So, other Polish sides. Now, it turns out that in our haste to see the youth intake last stream, we made a slight, not boo-boo, but we completely overlooked the fact that there was the second legs of the other matches. Team Reports scouting definitely does still do its job for sure, yeah. What I would say though is if you're combining it with the other methods I use, occasionally you'll miss a player from Team Report scouting because that player would have technically been scouted through one of the other methods and therefore they won't show up in your reports view. Which obviously means you're still scouted them either way, but I think that's what was going on with some people, because some people say that it was missing players, and I had a look and it definitely was, but then I looked at all those players it was missing, and it was players that I'd found through one of the many other fancy filters we've been using, because last year we didn't really use as many fancy filters as this year, but, I mean, now when we look at the player database, if we just go into this screen here, we're nearly at the point where we're having to scroll on the screen of fancy filters to give you an idea of what we're up to. So, there's so many of these going around that it's, yeah. Also, update on the Spanish scourge thing. Hadrian did some maths, and it seems that there is another one happening, but it's much, much lighter and concentrated solely to Spain. It's about half the strength of the previous one, so we know where to avoid, and it doesn't affect any other country, just Spain. Really fucking weird, though, because we haven't turned Spain on or off, and the fact that it happens again is very weird, and I think SI need to look at that, because that's the sort of thing that could bugger up people's saves, potentially. Second Ultra, nice. How far is it? That's the thing with Ultras, because it could be anything from 43k onwards, I guess, right? Which is probably medicine with no diagnosis. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's the older, we'll throw stuff at it and see what happens stuff I've approached. 30 miles, okay. Fuck yeah. That sounds dope, actually. I always wanted to do some kind of race in Wales, around the hills or something. Yeah, oh yeah, Hadrian sent me this table chat. Like, basically, I gave Hadrian the save file so that he could look at things without giving me actual detailed information. That way I don't see any individual information or anything, because I can't look at that sort of stuff. But what Hadrian's done is like a macro analysis of it, so you can get an idea of just how bad this is, and why we needed to do that. And why you should maybe avoid switching on Spain if you don't want to put it at the start. Knees, honestly, totally fine. I've been doing some mobility training lately to try to help my knees, because they're just kind of bad. But honestly, really, really solid. Do their ages. Yeah, so basically, they are all around the sort of... what I'll do is I'll do like a transfer room in a minute, and I guarantee you it'll probably find a couple of them so we can get an idea. But let's see if I can find one in here, actually. I bet you I can find one. Or a player that likely is one, I say. I don't actually know if they are for sure, but I bet you we can find some that probably are. 20 years plenty is probably a good way of doing that, actually. He's not one, but I bet if I turn this down a bit, we'll find a couple that look likely to be them. Put that down to that, maybe up to like 8. That'll give us a decent enough sample size. And there you go, these kind of guys here. Now, I don't know for sure, but there's very long... These are the exact types of clubs that we were signing players from originally. Here we go. Right, so this is Hadrian's table, with all the players just... nationality, second nationality of those nations with 170 PA plus. And obviously this doesn't give me any real information because we don't know who these guys are. So you can see here, this was the original Spanish scourge thing. Over that period there, and that's obviously technically probably over the course of one intake's worth, but obviously their ages vary enough that some of them will be 24, 23, and 22. But that was them, and you notice how it drops off again? But look at this. It's really, really interesting, and you can see how it affected France barely, but still enough. Germany quite a lot, and Italy a fair amount as well. But England just seemed to be completely immune to it. But notice how the newer thing isn't touching any of these other countries. It's just Spain. It's really, really weird. But crucially, these guys currently, basically, are the ones that are probably avoidable. But the way to avoid them is quite simple, really. To report filter. I think they do, because technically they've not been scouted by me, but they're not actually at the club yet. So I suppose that's why they're there. So I reckon it's guys like this. These sort of lower league Spanish teams, and if you see players like this, I'd be willing to bet that he's probably, might not be any good, but he's likely to be one of those types of players, essentially. So that's where I'm going to avoid any scouting, essentially, is lower league Spain. Like, second and top flight is fine, but it's the third and fourth tier teams, especially, that what seem to be the issues. Well, there's not much we can do about that, because they're not even turned on anyway. That's the thing that's most annoying about it. Norway guy, oh yeah, it's a different guy. Also, who's this? Oh, I think he might be one we looked at last time. We've actually got a scout report for him sat there waiting for us. I'll have a look at him in a minute as well. And who's this guy? Also, what about Inter? Nice. Yeah, he's just one about everybody. It's usually a good sign, isn't it? Oh, he's got 4 names. Tor Christian Nørsmund Lunde. Forgive me. Can't tackle, but actually... Oh. He's fun. Oh. I did... Limit Lab record. Because I've not been like working the last day or day and a half, I sort of pause any kind of like reading DMs. That way I don't forget. Because if I read a DM while I'm not working, I tend to just forget that it exists and not respond, or it gets marked as read. So I almost don't do it out of point of principle. That way I know I can respond. But I did see, so thank you for that as well. I'll check back in properly though. But I do appreciate it, man. Yeah, full names can run fast. His finishing is... He's worth a look, right? It's frustrating that he can't tackle for the life of me. Yeah, the problem he's got is he's got no finishing ability, which kind of sucks for that role. But he's got okay passing and vision. Not everyone has to be Montparnasse, I guess, right? And we do need some number 10s. Maybe I should scout him before I actually sign him. Maybe that's an idea. While I'm here, I might as well scout the rest of these guys too, actually. He is a bit box-to-boxy. I do like a box-to-box. What about this guy here? Oh. Okay. Jose Leao, and he's 18. Ah, he is, but he will be... he will be 19 whenever he was to join us. Oh, yeah, but I'm not actually going to sign them. Unfortunately, they're going to show up in a lot of our scouting reports, and if I'm doing bulk scouting, they're going to just get caught up in that. The issue isn't scouting them, the issue is signing them. Like, there's nothing I can do about them occasionally getting scouted. Although it would be an interesting test to see if these two guys come up with 5-star PA, because then we'll kind of be like, yeah, there you go, right? Because they may not actually be that good, they just happen to be in there, but I suspect they likely are. Yeah, I mean, other clubs will buy them, but there's not a lot we can do about that. Mostly as they sell them so cheap anyway. Right. What was it? Oh, yeah. Tactic. Yeah. So, let me just switch down a couple of staggers here, because that was one of our weird ideas from before. So let's get rid of that for the moment. And it's irreversible. No. I'll get that one back. And then I'm going to just copy it over so we keep some of the instructions and it keeps like certain things attached to it and it's just easy to do. But I'm going to move everything around anyway. So I want new tactic here. Oh yeah, we're going to copy of. Now hang on. Yes, we want the longer copy of. So that one. So the new tactic is copy of. At which point does it just stop in the end? So what I wanted to try and do was find a way to play a system where essentially the wingbacks end up being the most forward-thinking players that cut inside and play almost up like strikers when in possession. That's my theory for tracking random runs. Now, I'm not sure how we go about doing this, but I would like to see if there's anything possible with that today. Now, I think the first thing you want to do is make sure you've got a bit of width to allow that to happen for those runs through the middle. The question is how we would even go about doing that. Let me just go with it in possession for a minute. No, I just copied the shape over so it kept some of the instructions on players because we can change it. Like, I hate building them directly from scratch because it's such an arse to try and do. I prefer just building off of an existing tactic and moving stuff around if I can, even though it can sometimes mess. Maybe I should have clean slated it actually. Yeah, you're probably right. We probably should have. You know what I might do is actually clean slate this one. Might make it a little bit easier. Right, create a new tactic. I don't care what this bit says. We'll clean slate that. We'll have to pick a system anyway. I'll just pick that random one and then we'll... Because you have to build off of something anyway. It doesn't actually let you do a pure clean slate. Right. Oh, is this another intake you've had? Better not be. And it's called De Jong. Deary me. Just let me have one of your intake players. The plan today is to try and build this weird, silly tactic, finish off the season with that, play some fantasy, as well as keep an eye on, more importantly, the other Polish sides who are still in Europe, unlike us, who are absolute failures. Essentially is the play. So they'd have to be wingbacks to begin with, right? But they'd need to be inverted wingbacks to cut inside and play that role. And then I have to stick some instructions on them to get them further forward, presumably, as well. But that means we need somebody... Inside wingback? I just realised that isn't inverted. It's inside wingback. Wait, I don't want to move him to DM. Wait a second. That's an inside wingback, not an inverted wingback. Yeah, that's not what we want, is it? Okay, this is more complex than I thought. Because we don't want them moving into the DM spot. We want them getting forward, but we want them running into this spot. Yeah, I think it's going to be advanced, but we stay narrow. Which means we need players holding the width a little bit. I would quite like a sort of... Actually, no, we'd have a striker, but he'd almost act like a pivot, I feel like. So these players to play around him. So he could drop deeper, perhaps, in possession. Oh, hello, Pog. I don't want to go strikerless, basically. We've got too many strikers for that. Thank you, Poggy. What we'll do is we'll get a vague idea of the shape and a couple of roles and kind of go from there, I think. Oh, what was his value? I didn't even see. Don't need wingers. What do we need, then? Wingbacks out of possession. I think it'd be harder for us to actually get them to do what we want, weirdly. Wide midfielders. Oh, I see. Yes, good point. You okay?
Yeah.
What's it like outside?
Very nice.
Nice, yeah. Okay. Be a positional thing rather than a role thing. Could be, yeah. What, you reckon wide midfielders? Oh, well, like... Oh, I see. So, like, central midfielders that drift wider instead. So, like... Wide central midfielders. Or just wide midfielders. Because that could work. They sort of come out here and then they cut inside. It's quite congested there. I always feel like we'd need a back three to make this work, perhaps, a bit more. Like a proper back three, perhaps, with someone like a Lucinho sat there instead.
Oh, this isn't where I
Oh, is
parked
he?
my
Shit, my bad.
car.
I'm just trying to get the positionings on the pitch right, I guess. Cringe Crunchy, thank you for the follow. Because I think if we are going to have a pivoty kind of player there, halfback, what, on him or on him? Because if they're both splitting off and they're going to cut inside them, because essentially what we want is these guys to spread out to these positions and for these guys to be occupying these kind of positions in possession and cutting inside and linking up in little triangles there. You might have to change it in a match, I would say. And then you always want the striker to act as like a pivot point that they can knock the ball into and then run beyond. But then that does leave this sort of floating AM character that I don't really know if we would need there. Almost want him playing slightly deeper, perhaps, sitting in the middle of the pitch, because that was nobody's in the middle of the park then. And maybe a DLP or what else have we got? I wouldn't mind a guy here to just spray balls around, actually. Although ball playing centre-backs for these guys for sure. That would be... Oh, we could have an overlapper, perhaps. Yeah, I'm going to put personal instructions and everything. I just kind of want to... That's how we're going to have to make it work. Because they won't do what we want, otherwise we put those instructions on. I could have them push up either side. So they kind of sit alongside the DLP in possession. But with these guys, we'll have to stick a... Is it a shirt I have to click? There we go. So they need to be narrower. Oh, wait. Of course. So sit narrower. Make more forward runs. Dribbling frequency, we want that on higher. Cross from... Ooh, we don't want them crossing at all, really. Shooting, dribbling direction, cuts inside with ball, I suppose. Passing strategy, that's relatively the same. I'm not sure there's much you can affect on that, really, beyond that. Overlapping. Overlap, true. But we should also maybe have look for underlap, perhaps, set on as part of the overall team instructions to allow the runs for those players inside, perhaps. We'll have to watch it in match to really see what we want to tweak, because it might not actually do what we want. But we might see things that potentially could make it do what we want, but in theory. So that was sits narrower, cuts inside, dribbles more. I'll whack it on both of them, that way we've got that locked in, just a bit easier then. Right, sit narrower. Cuts inside. Dribble more, makes more forward runs. Good. Right, that's those guys not sorted, but... Let's play narrow. Yeah. So I want passing directness to be... Ooh, maybe I'll just leave that standard for now. Higher tempo will probably work. Attacking width, so you want narrow. Because the problem with that is it will sort of... They're still quite wide. I don't know if there's a way we can even get them to do all that. Maybe we have to use other in-possession roles for them, perhaps. The problem is then... Make them pass balls true. I guess it makes sense to then have an AM role in that then. More expressive is always fun for this. Tracking transition, counter-attack. I want to have counter-attack, counter-press. Underlap the wingbacks. Yeah. That's tough. Why Cam's in possession? What, so you reckon? Like that. And then you maybe set them to... Oh, the wingbacks. The problem then is you'll get absolutely hammered because they won't have the ability to play the role. It seems to be fine for their out of possession role, but their in possession role will punish them like crazy. That's the problem. Because if you put them in the role they can't play, the game will just absolutely rinse them. Maybe I will drop him back, actually. God, this is tougher, actually, than I was expecting it to be. Don't know why I thought it was... So you reckon overlappers for these guys? Stays fine. I want to see what it looks like on the pitch screen. Because I think that's a good indicator as to where we're actually headed. Yeah. I like the idea of wide central midfielders. Because we'll let the running come in from the other guy. So the way that they drift wide, and then we have, like, less forward... No, not more. Less. And I can have them... Oh, they stay wider naturally, of course. Dribbling frequency... Oh, no. Yeah, we can't change that. Oh, no, we can. Again, if they can't play the role, it won't work. And I don't think either of them are actually able to play midfield roles. They're both sort of... As much as they should be able to by now, you'd think. But they would still get punished for that. But at least then you'd be able to use inverted wingers. It's weird that the inside wingback thing... Because there used to be an inverted wingback thing you could do. And I swear they would make more runs forward rather than just sitting in the DM role. But it almost looks like that's gone away from the game for some reason. Shooting... Probably want them on less shooting. Just out of interest in general. It's probably a safe bet. Yeah, I'll try that for those two. Morning, pass, bro. What? Oh, they really need to figure out a way to make that more like usable. And then shoot less often. Nice. Can play our... Nope. No, he can't. And that's my point. He can't play the role. So if we put him in that role, the game will just give him grey stars and he'll get absolutely shat over for it. That's what I mean. It will not work. You'd think there'd be some familiarity there, but when they've been trained largely from fullbacks upwards, that's usually the reason they don't have it. Alvarez might. No, he won't, because he wasn't even a... Yeah, he wasn't even a wingback when we got him, unfortunately. DLP there. Do I want a DLF or do I want like a false 9? I wonder if a false 9 is actually what we're looking for out of that, because I've not had a false 9 before. And then he probably should be like just a channel midfielder, just to create chaos there, I suspect. And then, what was the other team instructions I was going to do? So dribbling, fuck it, more often, why not? Patience, that's more like it. There we go. That looks way more like what we want to see. Okay, that, actually, I don't hate that. That's kind of what I was looking for. Because then you've got the space here, Duru, and then the pivot onto these guys. It's like this big boom. A second striker. Well, we've only got one striker. So what striker role would he play? Because then I feel like the second you add another striker in there, it tends to just... Surely it will just take up more space for these guys. Bombing forward, only 2 forwards, stay back. That's certainly a fun idea as well, to be honest. Not a lot of crossing going on here, so there's no point in touching. I might just leave that, actually. Let them kind of play it up as they go. Supporting runs. Oh, wait, that's interesting. No, we do want supporting runs, right? Dual drop back. Oh, true. Yeah, I see what you mean. So they sort of interchange. Right, progress through, well, middle, presumably. Pass reception. I might just leave that blank as well. So supporting runs needs to be both flanks, really, doesn't it? Or is that going to dick it about? And then build up strategy. Play through press. Goal kicks, short, probably. No point in going along with these, is there really? And then goalkeeper distribution speed, why not fast? And then... It's annoying that you can't do centre-backs and full-backs anymore. That was always my favourite setup, was when you could go to both. But we've got 3 centre-backs anyway, so that makes sense. Right, okay, let's try that. And then out of possession, that's when things take a little bit of a turn. Right. Probably should look at the actual shape first. So out of possession, oh my god. They obviously want to be getting back, but I don't want them dropping back into like... I'll just move them as pressing wing-backs. That seems to be the best way to go with it, I always find. It's my favourite run of these roles anyway. These guys are both CMs. Be weird if he pushed up into DM out of possession, wouldn't it? Duru would be... I don't mind him staying high. Yeah, we do need 3 centre-backs, don't we? Yeah. So I'm moving the wingers out. Don't worry, they'll come back inside to congest the centre of the park. One of them will go there. I'm just getting the system in place, and then we can change it. I'm just putting the same shape in, that way we can then move it around. Because these guys could literally just become... I could just have them all become pressing central midfielders. Just absolutely go nuts on them. Press like crazy to try and win the ball back. And then you can just sort of screen the back 4. I don't hate that idea, actually. And then we can tweak it on the vibe. We'll go high press, because obviously defensive line, high as you like. Step up more? We could leave an AM, I suppose, yeah. Obviously want more pressure. As much pressure as physically possible. I'm going to do counter press, even though I don't normally. Harder tackling as usual. Yeah, we're just going to try and go full intensity on them. I suppose you could have a guy in there. Because you could still play them as like an outlet. Like that. Although they're both outlets then. What does that look like shape-wise? That's not too bad. They sort of shift across. Covering off most areas of the pitch, in fairness. AMC is the second striker role. I think it's just because, like, sorry, not OP. Strikerless is generally quite an OP strategy at the moment. Pressing trap. Oh, what do I want? I guess trap inside, right? No. Yeah, we kind of don't want... do we want to do that or not? I'll just put the set piece strategy in from the previous one, just because that way we've got one. So I realize we're doing a lot over this, but... yeah, we might just, like, leave it balanced for the time being. Low block. Oh. Invite crosses. Stop crosses. We've got 3 men in the box. We may as well just invite the crosses, because we'll probably have more as well. I don't mind inviting a cross or two occasionally. I might just go with that for a minute and just see what it looks like in a game. And then I'll also... oh, we want like an attacking mentality because it's just fun to have. And... oh, the set pieces don't matter. They're not attached to the tactic, are they? They're attached to the team itself. So we won't have to dick about with that. Oh, I loved the strikerless system we played with Polonia back in the day. But unfortunately in 26, strikerless systems are a little bit ridiculous from what I've heard, which is why even when we were doing this, I still kind of wanted to avoid it if I could. Let me just have one last look at the team instructions one. Oh, the start possession. Yeah, I quite like that. I also like how one of them's going forward, one of them's not. That's quite fun. Let's get to a game. But might just save in a minute, just in case. Oh. Right, forgive me, friends. We'll just sort that out for the moment. Okay, now we'll take this into a few games. Because obviously we're at a stage where we're good, but we're not quite like Sirene's late stage good compared to the teams in our league. Because mostly, I would say a lot of the stronger Polish sides now are actually better than that Sirene's team. Not the Sirene's team, but like some of the really good Maltese sides, with the exception of like your Sweetie Uniteds. I've not really used overlapping centre-backs yet, so I'm quite excited to see what they even look like in the match engine, to be honest. Hello, Sharpie. How are you, man? Oh, I didn't even show you the bloody, oh, as if. Anwar, I built this for you. I feel like one of those mad dictators that builds, like, an entire city to his dead wife, and then no one comes to the city. Ah, dearie me. Okay. And Diakite's injured as well. A cut leg? What? 2 weeks? What did he cut it with? A chainsaw? Sure, why not? At this point, why not? Oh, God, here we go. Oh, wait. Fila? What's he kicking off about? New contract. Ah, I see. You've got 3 years left on it, bud. We'll be all right. I'll ask Montperuse, but that would be something I'd like to see changed, and he doesn't solve the matter, no. Well, in that case, we'll just go past. I don't know if it might not let us, actually. Serious shit? Yeah, he's shaving his extra legs. His extra legs? He's shaving his legs for extra aerodynamicism in goal. It's not gone well. It's not going to be progress past that, is it? I'm just going to decline, honestly. That seems to have been working for me lately. Find solid aim or winger with a solid tackling retraining. Yeah, I mean, this was not even like I want to go like full balls to this, because I really like our tactical style. But I've always thought it'd be fun if we did have a silly system to play. He's 5 stars now. Oh, yes. Now we're cooking. That value... I can't remember what Molski's value was last year, but I think it was about £6 million when he officially joined us. This lad, 10 million. He's very nicely well-rounded. Right, what do I want to do with him? I mean, obviously, if he's going to be long-term for us, he's more of a Jens than... although, I think he's more of a Yenzi than an Obradovic type of player. But he can drop back to DM, and he is 6'3", so there is an element of Lucinho about him as well. So maybe he's just, I am the midfield. I am the event. That is him, Jerzy Kowalski. I honestly, Crazy Brit, still think you guys are going to be up for it. Because... and maybe that's just because that's what I want to happen. But there is the element of, like, not even new manager bounce, but, like, lack of manager bounce. Maybe he did, Mike. Maybe that's what it is, and the game was like, you know what, they don't need to know those details. Yeah, he's not an Obrado-style box catcher. If anything, he's more of a Hurtadal / Lucinho type of lad. I really hope that some of his physicals improve. Some of them aren't going to improve, but we should see some improvements there. Okay, cool. So he's now got a proper contract. I think, honestly, I'm going to senior squad him just like I did Molski for a little bit. He's Genzinho. Exactly. That sounds really good. It just sounds like a Gen Z person that is also a Brazilian footballer. Right, we'll continue that loan as well. Sorry, the other Polish side. So, unfortunately, there was one bit of disappointment. And it's really, really disappointing when you look at what actually happened. So let me just take you through this. Europa League, you'll note. Well, actually, a second bit of disappointment. But you'll note somebody's missing. Yeah. And even worse news is that Arca are playing bloody Brighton again. They already lost them in the group stage, and now it looks like it's likely to get even worse for them. But that isn't actually the worst part. Yeah, well, this is the other reason why the Cassiopeia thing is most disgusting. Because Brookbet, who were playing Cassiopeia in the knockouts, went out on penalties after a 0-0 aggregate score. I think if it ends 0-0 after 2 legs and extra time, both of you should be kicked out. Would anyone disagree with that? I think if you can't score against each other in two games and a bit, neither of you should get through, and the highest scoring team that's been knocked out should get your place. I'm throwing that out there because honestly, that is some bullshit right there. Oh, God. First leg, and they weren't even good games either. Like, proper dead matches. They had a lot of shots, but not a lot of quality in it. 0-0 away from home. And the other thing is, Brookbet went out of Europe whilst only conceding 4 goals. Morning, Group 1. They only conceded 4 goals in the whole group stage, and they didn't concede in the knockouts and still went out. 4 goals conceded in 10 matches, and they didn't get through. Marta, I hate to say it, but maybe it's time to move on. Hopefully not, though, because she's actually great. But that is a real sucker punch, because if they'd got through against Cassiopeia, which they realistically should have done, they'd have played Como, and they'd already beaten Como. That's the worst part. And Arca, we know, maybe they'll pull off a miracle. I don't know. As for the Conference League, it's slightly better news, because Motor did get through, and are playing Dinamo Tbilisi in the quarter-finals. The rest of the ties, though, are a little bit more difficult. They couldn't have really got a better draw. Actually, where did Dinamo Tbilisi come? They came 5th. Maybe I'm underestimating them a little bit here. Thing is, I reckon this is the exact type of tie that you'd expect them, based on this, you'd think it would be a tough game. I reckon Motor Lublin wiped them apart nice and easily. But yeah, had they drawn someone like Young Boys, I bet they would have randomly lost. What the fuck? Oh my God, Dyron. Where did that come from? Thank you, man. That is... Oh, is he going to do it one by one? Of course it is. That is unbelievably generous of you, and I am very, very grateful, man. That is so nice of you. Wow. How are you on this... It's been gorgeous. What am I even talking about? I know it's nice outside. What am I even saying? Thank you, man. That's extremely kind of you, though. Yeah, I mean, they are a fun side to sign players from. I wasn't expecting them to have done that well there, but apparently they did. So there's that. Now, I guess this is the first test of this tactical setup. I have no idea who's going to play where in this. Let's just look at the combined one. Oh, that looks kind of different. A birthday party. Nice. I'm assuming not your birthday party, but either way, happy birthday to whoever's birthday party it happens to be that you are attending. I was also doing birthday-related activities yesterday, as it happens. Oh yeah, no, I haven't actually picked a team yet. This is just from when I was moving it around before. Let me just do a quick pick so it's... Why has he just taken our entire... Oh, that was weird. That was proper laggy. So Duru makes sense for him to be the number 10. Mompa definitely makes sense to be there. Lucinho dropping into centre-back probably isn't the worst idea, actually. Particularly if he's going to play as an overlapper. Given that's kind of like what he was doing before. August birthday, fair. I mean, Mr. Assistant may well have been as well. So it's going to have to be Coffee and John for today. Well, it doesn't have to be John, I suppose. Why is Hock in goal? Oh. I see. We'll put Vincent in goal for a little bit. Better technically. Yeah, actually, he's got the speed over Lucinho. Perhaps. So that might allow him to make more runs. If anything, Lucinho maybe could play on the left-hand side of it, because I don't... Oh, actually... I think I'd rather have Hernandez in the middle. He's so tall, it makes sense for him to sit in the middle of that, I would have thought. Generally speaking. And then, to be fair, with the midfielders, I don't really know who I want to put where yet, because I just simply don't have the data on it yet. Tomashevic, Kassa, myself, Kowalski. He doesn't count yet, does he? Fuck, I hate that. I'll put Kowalski on the bench anyway, though, I think, instead of Hock. Because there's really no reason not to. I like that Molsky gets on the bench automatically now. Brookbet went out. They didn't concede a single goal in the knockouts, but lost on penalties in a 0-0 draw. Arca are still in. They managed to beat Dinamo Zagreb 1-0, I think. And Motor are through and will play Dinamo Tbilisi in the quarterfinals. So they've got a good shot at least a semi-final, which is dope. Bizarre! Thank you for the follow. So all in all, good points for Poland, even if it's maybe not going to be the season we were hoping it would be. And Fila, I mean, he is back, actually. I'm trying to think who'd be a better false 9. What's his passing like? 9. Teamwork's all right.
There's a train coming anytime soon. Oh, yes.
Dribbling's not great. Is that really well I needed for a false 9? I think his passing might let him down. What's Duru's passing like? The same. If anything, Duru's a worse false 9, right? Yeah, I think Fila's just a better player. I mean, we haven't played him as much lately because he has been injured. Joao Botto, thank you very much for the follow. Actually, now would be a good time to mention, of course, if you do want to get involved in the fantasy, now's the time. Exclamation mark fantasy, because I'll obviously have to lock the points in a minute before we go into the match. Thankfully, I've at least got it up on... where's my button? I've actually got it in Firefox this time, so you can actually see the proper information. So I can show you stuff in between matches and things. With plenty of time, I'll give you guys a couple of minutes just to get his teams in. We've got the ability to make transfers today as well, so you can swap players in and out. I think you get 5 of them. So I thought I'd try that system out. Interesting. First time, actually, we've done this when not everyone's picked Montperouse. A lot of people got Gomez, though, which may be disappointing when they realise that... I may not play this system the whole stream as well, because we probably need to win some games. Drop Naeem. Ooh. He's only out for 2 weeks, you know. So yeah, getting on that, and I will, I'll give you a couple of seconds while I just kind of babble like I normally do. So I think the set piece is already sorted as well. Oh, dear. Yeah, I have no idea if this is even going to work. It's weird how, when you look at the combined thing, it doesn't even look decidedly that different. No, it kind of does, doesn't it? There is always a world where we could add a second striker into it as well, potentially. It's nice to have those Brazilian lads in there too. They didn't do great for us in terms of when they first joined. I mean, Paulo Henrique is averaging a 6.7... Oh, wrong screen. A 6.59 so far for us, which is not amazing over 8 appearances. So I'm going to have to figure out what's going on with him. But I'd like to believe that it's just because he joined us very late. That intensity is extremely high. Right now, we could get away with this because we've basically got every week games and nothing in between as far as I can tell. So it's just going to be bombing through as much as we can. Plus, we've got FM Christmas in a bit as well. Right, okay, sick. Let's get into the game. Hope this doesn't crash for some reason. Did I save it? I want to just check. The reason I ask is because I was dicking about on Friday with Bepinex and doing some interesting things with it. I finally got the player export plugin sorted out, finally. But then decided I was going to dig a little bit deeper because, you know, I've talked for a while about how cool it would be if you could do like betting on live games using like channel points or some kind of point system inside, not inside FM, but inside the streams. And I thought I'd have a little investigation because the thing is, it would need to have live data from the game somehow being fed back out into some kind of system that could interpret it. I might have figured out how to do that, potentially. It's early days yet, but the signs are promising thus far. I've currently managed to get it to the point where it can output the live scoreline and the a -1 shirt number. Now they're cooking. That's not what you want. Wait, well, that is weird, actually. Concerning. Well, we got into the game at least. Let's have a look. We've got one as well, apparently. Prishtula. Oh, I wonder if that's because he's like a grayed out player. It maybe gives him a negative shirt number. I wonder if he wears it on the pitch. Oh, I'll have to check. We should maybe bring him on later in the game and see if he actually is wearing a -1 shirt. Because that'd be dope. Right, let me just lock the points as well. Right, just lock that for a moment. That does feel like it would... Yeah, maybe do that in the 5th sub. I suppose at some point you were going to have to... Right, am I on like full match or something? I just want to check because I was dicking about with all of this before as well. No, I think we're okay. But yeah, at the moment I've got it so that it can output the live score and basically the general match state data. I have managed to figure out where it keeps the team names as well. Or the team ID name, so I managed to get that too, but it's a slow process. I was basically building... I spent most of Friday afternoon in Visual Studio, like making little tiny DLL scripts, probing into the game's code while I was running live matches, trying to see what it could output me without crashing it, basically. So I've ran that... Oh, go on. That nearly worked inside... That nearly worked so goddamn fast. We do lead. It's Michael Fila. Oh, okay. Horner was retired. I feel like at that point something would happen. That is a great ball in. Lovely there. And then he just sort of sticks it straight up in the air. Thank God Fila is so good in the air. Oh, Michael gets it. Love to see it. Unfortunately, Boyne, this particular tactic won't be in that pack, as we only built it 20 minutes ago. But it's a start, crucially. I love the fact that they're just picking up the ball and going for a little ride with it. This is going to be such a weird one to get my head around. We've essentially just got one guy staying in our half, holding down the fort, so to speak. Nice, right. Here's Coffee. Okay, he's quite wide still, but I don't know much more I can do about that. We're playing so narrow that all the centre-backs... The other inverted... Yes, Olafemi John. Have we accidentally cooked here? Paolo Enrique gets an assist for that as well. Oh, what I'm really liking as well is that they're not all just clustering on the 6-yard line. A couple of them are, but look at the spacing out of the players. There's actually a few players available for passes, more like on the penalty spot. Mikey, thank you for the 24 months. Oh, and this is Legia, by the way. Hi, Mikey, that's 2 years. Thank you so much for that, man. That's very kind of you. You joined us in the middle of trying to build something a little bit mad just to see if it could work. And so far, I'm quite happy with it. Notably as well that we managed to score 2 goals off of very few shots. It feels like we're sort of focusing on better quality chances here. Because this is a really strong Legia. Yeah, that's true, but they do have Kotovosh and another striker whose name escapes me. I like these passes we keep playing in behind. I'm seeing a few of those now. Like they're whipping it to sort of the back post, interestingly. I wonder if it's because we've left the expression... Oh, Jesus. The sort of be more expressive quite high. Yeah, Audie's got a... Oh, hello. Montperouche is through. And it's 3. John with the assist. Audie has a fractured spine at the moment. So he's been missing for the last little while for Legia. Just after they got knocked out of Europe, basically, he did his back in. So they've got Kotovosh, and they have another striker on loan from us too, who's been kind of in and about that as well. Morning, Single for Life. Gleany, thank you so much for the 3 months.
Crazy
we love a crazy tactic.
Let's go.
I love that this is actually working. Because if this was against like a cup game, someone crap in the cup, I'd have been like, okay, you know, you can generally beat anybody. But we've had 4 shots on target and scored 3 goals.
Yet again, I forgot I Twitch Prime Unst for months.
Yeah, love to see it. Mislav, thank you very much for the 13 months. How is your Sunday going, my friend? I hope you're well. This is lovely. I'm really liking the little passing interchanges too. Jersey and Molsky on for the second half. Look at this. Oh, look at that from Coffee. Go on, drill it across. Oh my goodness me. It's 4-0 and Olafemi John scored another one. I love it. Have we accidentally cooked something magical here? This is insane. Coffee just drives it across the box. Look at the pass. They weren't doing these passes before. I wonder if the decisions that the game makes in the back end as to whether to cross the ball in those situations is not predicated on the instructions you have on the player itself, but more the state of the players and positions of the guys in the box. Because it seems like all of a sudden they're playing those passes because of the positioning of the players around them more. That's a really bad pass. I feel like this tactic will get caught out defensively sometimes too. But it doesn't matter so much if you score 9 goals in a game, does it? Okay. Well, there's the first sign of frailty. Although, you shouldn't really concede those. Well, that's another thing, Mike, interestingly. Because I was doing the testing with Bepinex, I had to use a live match to do that. So what I did is I went back to an old save file, an older version of the save, and it happened to be the game before the day before the Djurgården game. So that was the save, the game I was repeatedly sort of playing and then instant resulting to get the live match data out. And you'd be amazed at how many times we scored 7, 8, 9 goals just while I was doing that simulation. It was probably about 60% of the time we scored a minimum of 7 goals in those games. Hello, Pog. You okay? Yeah. That's been a really solid first half as well. It's been efficient more than anything else. It's not like we're creating stupid amounts of shots. We're just dominating the ball. Actually, we're not even dominating the ball. We're kind of just playing on the counter-attack too, which is kind of surprising for us. I like that. Yes, Pog? You're just poking me in the back of the head there.
Yeah.
How's the rivers, Pog? Safe and guarded?
Wet.
Dog-free?
Yeah. No, I fostered dogs on Thursday.
Famously a dog that was on the land.
Yeah. Yeah.
Important.
He was called Paddy.
Paddy? That's cute.
He was cockapoo.
Cockapoo, of course.
Real nice.
Yeah, I don't trust this keeper at all. We'll find a better Croatian goalkeeper. And maybe one day he could actually be good. I'm just thinking right now he lacks consistency, and I think his reflexes have the same problem as Diakite. Although reflexes shouldn't be necessary for the one he's just let in there.
Well, I'll start doing some of the garden.
Okay.
Shannon said if we need any tools, she's got loads.
No problem. That's awesome.
To see the text there, she said she'd leave it out for us.
Big up, Shan. As usual. We should still buy a lawnmower. We don't want to have to keep borrowing Shannon's stuff.
No. Yeah. I'm going to get rid of all that, the big stuff.
She did have me in the Titanic pose. It's true. Come back. You have to say it, really, but I'm king of the world. That's not how it works, is it? That was him by himself, wasn't it? I'm king of the world, chat.
You have to come on Flying Jack.
Did I find Jack? Yeah. He'll be that drowning dude, you know? Maybe even Bonkman and He Propeller, you never know. Oh. What? What?
You're on the back when it splits in half, and then the bloke just...
He falls down and goes... Yeah. It lives rent-free in my head, that bit. Someone made a choice to put that in the film, is what I'm saying. There was a guy or girl who was like, no, that is necessary. Get the CGI on that. And I respect them like no one else, frankly. Oh. Hello, Paul.
That's hurt my throat.
Cashing on bragging rights? A little bit, yeah. I unfortunately didn't get to watch the game yesterday as I was at Topgolf. But we won, and that's all that matters. And Ryan Sessington scored, which makes it even better. What's this? Yeah, fair enough. But Legia are good now. They were crap at the start of the season, but they're actually decent now because, well, they're out of Europe. So, should we try the other two for the second half, just to see how they slot in? So, Molsky, of course, for Mompa. God, he's 1.5 stars now, bless him. I probably should save a little subby later for Mr. -1 as well while we're at it. Wait, where is the other guy? Oh, it's Kowalski. Sorry, I haven't got used to his name yet. Right. Status update. Which one do I do? Maybe I might bring him on for Jens, actually. It doesn't really matter which of those positions he goes around now, because both of the wide ones are now the same role. See how he does. This is where we lose 5-4 in the second half. That's exactly it, Anarith. It was sometimes you'll make tactical changes or try to build a system, and then you'll go to a game and you might win the game like 5-0 against like a poor side, but you'll see the goals are coming in like weird places. I often find that I know when I'm onto something. I'm not onto something always. When I'll play like a preseason game, you'll win 3 or 4-0, but you'll see that the goals will come from like set pieces randomly or just random mistakes, and it's the game's way of saying you're better and you probably should be winning this, but we are actually creating goals and chances in the way that we were hoping to. That was nice. Bit more creativity there out of John. That's the thing. Yeah, literally. The first game we played with our other tactic, when we first settled on it, we lost the game 4-1 and went, yes, this is the tactic we need to play, and won the Champions League later that season. Or did, no, we got to the final and lost the Champions League later that season. So maybe we made the wrong decision after all. Who knows? Second half has definitely drabbed off a little bit, but I suspect that us reducing the quality of the players on the pitch probably helped. If Kowalski does have a massive ponytail, Lord, I hope he does. He's already building a character for himself straight off the bat. Right, maybe... God, John's been exceptional today. But let's try... Shockery on the right, because obviously the injury. Middle centre-back has struggled a little bit with old Hernandez here. What else have I got off the bench that I could bring on? Maybe Joao Carlos for a bit of extra fun from Paolo. And maybe Dudu for Fila, just because he's good. And that's the last sub. Oh, shit, I should have brought Mr. -1, shouldn't I? Yeah. Like, second half has definitely dropped... Did someone request the Titanic music? Someone's finally found Jack. Didn't take long. For the same position. Ah, true. Yeah, I wonder if we could put some instructions on the DLP to maybe... Because that was just the default role that I had on them there. Oh my god, that is... Look at the hair on Kowalski. He looks like bloody... Who was it? Voronin. Was it Voronin? The Liverpool striker they had for a bit, who had a massive, like, Geralt from The Witcher style hair. Big fan of that. Right, here comes Shockery down the side. He's got the run beyond him. He finds him. It's Rob Carlos, and it's 5. There we go. Lovely play from him. Big fan of the fact that the youngster's got a massive ponytail. So avoid players. It's true. At least you won't have to worry about the clean sheet bonus. Is it London Marathon today? I did sign up to try and get into it last year. Why is he running with his arms out? I'm a huge fan of him. Already. Our little Padawan there. What a height. Oh, I mean, tell you what, chap. It's these types of tactical analysis views that I think really make FM26 such a good game. Because, yeah, sure, we could be watching the goal that we're scoring right now, but what really made this is the way the goalkeeper... Look how he steps forward here. Look at that. That step there is what makes that goal. Without that couple of steps towards the penalty area, they would not have opened up the space to create that goal. And the turnaround as well. Passages. We haven't scored yet. That's how it set it up. What is this game sometimes, man? Why was it that? Was it because it was a corner? Voronin, yeah. It was Alexei Voronin. No, I feel like he had a different name. It was something Voronin. Andre Voronin, probably, right? He's meant to run inside here. John again. Go on, have another one. Oh, he should have had a Hattie. Chaser as well with that 16 months, man. How's it going? That's the wrong button.
Andrew
There's the VOD
Voronin,
channel.
bought by Roy Hodgson. Sick Josh rave, sick Josh rave, sick down, sick shake, sick stonks, sick pose champ, sick red, sick sausage roll, sick sausage roll.
Oh, I never get tired of hearing sick sausage roll. Reminds me of the days of the ravishing dump truck. Thank you though, Chase. That's very kind of you, man. Oh, go on, Shockery. He's taking him on. And he scored! Okay. Saeed Shokri, Molsky with the assist. It's 6-1 to Wisła. I think the one issue I'm seeing now is the DM-DC combination. That's the thing that's not quite sitting right with me, and I think that's where I want to look at. Because I think the reason that neither of them are really flourishing is because they're sort of getting in each other's ways. God, that's so nice from Shokri here. And maybe this is a slightly weaker side, but... yeah, it's one of those assists where it's like getting a secondary assist in hockey, really. Normal DM. Maybe. We just need to think about the interchange between the two of them, like how to get them out of each other's way. Even if we move the DM off to the side, perhaps, to allow a bit of space for the ball-playing centre-back. Is he a ball-playing centre-back? He is, isn't he? I think. As if we're 6-1 up against Legia. We do love a 6-1. During the previous season of this save, we won 5 matches, I believe, in the league by 6-1, very specifically. Never a 6-0, always a 6-1. Never mind. Oh, what a save! That, much more like it. That's a phenomenal stop from the young keeper. He's actually done okay outside of the inevitable... It's good to be able to score 6 goals off of 2.1 XG. Because it feels like, as well, what I really like here, is that look at the goals scored. A lot of them are decent... Like, they're good quality chances. It's not relying so much on... luck, I guess, at times. Which does mean, of course, that you won't always be able to... We had 38% possession in that game. Have I just invented an updated version of Tony Jameson's bastard ball? Because I'm very happy with what happened there. Right, let me just quickly get the stats for you so we can do the fantasy. There's quite a lot of points coming out of this game, I suspect. Oh, I quite like the idea of... you win. Tony got promoted, I heard. Right, get that in there. Let's unpause that for a moment. Paste the screenshotty. There we go. God, I love being able to do that. John had a lot of chances there, yeah. Right, so who's man of the match? We obviously would have had man of the match in this game. John was man of the match. There was no clean sheet bonus, so that's fine. Let me go back into here again. It might take a second. Hopefully everyone gets their points. So we got no clean sheet bonus, but we did get man of the match, which will give John some extra points. We're only... Oh, no, we're doing cards now, are we? For the time being, at least. Well, the sans cards, it just makes it a bit quicker for me to do this part. Particularly for, like, bodies and stuff that are watching and don't want to be me doing this the entire time. I totally get that. So, that should be good. Let's send over your points right. Didn't record centre-backs normally. Well, we didn't keep a clean sheet, thankfully, because obviously we lost. We won 6-1, so there's no clean sheet bonuses to hand out in this game per se. But yeah, we have to keep an eye on that in future. We'll just keep an eye on it. That should be okay for the time being. Here for the vibes. That's pretty much it. Crazy best. I mean, some people forget I even play FM at that point. Right, let's do that. Apply the points. Let's go. Don't need to adjust any myself there as well. And that currently puts us like this. Whoa, 42 points from one game. Bear in mind, the winner of last stream's fantasy was, I think, Mushroom Man with 108 points. As long as we win every game 6-1, it'll be fine. Incredible. Right, okay, good start. That was a little bit scary. I forgot to turn the Bepinex thing off, so I hope that doesn't... The one player who played poorly in this game, what's a new contract? I don't know if I'm going to agree to that there, bud. Yeah, so remember, with fantasy, you can now make substitutes today. You get 5. I've switched it around a little bit, so that should be possible now. Wow, Wisła Płock won a game. And now Lech Poznan are back in the relegation zone. There is going to be a team going down today with a ludicrous amount of points, because they're already tracking at way more than a point a game. Lech Poznan have only got a -2 goal difference as well, and somehow they've only conceded 34 goals. And then, wow, okay, you carry on, lads. Won't help my picks. You see? He wants an improved deal. You have a 4-year contract. No! Also played like ass in that game. Heads up about Hernandez. Yeah, I got that point. Your agent just spoke to me, bud. But sure, you go off. So, what was that little thing we wanted to tweak? It was the DM... Yeah, I'm not sure what... Holds position. But surely a holds position means that he's just going to get in the way even more, though, right? I would have thought. Because he... I'm unsure. Because that's clearly the part of the team that's not quite right. Is the interaction between those two players is not quite clicking right. I'm just not sure quite which one to move and into what. I was quite unhappy with the treatment of Michael Feeler. Oh no. Anyway. That's going to come back and bite us at some point when I inevitably get sacked for not signing another player, but still. John looks finally half to drop behind, I guess, but then that would sort of waste him. I'd much rather him actually be impacting the game, and I think if we drop him back, he's just going to get no ratings either, because he won't really be doing anything at that point. And I also don't know if the ball-playing defender would actually come above him, so they'd end up be sort of clashing each other even more at that point, I would have thought. Oh, great, now Alvarez is... Oh, God, they're all injured. Oh, that is actually... That's him cooked. Well, it looks like John's playing the rest of the season regardless, because Alvarez... That's it. If you've got Alvarez in your fantasy team, you may want to take him out, because he's done for the rest of the year. Jesus Lord. But yeah, he's basically done for the rest of the year. And Fabrice Facone out. Badly fractured ribs. Jesus. What the hell is Attack Energy? Which country are they in? Love to see it, but... Wait, I still don't know what team these guys are. Asia. What? Oh, Afghanistan. I like how the game's just like Asia. I'm like, well, narrow it down a bit though, lads, eh? I think there was a couple of Afghani players in the search one day, so I guess I must have scouted their club as well. Ay, ay, ay. Wait, we international break now? Christ, we are. Right, it's fine. It means more spacebar smashing. Totally fine by me. And a couple of friendlies. When's our next game? 31st of March. Okay, so we'll have... We'll just have on the Saturday, I guess. Just keep the lads fresh. Be curious to see what it does in a friendly, actually. I won't watch the friendly, of course, but we'll just play against my usual whipping... No, we'll play against the Belk. They'll do. And FM Christmas is coming up before then, I believe, in fact. Yes, good point. Oh, he's been upgraded to an elite. I think I've signed up anyone we wanted anyway, but the rest of them will get signed up by the DOF if they haven't already been signed. Wait, I did sign up Kowalski, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. I'm very excited about Molsky now. Not Molsky, sorry, Kowalski. What training should we have him on? Because I don't think we actually picked one yet, did we? Because I suspect he'll train reasonably well. The question is, what do I want to put him on? Remove my Mumple points. Ah. That's not ideal. Unless that's just how that works. But I don't know if that's how that's supposed to work, unfortunately. Just put him on goalkeeper training. Yeah. The new Sven Smates, perhaps. Individual focus. Let me see. Actually, his attacking... It depends. Ball control I found not as if... His dribbling is quite low, but I feel like... What about his final third's a bit too high for him, I think. Pick the best five at the end. True. Speed and DM. He's not going to learn it, though. We tried that with Catalar, and he went up 1 point of speed in 3 years. It just seems like a waste of any potential he has to put him on something that's not going to get him any goals. I think I might stick him on attacking movement just to get his off the ball and anticipation up more than anything else. Decisions, you can never have too bad of a decisions as well. Doesn't give you the previously scored points. Ah, I see. So you have to sort of sacrifice the points of the other player. That's interesting. I wonder if that's how it's supposed to work. I don't know for sure. That might be just how it's supposed to work, but I'm not sure on that one. Right, we'll just deal with that. I thought I'd test it today just to see. So it sort of adds another element of strategy. Probably how it's calculating. Yeah, potentially. Hello, Dan. I bet you're a happy man today. Came really fast, though. But the other thing is, I don't think that speed is going to necessarily be the thing that makes him the best player. Obviously, you always want better physicals on the player, but with a player that he's going to likely play as the DM/Hurtadal role generally, I don't know if we really care too much about him being the fastest player in the world if it comes at the expense of not being able to train the other things well. We can always swing back to it. Bear in mind, he's 15 at the moment. If he's got reasonable PA, he could be really, really good. Oh, mate. Much better, Dan. I didn't get to see the game as I was at Topgolf, but it's... oh, come on! Bro's injured. But I watched the highlights, and admittedly, it looked like Villa had a lot of chances from what I could see in the highlights, and we didn't look especially stable in certain places. Morgan Rogers and that had some opportunities, but it's... What I would say is Wilson has to give the ball to Raul for that chance in the second half, when he's clean through, basically, and he could just slide it to Raul for probably a tap-in, and he just tries to shoot in through a crowd of bodies. That's what Villa are getting. That's Harry Wilson when he's at his worst, I think, when he plays like that. Because players up to 17 or 18 takes physical training. Really? So you think it was because we started Catalar on it too late? Do you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. I'm just concerned. I don't want to basically put him on a training thingy that's going to waste some years of his development on something that isn't going to be effective, especially as I don't think it's like super necessary for his actual role that he's going to play. Yeah, Joao Carlos has been... He was actually a Brazilian... Oh. Wait. Did Legia just lose 6-1 to us and then go out and beat Vidjev 6-0? Oh no, it was right before. What a week for them. One Sunday they win 6-0, the next Sunday they lose 6-1. Great day. We'll see how it's on. I think it could be, Dan. But knowing us, we'll end up like beating Bournemouth or something and then losing to Wolves. It'd be a very Fulhamish thing to do. Also, yeah, the York Rochdale thing. I didn't know what had actually happened with it, but I checked it last night and I couldn't believe the times of the goals. And I watched the highlights of it this morning. My goodness me. That's a good point. They won the three-way race on aggregate. It's a good point. Because what I couldn't understand is because I was watching the highlights and it was like 6 minutes of added time and then they score in like the 5th minute of added time. And I looked at the thing, I was like, how have they scored in the 113th minute then? But I guess it's because the pitch invasion and all that jazz took ages for them to sort out, to the point where they're essentially playing 1 extra minute nearly, and they just happened to score in that minute. But my God, that might be one of the best sort of footballing moments, I suppose. It's one of those ones that's going to be memorable. And I think what's really cool about it as well is seeing the levels of support, the crowd, the atmosphere, the size of the crowd there too, and the general furore around that game for a 5th tier match in England is awesome. I don't think you get that in any other country. To a certain extent, but 5th tier, to get that kind of... Yeah, the DAZN thing, also the commentary on DAZN is a bit sus. The co-commentary was so strange, and the score ticker they had looked like something I'd make. I was really confused by it. Yeah, I think this is another one of those things that goes to show that there needs to be 3 up, 3 down, because it's such a shit situation when Rochdale can do what they've done this year and basically could easily lose to a team that are 30 points behind them now. And it's sort of, to me, it kind of invalidates the 46 games prior when that sort of stuff happens. And particularly when you get some absolute dross circling the drain in League 2 that can't get relegated, well, not can't get relegated, but don't, because there's so many teams down there. Particularly when you look at, isn't it that not a team has never come up from, not never, but a team has come up from the National League into League 2, has not been relegated since like the 1980s or something, or it's never happened. Something mad like that, because there's usually such a huge difference. In fact, most of the time I feel like they get promoted more than anything else. With 100 points, yeah, well, like we're not counting Wrexham, right? It's crazy. Another sad news for the playoffs, Ely City lost. Lost at home to Soham as well, which is frustrating, particularly because we beat them 2 weeks ago, and that's it, because it's only a one-legged playoff in the Third and None League, so that's us done for another season. Sucks, man. Particularly to lose to them as well. A few more of these guys on here now. I think it's because last stream I was sending a few round again to buy us a bit of time, basically. Any stupidly expensive guys. Yeah, they're all at the big size. I'll just ignore them for the time being. Because there's a few players we can actually realistically look at a bit more. Was the Georgian guy a Scourge guy? Ah, man. Oh, he's at Mallorca. Yeah. Actually, he might not be, because he's at Mallorca, who I think are actually second tier. Oh, sorry, La Liga. He probably isn't a Scourge player, but realistically, it's the 3rd and 4th tier players you really want to watch for that kind of stuff. No, Team Report Scouting won't use budget as long as you're scouting teams that are in your scouting range. It essentially acts in the same way as just scouting a player that's in your scouting range. It will not use your scouting budget. The only thing that uses your scouting budget is scouting players or teams, although I don't think it will even let you scout teams outside your range. The only thing that really uses the budget is scouting players outside the range. That will cost you. See me, for example, when I accidentally scouted a lot of Brazilian players with Malta and cost us like, what was it, £1.6 million or something? So we looked at already, didn't we? Why did I not sign him? Or was it because he wouldn't sign up for us yet? Bowman State, I mean, he's cheap, does have injury issues, but he's resolute. I mean, be silly not to at least try and bid on him, right? Particularly with those kind of prices. I know it's like 4 language courses. Think of all the Duolingo we could have got them. Particularly if he costs less than... Did that say... Oh, I know this guy. This was the one I tried to pay them 5 million extra pounds and they said no. Oh no, rather they took it out and then locked it back in, so I was locked into like a £6 million deal. That was the one. Didn't his contract also have some bullshit in it too? So he's a 13 million guy at Botafogo. He's quite nice, isn't he? I know it's another Brazilian, but he's kind of nice. She's kind of well-rounded, resolute again. 13 million release scores is quite high. We do like an AMC, and we don't have a lot of them either at the moment. It's really just Monperus and Molsky currently. Maybe Herrera. But from on his phone. Wait, what's this? Hang on. So what actually happens here? Do you know what, right? If you'd have given me 1,000 guesses as to what was about to happen there, that wouldn't have even been on the list. Do you think they planned that before the game? Like, yeah, lads, we're going to do some forward rolls. No, absolutely. I thought he was going to kick the ball weirdly or something. Or score an OG, honestly. Oh, yeah, that's coordinated for sure. Why? I mean, honestly, because I suspect that tweet has probably got reasonable amount of interaction that club is probably going to do really nicely out of. And because the fact that we're talking about it right now on this stream is pretty much the reason why, basically, for any of these sorts of things, right? Because it drives interest into random stuff. Oh, that actually might let us have him a bit cheaper. It's still a risk, and the fact that he's at 19 instead of 18 is kind of a bit, not sus, but it's a bit annoying. What sort of budget are we still working? Why am I even checking it there? Like, gee, can we quite afford this lad? Let's try. I might be able to get him like 10. Oh. Wait, that's actually still less than his release clause, and that's fine. Yeah, and he can kind of cover both the roles for the new tactic too. I don't mind him, actually. The only thing that worries me a little bit is that slight drop off. But then again, if you're close to 5-star PA in this system, I'm happy with that. That's the guy they signed, isn't it? Well played, Zag. Well played, lads. Who's this? Paraguay, Spain. Wait, is this lower league Spain? Oh, it's not. It's Paraguay. He just happens to be... Oh, wait, hang on a minute. No. Came from a Spanish side. Avoid. Hello, Pog.
Shannon just came around the back.
Sorry?
Shannon just came into the garden. She's left the strimmer, the primer, and extension lead out for me.
Pog was talking to our neighbour about like lawnmowers and stuff, and our neighbour's literally just brought around and left all of her like gardening stuff in our garden. What an absolute...
She's left it by her side, so I can go grab it.
What an absolute legend, man. Almost got us. Exactly. That's awesome.
So she's really knowing.
Yeah, step away from the scourge. But that's how they get you. They're sneaky like that. That guy... I want to have a look at him at least. He's a goalie. He's only 16, but I'm not convinced on him, honestly. Good name, though. Giorgi Gugari. Yes, Pog?
Can I borrow your brown shorts?
Borrow what you need, mate. And this guy down here is like 8 million quid. Oh, he's a... wow, he's a very weird goalie. I don't trust his PA, but he's a fun one. Either way, the other two look kind of dope, though. Nice. We'll get those guys in theory. Just 7 more matches to get through. Plus, it's also international break now, which means I don't think the next round of Europe happens until after that either. Yes, Pog? Oh, looking fetching in your brown shorts there. Right, we'll get you in. Did he want something dumb in his contract or something? Was that the reason I said no? No, he seems to be okay, actually. Serbian. I can hit him with a national cap clause, no problem there. Should be able to get a nice 7-year deal out of this, in theory. I think it was the club I was arguing with before. Maybe one of those situations where they wouldn't sell him to me at that time of the season. And no, maybe they don't care so much. There we go. That'll do. There was a Julio Cesar and a Marco Antonio in that exact same report, 100%. Yeah, loan him back. Nah, I prefer him to go to the loan farm, honestly. Right. Oh, his wages are really low, too. Superb. Did they both have the same agent? They may have been in Europe. They are one of those teams that you often do find, like, conference leaguing it, at least. 11k is a bit more, but it's Brazil, right? So we could at least sneak in, like, a 15k one just to really get that over the line and then not have to put anything else in theory. Yeah, nice. And he's not got a starting squad role either, so we could use him a bit more sparingly if we need to. It's not like we're signing him and he's going to expect to start games all the time. I mean, he may do, but the squad role suggests that he wouldn't, at least. Unless he's a whopper. That was very fast. Status just immediately accepts the contract too. And just the look on his face. That's the look of a man who's seen things. What I'm hoping is seen is like videos and YouTube tutorials on how to score goals. What was the promise I made to Montparnasse? Was it like sign a player or something? Oh, to play more. Well, that's actually not too much of a big deal. I think it's because we were playing Molsky in a few games because of the rotation, but Montparnasse probably will start Montparnasse for every game for the rest of the season, but Molsky will come on quite frequently. That way Montparnasse still gets happy. Or we'll start him until he goes, I'm happy with this. And then we can maybe drop him for a game and start Molsky. Because I'd like to see what Molsky can do in a game we're actually watching from the beginning too. But we can't afford to piss him off. Why ever could you say that, Basil? Do you by any chance have him in your fantasy lineup? Yeah, it's the downside of the star player thing on the Mompa, I guess. It's also the reason I don't like star player as a squad status, because it basically means that you cannot rest them for any game without them kicking off. And 8-0, okay. That's fascinating to me. But look at the wingbacks again. When it was Damasiovic and Piakovsky too. James Whittaker played in this game too. Gomez did well. Oh, for Conan. Those two linked up a little bit nice in that game. Still managed to concede a few chances, but they took ages to get going as well. Didn't score until half an hour into the game. No gambler. Fair enough. It's not really gambling. It's just fantasy. Like, yeah. I mean, hey, each their own. Yeah, what if the... Actually, that is a bit weird. Particularly as it's now more of a... Oh, dear. It's a much more balanced system without any asymmetries, right? It could be, because if I recall, Olufemi John has a really good weak foot, essentially, to the point where we could bring him on the right as well. Look at any signs, I think, no. I'm not usually looking for signings that are going to take over from first-team players for the most part, but that doesn't mean we don't find them. So, for example, those the 2 Brazilian guys we signed, one of them, I think, was transfer him in. The other, I think, actually came... I'm assuming we scouted the club he was at in a team report, and because he was still young-ish, one of the scouts dumped him into our main scouting pool, and we went, okay, we'll have a look at this guy a bit deeper, and that's how we found him. But most of the time, once I get to this stage of a save, I'm generally looking at just guys for the future always, because then you can never... Once you let the conveyor belt stop, you end up in a bit of a shitty situation. So I just tend to always look for players for the future, and occasionally you'll stumble upon the first-team guys while you're at it. And a lot of those guys end up becoming those players anyway, because I'm still stuck in the mindset of, like, it's tough to sign the players that are going to make us better at this stage. You have to create them, although we have managed to do okay, but largely because we kind of needed to. Hodzic, well, there's a lot of caps being made here. I hope that's not going to cost us too much money. New Nigeria start. Ayinde? Wait, there's 2 of them. Oh, Uche got one. Okay, I'm really happy for Uche. I don't know who Ayinde is, but Uche I'm really happy for. That's a good sign as well of Uche's potential quality if he's actually getting... Actually, weirdly can't see him in there now, but Casacasa's even scored for Gabon. Don't think he scored for us yet, though. Kalandia's now a Polish citizen as well. It's a Georgian Pole. Oh, dear. Oh, Jesus. That guy I overpaid for from Norway has just got more caps, and he's just cost me a bit of money. Oh, well. He may be one that gets sold at some point. And Uche, there's Uche. Oh, 5-star. Well, he was always 5-star, wasn't he? Or certainly close to it. I think I really do like Effiong Uche. I think long-term, he is the Lucinio replacement, probably. A double hernia, that's got to hurt. To be fair, so am I, Basil. That's why, in a way, I get to be in the position where I don't actually have to play it. I just have to run it. Which is way... Oh, dear. Okay, did we or did we not, less than a week ago, literally have this discussion, bud. His agent came, then he came to me, and now he's come to me again. Or was that because I just ignored it, and now he's gone, actually, I want a full-on meeting? Lucinio is very bloody good. He's not even that old. Oh, that's nice. Julio Cesar? Superb. Yeah, I don't think... Hernandez, I think, might be in that age kind of bracket. And ultimately, I think we've got other centre-backs coming through, so I wouldn't be beyond selling Hernandez. I just kind of like him because he's a really tall fella. The Colombia guy, Kwesi Alpert, he's very good. I mean, I really like him as a footballer. And the thing I like about him as well is that he's kind of good now, but has potential to go even further. Wait, why wasn't he in the starting 11, actually? Oh, yeah, 100%. He has to play. Strong on both feet. 17 pace. Like, Jediva definitely needs to be in this lineup a little bit. Ooh, that's a good value as well. Relishes big matches. He shouldn't be in... Hernandez should not be in this team, really. He's great, but he probably shouldn't be in this team ahead of him. We've got some really nice options at centre-back now, particularly now that Lucinio can play there, actually play as a centre-back again. And of course, that just means that Uche can play in the Hurtadal role if need be. Apparently, they're not getting a new deal there. Jesus, there's a lot of players on international duty. Right, 2 days away from FM Christmas as well, which is the same day as our game against... Oh, we got to get a revenge in the derby there. I think you're right. The thing I like about Hernandez is that he has the height, but he also can run a bit. I think this is... Brady, I don't know if you're still here, but it was Melbourne Victory, so literally not even a Sydney team. It was Melbourne Victory that you ended up signing for in the end. And you've already jumped straight to their lineup as a substitute largely. Wait, are there multiple players here? There is, I think. Wait. Yeah, I think Martin Turner is also a Patreon regen, so there's a few of them. Let me just make sure we've not lost any more, because we did at one point. I think they're all still here on trial. Yeah, they are. That's okay. Tall and fast. Yeah. We'll switch them around. What I might do next game is try Lucinio back in the middle, Hernandez out for the PUD on the left maybe, and kind of go from there. God, that's a lot of notifications. Holy shit. Right. Next Gen Christmas. Not Next Gen Christmas. It's Next Gen Day. I think it's probably already in the inbox. Firstly, how many players do you think we've got on the list? And who's the number one on the list? Club and country. It's not going to be a Spanish one yet. Iran have been kind of chefing. I'm going to go... Czechia, Czech. No, Czechia, Czech. Slavia, Czechia. I'm just feeling... I don't know. They often do just throw a random crazy player in there. I reckon we're going to have 6 on it this time around. But I reckon the top one is going to be someone we don't even remember. It'll be some random... I like the Georgian fella that was cooking last year. Okay. We can find it. Actually, it was towards the very top. There it is, right. Literally the top of the list, Matt. Number one on the list is... Oh! I mean, you had Mexico. It's Christian Gomez. It's also a double Mexico 1-2. Ulysses Islas is number 2. From Atlas Guadalajara, number 7. Ooh, Bobadilla, good name. Oh, we looked at that guy before. I recognise that name because he is the most expensive South African, if I remember correctly. Okay, there's actually some... I mean, the list is dominated by the usual suspects, with a few fun ones in here spattered in for good fun. So obviously Gomez, love to see that for number 1. Ulysses Islas. Mexican international. Don't mind a bit of him. Great name as well. That's a solid name. Where are you from, my friend? Guadalajara. Wow, imagine. Don't mind that. Shafak 7. Has he been on this list before? Because I feel like we saw the surname 7 and went, ooh. Oh, I'll tell you what. Mr. 7 here. It'd be good to have a player called 7. Particularly if we played him as a 10. We could call him a 17. Paraguayan, maybe. You're Real Madrid into Bobadilla. And you're right, we did. Wow, he's awful. But is he awful? He sure would have to be number 7, but I would call him a number 17. 7 and 9. Yeah, maybe. A 7 and 7, we're in 17? Potentially, yeah. Well, I want to make sure we keep both tactics around, because for all I know, this tactic is just like... That was a one-off game, perhaps. Yeah, we could just sign him anyway, actually. he's not stupidly expensive, but I do quite like some of his attributes. I just think he may either the scouts are wrong, which does happen quite frequently, or we're just going to waste 500k. But I actually don't mind. Like, he's got reasonable height, his positioning's good, decisions are good, tackling's reasonable, marking and heading are okay. He maybe just doesn't have the ceiling. He does have 2 Paraguay caps. Good for the loan farm, maybe if nothing else. Hello, the Beast. The biggest thing today is we decided to randomly build a new tactic out of nowhere, and we might have accidentally cooked something crazy up, because I wanted a tactic where our advanced wingbacks basically ended up becoming the most advanced players on the entire team, almost like 2 strikers when in possession. And so we decided to see if we could figure out a way to make that happen. Put together like a basic idea and went into a game against Legia with it and won 6-1 with those exact things happening. So we're kind of curious to see where that goes. Kalstrup is on loan from us. He's not, is he? That's good. Oh, I love that for you guys. 100k, Idrissa Diomande, just chefing about here at Lechia Gdansk. That's the 2nd tier as well. And 2 goals in his debut for Ivory Coast as well. Another dude from Sivasspor, Arian. Oh, he's Bulgarian. See, now I would have, like, his attributes are okay, but he's also, this is scary, and that's even scarier. Oh. Delicio Castillo. I feel like I recognize him as well. Oh, he's at Gilvercent. For a second, I thought he was at a different side. I don't know how. Did they buy him? They did not. He's a homegrown player. Came through at Sivasspor. Born in Sofia. That's kind of cool. Hello, my big forehead. And then obviously, that's the guy we looked at earlier, isn't it? Who we just started scouting. Intrigued by it, want to know more information. Don't mind a bit of him. Hey, a guy, Nakbreda. Isaac Emma. Oh, he's a goalkeeper. No, he's not. He's a centre back. Oh, he's worth a fortune, but his tackling's absolute ass. It's morning until it's afternoon, right? The day moves beyond us all. There's your Anderlecht player. Fauzi champion. We've looked at him before. He's exceptional, but the one thing he didn't have was height for the role we were looking for. And also, he's an overpriced Belgian. I say overpriced Belgian. He's probably a fairly priced Belgian on this occasion. And ASEC, we haven't had as much success with ASEC as normal. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, I see. Oh, my God. Yeah, he's very fun. A lot of the best ASEC guys seem to be joining other Polish sides at the moment before we can sign them, which is not the end of the world, I suppose. Dimitris Vugioglis. Ooh, okay. Never heard of this fella. That's probably a good thing, though, because he's only 18. Playing for OFI. That's Crete, right? Don't mind him. So the primary goal scorers so far with it have been obviously the striker, but the striker's playing as a false 9 to act as like a pivot for our wingbacks, but they were both creating and scoring goals. I think John got 2 goals and should have had 3 in the first game. So it certainly seems to be. I'll show you in the next game. Oh, wait. That was the guy we liked at one point, I think. Oh, that was 100% the guy we liked. That might be the one that got away, actually. I remember seeing this guy, and he's one we missed out on, I think, for sure. Him we've already looked at, because I recognize the name. Inter guy. Leonardo Martinez, not Leandro. Ajax dude, Mohamed Ibrahim. Ghanaian. Another goalie. Very expensive, though. Although I'm not opposed to signing a goalie for huge money if we find the right guy. I just don't know if he is that guy. Laukratis Mandamadiotis. Good name. And he's a striker. 2 Greece caps already. 17 appearances for AEK Athens, and he's already getting Greece caps. That's awesome. Oh, a guy at Servetta. Or Servette. Brian Travert. He's alright. I say alright. He's actually pretty solid. It's just the technicals kind of let him down a little bit. Physicals is decent. Mentals is good, but that's just not quite great. Do you know what, James? We've played it in one game, haven't touched it, and won 6-1. So we're quite happy with it. It might have been a one-off, potentially. Greece have been cooking for a while, it seems, yeah. Tayon Vliet, we looked at him before, I think. Although, I think he was at a different team before. No, he's still here. He might be worth a closer look, actually. Yeah. So we strikers. 2 of the wingbacks. Well, like I said, we won 6-1. Our striker got a goal because we have a striker in the system, but the wingback scored 2 goals on one side and should have had a 3rd goal. So it kind of, that was what we were intended to happen. No tactic is ever going to score every goal the way you intend it to be, but it looked like we were doing what we wanted in theory. Like nothing's, and it was also the first game we played with it and haven't done any tweaks yet. Alejandro Salega. Catholic daddies, but Argentinian Catholic daddy. Could he be the next Reynoso, perhaps? Doesn't seem to score a lot. Which is odd, unless he's got like one composure, perhaps. Mr. Corrupt, he's actually doing quite well. He plays for Arca, so he did all right for them in Europe. The wingbacks look good in the friendlies too, yeah. I only be 19. Shit. It's another Norwegian. I've definitely seen this guy before, right? No, I haven't. Unless I just didn't scout him. Helga Johan Hovden. Look at the hair on him. And he's wanted by Inter. There's some good players on this list. Yaroslav Kotel as well. I've looked at him before. He's like actually not bad. Really want to keep. Ultimately, unless they've got a release clause, you don't have to sell the player. I feel like some people just accept offers for players and then complain that their player has been sold. Like, ultimately, you don't have to, unless the player has got a release clause in their contract, you don't have to sell the player. His PA is a little worrying, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I deal with it by just saying no a lot of the time, really. There are strategies that you can do after that to sort of deal with the outlier, but ultimately, the player will get pissed off sometimes, but they don't always. And if they do, it doesn't really change anything. They're still there. They're still under contract with you. It can hurt them. Well, it does hurt them morale, but it doesn't seem to change their form too much from what I've noticed, at least. Teams get pissed off. But I guess my next question is, and what? If you're still winning matches and still playing well, it doesn't really matter that much if the team gets a bit annoyed about that occasionally. They, generally speaking, get over it quite quickly. So I'm more than happy to annoy them. One thing that is good to do, though, is if you can get a player that's quite well liked or a team leader to agree to stay by something like, you know, you're a team leader, I want you to stick around. You can then often use that when they come to you and you can say, this player was happy to stay, and usually they'll accept it. That's been one of my bigger strategies. That we've had this situation where Michael Fila and Dusan Obradovic were alternating that role, I suppose, back and forth for the entire season. So I would just keep telling one that the other one wanted to stay, and they just did it the entire year. It was brilliant. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. You can... The great thing about contracts is you get to choose what you do with that information, right? You can keep a player. Now, obviously, some players will just kick off like nobody's business, and it might behoove you to move them on if they're causing too much trouble, but... I want to see if I can get this guy really cheap. But if they're going to be... If they'll let me have him for 2, I'd maybe give it a go. Nah. I don't think I'll do 3.5 on him. Every team and player instruction when he set it up. Kind of? I think, yeah, actually, no, we did. Because when we were setting it up, we started from complete clean slate piece. So we didn't just like copy our tactic over. We went through each player, setting each one up individually. I think some players we didn't show, but they were left untouched largely because of that. So we may make some tweaks later, but I think we did pretty much show most of the important parts, at least we showed the individual instructions for, because we had to put some quite specific stuff on the fullbacks to obviously make them do what we wanted. Ooh, a new Belgian. Terry Van Voust, or Van Voist. Love that. I did copy it over, but then I deleted it and went back again because I think it brought too much stuff with it. I wanted to just go completely clean stated on it. Hello, Hanger Roller. A 59.30. Do you know what? No, I'll settle with my 53-minute 5k, 10k yesterday. That'll do. Oh, hello. Paradis is on there. Endrit double L at the start of the name. Oh, I just don't trust these PAs. I'm fine with signing these guys when they cost like 1 to 1.52 million pounds, but it's when you're having to pay that kind of cash for it. That's when it starts to become a bit more of a problem. Another guy. Wait, who are you? Juan Fernando Ruiz. So he's just pure attributes, isn't he? No PA whatsoever. Yeah, you should be able to copy it from that. Particularly, yeah, if it's console, obviously you can't just download it, can you? Gabriel Perez of Wolfsberger. He's kind of fun. 19, though, admittedly. When you see the slightly younger ones on here, it's better because it's usually an indication that they are really good. Because otherwise they wouldn't be able to get on here that quickly. He's kind of fun. Omar Ramos, Ecuadorian. Ooh, wanted by. Please be someone useful. Oh, Brazilian clubs. He's cheap enough that I'm willing to punt on him, though, for sure. Hello, Pog. You right? Oh, you done it. Hey, chat, I can see my lawn and everything.
Good, I like that fly mode.
Have you checked for, like, gold and stuff? There might be anything buried under there.
The fly mode that she's got, it's actually not too bad because it's got the back of it gets all the grass in it.
Oh, yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah, I like that one.
Dope.
We should get one like that.
That's much easier. We're having a barbecue next Sunday, you see, chat, because it's May Bank holiday weekend. So we thought we probably should at least cut the lawn. And now Pog's done it, like a ledge.
It was like a jungle.
It was a little bit jungly. Not as bad as it was last year. That was really bad.
Getting close, though.
He was kind of getting there. Barbecue, perfect day for it, honestly. Yesterday was easily, for me at least, the most beer garden £4 million?
Today's quite big garden as well.
Sorry. £4 million? I assume his agent just went, nah. Yeah, no, that's not happening. I'd have paid the 1.2 million, not going to drop, because you'd have wanted more than 5 million at that point. Wow. Exactly, he is. He is. A friend of his is up. Has been broken. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Did someone actually do that in the marathon? I didn't realise that it was actually happening. I thought that was just like, oh, hey, someone wants to do that. That's incredible. In an official race as well. And by 30 seconds, too. Jesus Christ.
That's mental.
People are mad, and it's great. But yeah, yesterday was such beer garden weather. It was glorious. And...
I was being run around by...
Yeah. And so I naturally went to a beer garden. Right, this guy here... Well, that bodes well. Because I think we signed this guy up without actually knowing much about him at the time. It's nice to see that he looks a little bit better now. Because I think we took a punt on this dude just because we liked his PA and the fact that he was 17 and Iranian. But the fact that he's on here, yeah, he's a bit rangy. He's a little bit faster, though, and he's got stamina at least. So he'll get there eventually. Yeah, Pog's got like a bit of a head cold, and her voice is sounding better these days, to be fair. Yeah, he's playing a lot. Technique and passing are exceptional. Vision's really good as well, actually. He's very range bar, isn't he? And looks to be a bit of PA on him, too. Can't go wrong with that. Anyone else? Kota Arbe. Stop. What are you doing? Oh. Now then.
See, Matt's got my high-pitched voice now.
Yeah, Marge has kind of gone away from us now. I feel like you're sans Marge now.
Tuesday.
Hang
Have
on.
a sausage on me. At your barbecue next week. Also buy Pog some cigarettes too.
More cigarettes? She was already smoking 2,000 a day to get her voice sounding like that in the first place. Thank you so much for the £10. That is very, very kind of you. We'll put that towards the sausage fund.
Well, hey.
Well, hey, indeed. Watford manager leaving? No, that's not true. Watford keep their managers for ages. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, the interesting clubs... We did just sign a Japanese striker. And I feel like for 4 million... Unless you want some dumb contract... It's a little bit high, but... Does he have caps? No. I could probably make that work. Do they... Ah, wait, we can get him cheaper than that. If I could get him for like 3.2... Oh. I'll shove him a 3.5 and just see what they do with it.
It's hot business.
Thing is, I think he's extensively scouted. We can see everything about him, so I don't think we could get any more information on him anyway. Yeah. I mean, obviously, you can scout them again. It does sometimes fluctuate, but I don't think we're likely to see much new information if we were to scout him a second or a third or fourth time. Oh, another guy. Jordi Martinic. That name is an interesting one. Just born in La Pintana. Bye, Pog. Another number 10 as well. We like those. And then another guy from Jablonets. Ooh. I think he's probably worth a little go. At that kind of value. Sorry, Pog?
Is the strawberry kiwi downstairs?
The strawberry kiwi is downstairs, yes. Oh, are you making holies?
I want to make one, yeah.
Could I perchance have a holy?
Which one?
A hydration, I think. It's too early for an energy one.
Kiwi.
Yeah, strawberry kiwi would be nice, actually. I haven't had that for a while. I don't mind a bit of this dude. Unless... Oh, okay. The wage is a bit dumb. I don't think I'd want to give him $7 a week. Can I have a holy scoop? I could have a holy scoop. I mean, let's be honest. That's probably how most of these guys got originally scouted. Good name. Ooh. Oh my god. Let's just ignore his PA for a minute. Sergei Mayer. He's very expensive, but my god is he well developed. At 19 years old. His technicals are extraordinarily good. Reasonable composure. Like, that first touch finishing and dribbling combination is great. He's got really nice physicals too. It's the £18 million. I think he's a little bit... I'm going to shortlist him. He might be a, we've got loads of money in the summer. Maybe just plunge on a striker for depth there. Depending on what system we're playing, actually. That would probably make a lot of sense to know. Because we are a bit light in the strikers. Particularly if we were to lose a feeler as well. I worry about the PA thing for sure, yeah. We did have a Zinc. You're right, we did, didn't we? Was he even called this? 19-year-old Dane. Do you say he can play CM as well? my god, he can. Although if he was playing CM, he'd have to be able to play DM. But either way, can imagine him as a number 10. Passing's not amazing, but he's versatile and professional. Yeah, under 2 hours for a marathon is mental. I genuinely didn't even clock that as being real when you said that. Insane. Belgrado? Seeing a few more Argentinian players rocking up on this list lately. Romero of Uruguay. Oh, wow. It's weird seeing an E-rated player. Who's he wanted by? Casapia. They deserve nothing. This is a good name, though. Tiberio Seguro. Thank you, Pog. Oh, the colour on that is lovely. Exclamation mark.
I didn't want to come onto stream shaking this because...
No, it's fine. I'll do it for you. It's fine.
I've got a logo top on, so...
He's got... His attributes are actually not that bad, but he's worth a fortune, sadly. Has anyone tried the syrup stuff yet? Or actually, even if you'd ordered it, you probably haven't. Yeah, of course you have.
It's banging.
Really, Pog? Have you tried it? No. It's not like there's a cupboard full of it.
I have.
Oh, I haven't had that one in ages. It's delicious.
It's nice, isn't it?
It's very good. I've been having a lot of the blue raspberry one lately, but I've gone back to my old classic of strawberry kiwi, and there's the reason I like this one so much when I first got it. Islam Kara. I get the feeling he's the kind of player that if you sign him there, your quid's in, but you don't want to be buying off the Portuguese side. And it's a Real Madrid guy. Either way, there's a few solid players in there, to be fair. I'm gonna have... Wait, who's getting Estonia caps? Martin Rose. Do you know what? We took a punt on a random Estonian. He's about as good as I think you're likely to get, I'd say, as far as Estonians go. So I'm relatively pleased with what we actually got out of that deal. Didn't quite find the Estonian of my dreams, though, sadly. Jimenez is now eligible for Poland. I think everyone and their dad's about to be eligible for Poland at this rate. How many's in there? 31. I will have a little actually look at that in a minute. Right, nice. I want to get to that next game if I can do. There's a few slightly more expensive. Actually, he's a Christian Sand. Not great though, not Sanson. Ow. Kilton. Oh no, Cleaton Gogo. I liked that guy if I remember correctly. I'll send him around again. We should have a lot more extensives in these reports today because I was just spamming them off last stream. Naeem is back, which is good. Because we've not even seen what Naeem could do in this tactic yet. It might just be that he's more of an aggressive player because he shoots more than, say, like a Coffee does. I'll have to send him around again for the time being. Anyone in here that's worth a little look? Leverkusen guy, quite expensive, likely. Winger as well, which doesn't help. Fell! Thank you for the 42 months, my friend.
Morning,
how is your
and
Sunday
chatter.
going? Has anyone been to a beer garden this weekend already? Is my question to you, because I love it. I watched the Southampton Man City game, or a lot of the first half of that match in the beer garden yesterday. My friend and I were quite stoked when Saints took the lead in the first half and then immediately got cancelled out. Beer on my own god, that still counts. It was my mate's birthday, so we went down to Chigwell, went to Top Golf, tremendous. He beat us all because he actually plays golf. But I do have a screenshot of where we were all ahead of him, and that is the crucial one. It's a beer garden at that point, right? The Irish guy at Mallorca. Wait, there's an Irish guy at Mallorca now. Oh, he's at Mallorca. How did I even notice that? I always saw Marvin Blank and he was an Irish German, but I didn't know he was at Mallorca. Still only 800k actually, which is quite fun. But yeah, then we came back and went to this little pub, met up with some more of our friends, and just had a nice time. It was just a nice time. A wine beach is equally as fancy, frankly. I feel like those are the two types, isn't it? You got your wine beach and you got your beer garden. It was just the best weather for it yesterday, man. It was so nice. Except a journey down to Chigwell that should have taken me like an hour and a bit ended up taking us over 2 hours because of all the random things that got on our way yesterday. It was insane. There was apparently a really nasty crash on the A10, so that got shut off. So then it took us on a different road. I was like, fine, that's no problem. And then we got halfway down there and they'd shut that road off too because there was another crash on that other little road. So I had to turn about all the way around and back again. Then I got on the M11. Then a car basically destroyed the front of themselves off the back of a lorry about, I don't know, 30 seconds in front of us. So we were able to sneak around that one before they shut the entire road off again. Then I nearly ran out of petrol too. It was a palaver, man, but I got there in the end, and that's the main quiz. A wine beach. Yeah, you can only do it in Monaco. There's no room for a beach there, surely. Eritrea, man, is actually still holding a bit of value. Or at least holding some quality. Having fun is, yeah, I mean, I've not really gone out much lately, I must admit. Which was why it was so nice to get out with some people yesterday, and I'm hopefully seeing some people next weekend for all the bank holidays are, which is just going to be nice. I get lonely, man. I don't notice it so much, but then I realise I've just been feeling low for no apparent reason. I'll just sort of check in, like, when was the last time you spoke to people? And then yeah, that's probably the reason. He He's Eritrean, and that's just... Actually, that's really high wage. Wow! Right, Hannah. A little bit there, Chico. Yeah, it was this, like, bright yellow Fiat Punto. When we got there, the entire front of the car was just completely caved in. But it was in the outside lane behind, like, this giant lorry. And I thought to myself, unless the lorry slammed its brakes on, but there was no reason they likely would have done that much, the amount of force they must have gone into the back of that lorry to create that amount of damage to the front of it was a wild amount. I mean, they were both just sat there on the central reservation chatting, so they were clearly fine, thanks to the miracles of modern safety features in cars, but Christ. That was a write-off for sure. Let's see. I'm not convinced by most of these guys, honestly. These guys, I mean, he's a little cheap, but they're just not doing it for me. They're all at sort of... Not all at large. Actually, this guy here. He's very expensive, and I've been burned before by Romania, you see. As you know, and Ribby about continue... I'll ask his agent. It's very cheap wages. I just don't know if I want to drop that kind of money on someone like him at the moment. His brethren have irked me thus far. Until I get over the VRL incident. It's very much seeming like a... I've avoided the Belgians, but in so doing, I've essentially just walked straight into a different trap, and that trap was Romania, and I didn't even realise it. So Bobadilla, despite his absolute lack of allegedly... Sometimes I like just taking a random punt on these guys, just in case that you can get a re-evaluation when they join the club, and maybe they're actually secretly good. It's mostly cope, I'll admit. But every now and then, it kind of works out. At least both of our youth players for the last couple of intakes have been reassessed to be better. I think it's kind of going under the radar a little bit, just how good. So we're losing a few guys this summer. A lot of them are on loan, but they're not really playing a lot. And I have extended every one of the ones that had triggered clauses, and I had a look through their PAs as well. So anyone in here, realistically, there's a reason they're here. And I just figured that with Job now, he's, 28 years old. He's always kicking off about wanting to leave. He fills up a squad slot and doesn't always play all that often. And now with our new midfielders, we probably don't need Job anymore. But he's been a good servant to the club. Okay. Try and sell him this summer. Wait, could we sell him this summer? Would that even work? Surely his contract's up this summer. Yeah, there's nothing we can do. He's FRT'd us. That's fine, though. We could try now, but I don't know how that would work. Unless there's someone who's... Could we even do that? No. Oh, it's because he's injured, but I suspect that it wouldn't have worked anyway, because obviously he's got... he's FRT'd us. He's out of contract. Oh, Eshtigal. Oh, wait, did I not send it around again? I didn't. We're definitely going to lose a load doing that, so that's why I have to keep on top of it. Anyone else in here, actually, while I'm here? Not quite the one I was looking for, but still, worth a look. Team reports. Let's get back to you. Oh, no. Sadly not. Not on this occasion. Although there's a couple of 4-star guys at Pohang here, so it's definitely worth a look for those two, if nothing else. Right, let me get this... Wait, Fielder's injured? Oh, of course he is. Right, it's a chance for Duru to show what he can do in this role, I guess. Let me just do a quick... Wait, why are they all so knackered? Oh my god. Okay. I'm more okay with quick picking at the moment, just because we're not entirely sure what lineups we want to go with and where. But I do want to change the defensive lineup around a little bit. Maybe Montperousse does drop out because he's a bit tired. And maybe even... No, do I want to start Molsky for this game? Probably not. Off the bench is fine. Naeem probably shouldn't be starting here either. He's a little bit too tired. Next game, 100%. So I want to do Lucinio in the middle this time, didn't I? And then I wanted Mana on one side and the Pud on the other, based on whatever footedness they have. Who apparently I'm not allowed to find out because the game is not letting me click his profile. Right foot and then very strong left foot. Wait, aren't they the same with that? Yeah, so it really doesn't matter which side they play on because they're both just as good. Joao Carlos in there maybe for a game? I don't think it'll make too much of a difference, but I am curious. I want to make sure the bench has got the right players on it too, though, so we can get the youngsters in, like Kowalski, instead of probably Casa, right? Anyone else that needs to be in there? Nah, Delahi. Maybe Tomashevic? For Hock, don't need a goal on the bench, do I? Right. Yeah, they've been cooking, in fairness. We've seen a lot of... They've all come from Eshtigar. I guess the reason they've not got any there is because I've been signing them all. On the right, Well, yeah, but Naeem would be the guy. But unfortunately, with Naeem being still knackered, there's not much we can do about it. Also, it's worth noting that Shokri came off the bench and scored from the right-hand side. So it was just Coffee initially. Yeah, a grayed out player on the bench at the moment has to be the case because if I take the grayed out player out, there's no one I can put in to replace him because it has to be an under-22 player. What will happen soon is that... where's he gone? Kowalski will count as under-22. But they have to be at I think it's 6 months he'll likely count. Even though he is a Polish player, under 21 and under 22, obviously, he doesn't count straight away. I think it takes 6 months for him to get that kind of qualification. That's why Molski now does count. So, but next season, though, we'll be fine because we can have Kowalski and Molski on the bench, which I'm liking as a pairing as well. Switch out possession. Wait. What am I switching? Oh, I see what you mean. Forgot I was on the in possession one, so we want... There we go. So I forgot I was showing on that. I should always do changes on that screen and not the other one. Komolski, that's the one. Yeah, the left just sort of stood out a little bit more on that particular occasion. Coffee was still getting assists, though. He just didn't... Each player is going to be slightly different. John's maybe more of a scoring type of player. I think Naeem will play a lot more like John did. Coffee is a bit more like a Damashevich type of player, I believe. They're more creative than they're more pure scoring players. Right, I'm going to have a quick wee break, chat, so I'll be back in just 1 second. The fantasy thing is open for you to make your picks if you need to make any changes before this game anyway, so maybe have a little investigate that. If you haven't signed up for fantasy today, !fantasy, and you can get involved right before this match. Now might be the one to do that with while I have a quick wee. Back in a second. I genuinely think for the first time in a row that I don't think anyone got it. It was Gabriele, I believe, Ambrosetti. It was, oh, yeah. Hadrian was very close, and yeah, Craig, it was Ambrosetti. That was the fella. I went back to the Premier League once for a little bit. First time, you heard, first time in a streak of one, much like my bad streak of intros from today, and various other things, which I'm not going to discuss. I am going to discuss, of course. God, that's bloody good. Right, okay. In we go. Let me just lock the fantasy for a moment so we can not have any cheating. Bloody hell, where's it gone? I've lost me back. There it is. So obvious to me the entire time and I just missed it. Right, nice. Here we go. How is he not fit? I guess it's because of the international break. Oh, this is a vibe. Oh, we haven't even talked about Spurs yet. They won a game. That's a thing that's happened. And I was glad that it was João Palhinha as well. I'm just nice to see João happy, right? We're worth trying to find the most optimal leagues to load in a way that shows maybe PA 160 per league loaded or something like that metric. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Trying to find the most optimal leagues to load in a way that shows PA per league loaded. Yeah, I'm not sure I understand. Forgive me. You might need to explain a bit more as to what you actually mean by that. Because basically, when it comes to loading leagues, it's not really about players. It's more about, like, do you want that team to be doing stuff in the save? And that's why the way I set my saves up is to load players and not leagues at all. So it just sort of takes that out of the equation entirely. And if you load, like, the players from the top division sides in every nation, you kind of cover most of the ground in that sort of thing. But yeah, and also 160 PA per league is going to vary because of the way that you set it up. So it's never going to be like this, if you do this happens, essentially. So unless that wasn't what you meant, forgive me if that's wrong and I'm misunderstanding, because I do that often. Right, let's go. Palace goal was so weird. I'm just trying to think now. Oh yeah, the highlight package I saw the keeper going down and then the Palace shot going in. That's all I remember seeing in the highlights. Yeah, Joao Carlos in DLP is an interesting one, but the assistant thinks so. I should have checked his reasoning as to why he thought we should put him there. We'll keep Spurs up. Yeah, I mean, at one point when it was 1-0 to West Ham and Spurs were still at 0-0, that was when things were looking stupidly bleak. But once Spurs went in front and then obviously Everton had equalised, I figured, okay, that's sort of the beginning of things starting to switch around. But that late goal for West Ham is... Whoa, that's a huge change. Oh, God. Well, Cracovia are weird in the sense that they've beaten us this season and apparently might want to do it exactly the same time again. But they have been struggling against relegation for a lot of this season, weirdly. The league has been so strange. It's been two teams at the bottom who are absolute ass. And this is just a really nicely worked move. Because, who was that on the left-hand side? Is that the Pud? That just gets absolutely cooked by Amara Diouf, who admittedly, outside of us and the players we specifically own, is probably one of the best players in this division. So, if there's anyone going to score against you, I guess it might as well be him. But that is frustrating still, because that is a poor start from us. It's a lot of possession as well. This is where it turns out that it was just Legia and the way that they play for whatever reason. God, they really need this win. Because if they lose this, which hopefully they will, they'll end up in the relegation zone again, I think. And also that Forest win on Friday night. I could not bloody believe that. I almost thought that it was glitching out or something, because for them to be 4-0 up at half time, it's like Sunderland just didn't show up. Absolutely mad. This season there's not been a lot of batterings in the Premier League, it feels like. Generally speaking, a lot of the games have felt quite close. And because I think up until this point, the Arsenal 5-0 over Leeds might have been the only other game that's actually won by 5-goal margin the entire year, which is odd. Yeah, was it 4-3? Wow, damn, I didn't see that part. I saw that they'd won 4-3 and that Kane was doing Kane things, but I didn't realise it was from 3-0 down. Oh, that was nice. How goes the season? Domestically fine, but unfortunately we got knocked out of the Champions League by Napoli in horrible circumstances where we basically matched them in the first leg, lost 4-0, battered them in the second leg, lost 1-0. Difference in good PA players loaded per league loaded. No, there absolutely is. But that isn't something that needs to be... As in... It's not something that requires testing, is I suppose what I'm saying. The leagues you load absolutely do affect that, because if you're loading good leagues, the players that you load will have better PA and CA, because that's just how it works. But that's sort of... There's nothing I would uncover from that, I suppose. We're 2-0 down! Unless, again, I'm misunderstanding, but if you turn on a league that has good players in it, you will have more players in the database that have good PA, just because that's how it works, right? Yeah, that was the same kind of thing. They get the ball in this little pocket, the reversal of it, into the wide area. Great first touch, in fairness. That's a great strike. But yeah, that's essentially just how it works. But obviously, when you turn leagues on, you're also slowing the game down in terms of processing and stuff, which will make it more difficult. Yeah, Brazil would also do things too, apparently. Now, we have never turned on Brazil and Argentina in this save, but we know that it would likely do the same kind of thing. Drop fullback out of possession. Or play a slightly different defensive line setup that might do a similar job, so they're not getting caught out over the top as much because they're sat slightly deeper. So it'd be a little bit more difficult to do that. I still weirdly think we'll win this game as well. That's the dumb thing. 60k is in Bosnia, so if added more leagues. That's not going to be given, is it? Generally speaking, I don't recommend adding leagues at all. So I don't really have a recommendation for you because that just isn't how I tend to make the saves. Set up, essentially. Like, the only reason we turned on England, Spain, and the gang in this save was just for extra context. So when people did lookups and stuff, I could actually show them more about how their team had been getting on, I guess. But obviously, mid-save, you can't really do much other than add leagues. But also, if you do that, beware that it will probably cause a sort of Spanish scourge essential situation, but in whatever leagues you load. Even tested it with, like, Norway and stuff, and it was still doing it. On a lesser scale, of course, but it is still a thing, unfortunately. Just not quite as powerful, I guess. That's better. Quite congested in this area now. They're all still quite narrow. Even John's getting quite narrow. Oh, man. North American and South American super save. Okay, interesting. How does... Hang on. A North American and South American Youth Academy journeyman. I have no idea how that would work. Do go on. I'm intrigued now, friend. Spanish Scourge is the fault of the Barnsley fans. Yes. Exactly. Actually, weirdly, it's not the fault of the Barnsley fans. It's actually the fault of the Torrevieja fans, probably. Because England seem to be the one nation that we switched on that don't seem to have any involvement in this, weirdly. Turning the Spanish leagues on to be the second league to playable creates high ACA players at non-B teams. Bear in mind, none of these leagues are playable. These are just view-only leagues. But, yeah. We only switched the leagues to view-only, and all of the good players came in the third and fourth tiers, realistically, for the most part. It wasn't the second and first tier teams that even caused the problem. It was the lower divisions because of the under-19 leagues. Spanish Scourge essentially is just... do we have a command for this? Basically, turning on Spain in any form basically causes it to flood the database with incredibly high PA players at really, really small sides, and it completely unbalances things, basically. Yeah, I've tried Youth Academy stuff. It is hard, man. Managing with Beaconsfield was very fun, though, I must admit. I wouldn't mind revisiting that at some point, but, you know, I've got to stop thinking of new ideas before I complete the things I'm already doing at this stage. The wingbacks have definitely not been quite on it today. Just Spain. No, it can basically... Spain is just an example because it's the worst example of it. So we had it with Italy as well, to a lesser extent. Germany and France barely. But it will, in theory, happen with anybody. I did a little test where I tried it with Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, and it still does it. Adrian's getting the table. I have to make a couple of changes soon. Paolo Enrique's had a good game here. And a lot of the ratings have been okay. Just... Well, actually, no, they haven't. What am I talking about? Right, come on, please. He's just going to shoot, isn't he? Yeah. Legacy of a coach who is known for youth development. I guess, but I suppose what would be the thing you're doing specifically in the save, right? Because if it's youth only, you're going to have... If you're doing youth only and journeyman, that feels like it would take an extremely long period of time because both of those things are quite time consuming, I guess. Yeah, so it's only if you turn them on during a save. If you have them at the start, then you're absolutely fine. No problems. It's only if you turn them on in the middle of a save that seems to cause it. Sorry, what did you turn the nations onto that worked? When you say worked, like, it doesn't work in the sense that we get, I think we've not found an outcome that does what we want, so it doesn't work, I suppose. But it's literally just turning them on in any form is what triggers it. And there isn't a way to stop it. Made the most PA players. Oh, you just turn them on. That's it. In any form. It literally doesn't matter how you do it. As long as they're on middle of a save, it doesn't matter how you do it. Just playable, view only, anything really. But it is annoying of a situation because we now have to keep avoiding certain things as a result of it. Which sucks. Let's see. Oh, the Stockports. Was that the Bruno Bridges one? It was, wasn't it, right? Okay. It's just one of those things that I seem... But if you've only turned on Spain or whoever from the very beginning of a save, you're absolutely fine. You will have no problems. It's only when you turn on leagues mid-save, essentially, in any form. So if you're doing a journeyman save, maybe start with loads turned on and then turn them off rather than the other way around. Yeah, but it's like way more OP. The thing is, though, in previous FMs, it only worked when you turned the league on itself. But this is causing players to gen in leagues that we still don't have switched on that are below the leagues we do switch on. That's the problem. So we had it be massively overpowered in 24 as well, like with Tenerife and that. But that was when we turned on the third and fourth tier to playable. This, they're not on at all. It's the leagues above them. And it sort of has this weird trickle-down effect because of Spain being strange. We've been really kind of weird in this game. Maybe Herrera? Mix up some of the midfielders a little bit. Oh, actually, who do I want to bring here? Jens, maybe? Fila, of course. Wait, is Fila on the bench or is he injured again? Gomez. I was going to bring me on then. That would have been a heinous decision to make. Maybe Adrian? Coffee's been okay. I'm going to give Naeem a little run out because we've got no choice at this stage, right? Got to do something. Turn them back on that. I haven't tested Dazza, honestly. I suspect he would likely... maybe not. Maybe it's like sets a bed or something that stops you from doing it. B team part of it probably is for sure having an effect. As Paolo Enrique brings us back into the game, baby. Love to see it. Pure academy focus with the main aim being to try and win a title in each team we coach. I get the feeling that that would, with regards to 2 different continents and journeyman elements, be an absolutely incredibly difficult and long-term task. Spain won't do the same heroics. The likelihood reason is that... well, actually, the simple question we can solve this. Was Spain switched on from the start of the save? Because if it was, that's the reason. And then you'll be safe from it, essentially. That's the crucial part. If you turn out the start, you're fine. And you won't have to worry about it. Yeah, 24 does behave quite differently. We actually are quite unlucky in this game. The 2 goals they've scored are the same goal, though. So it's good to see how you're conceding too, because if you can learn how you're conceding, you can learn how to prevent it. Probably should have scored more ourselves, though. Herrera into the box. Go on. Equaliser now, and it's all good. Maybe. It was. Then you should be absolutely fine, and you'll have no issues with it as well. Yeah, Diakite... Yeah, he's put up another 6.3. Could do it. Oh, my... And I think it's about to get worse. Yeah. I don't think I expect him to save those ones. It's a good finish from Ben Brahim, but you can certainly see that the pushing up there is definitely a massive hole in this strategy. When we lose the ball in certain areas of the pitch, like Jens does there, it does open up enormous gaps for them to run through because we're basically holding the line on a halfway line. Do you have them on playable? Well, I think it actually works on playable as well as view only, because when I tested it with the French Farah save, I switched them to playable, and that did it, and we have them on view only here. I think we might have got ahead of time with our recipe slightly. Like, we've accidentally thrown some ingredients into a mixing bowl, and a cake came out really well, but we've tried to cook that same cake for a new group of people, and it's come out tasting like poo. So, yeah. There might definitely need to be a few tweaks to the defensive setup of things, perhaps, for sure. But weirdly, creatively today, we've still been okay. I think the difference in this game is that we haven't taken our chances as well. And it's... Oh my god, I thought he was going to let that roll in. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's definitely... It'd be fun, or just I think that... But anything that involves youth intake only saves is going to be a time-consuming task because you're sort of at the behest of the game's RNG, essentially, right? Yeah, Jesse, I think you might be right there, yeah? Like, we were actually arguably better creatively and had more shots in this game and just conceded 3 shots off of... God, Diakita's had an awful game. He wasn't helped out by the defenders in this one, though, so I think... It doesn't help that that's another loss to Cracovia in the same season. The board might start to get on my back a little bit about this. The high line... Trigger press, I think, is fine. I think it's the high line that's causing the problem. Because to me, the trigger press is usually the front line. That I'm okay with, but I think that the line is too high or they're stepping up too much. Probably a bit of both, really. But we can work with that. That's fine. Let's try... Basically, if it's going to do the thing you want it to do, it will be hundreds of them, not a couple of them. But I wouldn't put it this way. It doesn't make a save better, that's for sure. What it really kind of succeeds in doing is unbalancing things quite considerably. If I could click my fingers and have that removed from the game instantly from this save, I would happily do that. But we just have to now, in this one, at least be aware of it and avoid moving into it in the future. And I've slowly been shifting guys who... meet that requirements, I suppose, right? Right, so what I was going to do is go to the out of possession team instructions, and that's not team there we go. Counter press. Oh, what if the counter press is part of it too? Maybe regroup. Trigger press I'm fine with. Line of engagement I might drop back one, and then... No, wait. No, I'm okay with the high press. I just want the defensive line a bit sooner, and I want this to be drop off more maybe for a little bit. I'm okay. I want to make these changes first because ultimately we still scored 6 goals in that first game with it. So I'm happy with the attacking output bit a little bit, but I think that what happened in that game was we got caught out too much defensively, and that might have been what's cooking us. I want to just try those defensive instructions on it for a game and then try and work on changing it around. Exactly, Basil. Those Spanish players are making the cost of food more. It's true. Pint of milk's gone up because of all them. Adan Katala is the reason milk costs more. You heard it here first. Oh, and fantasy. Shit, yeah, you're right. My apologies. I don't imagine there's going to be a lot of points handed out for this game, but you never know. Fiona! Just as well none of you had Diakite in goal, right? That could have been a problem. Wait, do we get a man of the match award in this game? No, we didn't. And no clean sheet either. Right, let's have a little look here. Fleas Master, great name. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, my friend. Hope you're having a fabulous afternoon. It's just about afternoon now. I can get away with it, you see. Right, we'll get that in there. Way! Do you know what, chat? We were just about to do some points adding up. Wouldn't you know? Now it's the man, the myth, the creator of this wonderful tool. Let me just put that screenshot in there. Love to see it.
Do not hate me. I am familiar with
Get
over
some stats coming in.
600 dance moves, and I am programmed.
It's always good putting in stats for a game that you've just lost 3-1 to your biggest rivals. I can't wait for the 3 points that someone's going to get out of this. Danny Yankee, thank you very much for the follow, and thank you for the raid, Clays. How was stream? How's things going with the 3 counties? Actually, a bit more points. Wait. Yen's actually got 6 points in that game, incredibly. Like, surprisingly, Yen's actually got 6 points. No man of the match awards. Nothing else. Just Paolo Enrique obviously gets the goal too. Nice. Right, apply the points. Get him in.
You see this?
Dylan, thank you for the follow as well, my friend.
I
hope you had a hope you had, I'm assuming you were ready from Clates. Had a lovely time with Mr. Clates. Right, let's get back to the league table. See, that doesn't change a great deal at the top, I wouldn't have thought. No. God, that's such a huge lead he's got already. Well, if it's happening, you know things are happening. We've been raided, Master Trams, is what's happened. Right, let's get off of that and get back into this. It has. It's just, he won't say, Smoochy, Smoochy, join the cult. Are you happy now? Is that better? Is that what you were waiting for? To be fair, peer pressure does work. Let it be a lesson to you, chat. When someone offers you drugs, don't take them. I can't believe I was going down that ladder there for a second. There it is. I didn't realise it was a magic word. What have I now unlocked? Is this like a Pandora's box of verbal stims? Maybe it says clolt. Clolt! In that case, it probably doesn't count. Oh, they... Screw it, I'll have him. Why not? How much did I just pay for him? £4.1 million? That's true. And like they say, kids don't do drugs, become a pop star, and they give you them for free. The great Bill Nye once said this. And you can trust him, right? Yeah, we'll have him. Not squad player, though. That's mad. Oh. How about... Oh, he's locked it in. Right. Cheers, you, hey. Impact sub? Wait, he accepted it? I don't think I've ever seen a player agree to become an Impact sub. Sure, why not? Scrub that time over the first... Oh, God. That's a lot of money, actually. But we can afford it. I don't think he has caps yet, though, right? Maybe? It is, I suppose, an upgrade on Breakthrough Prospect. And I guess he's not going to want to play that much. He's not going to let me do the extra contract clause, is he? No. In fact, he's going to be an absolute little annoying little rat about it. I might have to give him a relegation release clause of 15 million. He might not be very good. Is this a trap? Do you know what? Get rid of those. Okay, listen. Right. This is getting silly now. No. 12 grand. It's not even that much. Fine. Whatever. B teams making opportunities to produce better players. The B teams and under 19 leagues are definitely part of the reason for it, yeah. But unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about it, really. Other than avoid them and obviously stay clear of turning it on mid-save is pretty much all you can do. I'll just accept the loan back for the time being. Our other Japanese boy does seem better, and we got him cheaper, which really... Do I need both of them? Hello? Under 19 league, we just kind of... Oh, that was very fortunate. But that's probably a good sign that maybe the defense was slightly better in that game. We gave up more chances, though. And we're bad, too. We might even get relegated. I think the goalie just had an absolute... Maybe I should put this guy in goal in future. Ah, see, they kind of... Wow, look at that. Absolutely dominated the first part of the game. I wonder if the substitutions were the key, because we have no depth in our under-19 squad. So maybe that's what caused that. That certainly looked a bit more promising. It's one of those things I do like paying attention to when making any kind of huge tactical swings, is looking at and seeing what the under-19 and B teams are doing in their league games. Oh my Jesus Christ! What the...
This covers your fantasy subscription.
Holy shit, Waterford Wizard. Thank you for the 4,500 bits. That is mad. That is very, very unnecessarily nice of you, my friend. But I really do appreciate it. That is very, very kind. And yeah, you're right. That will just cover our fantasy subscription. That's very, very nice of you, man. May cause some problem. I don't know for sure. All I know is that it does it in every... The thing is, it does it in every league. So it isn't just a question of B teams. It's just worse because of them in Spain. We think. There's probably other reasons too, because of the high youth rate they have too. But it does it in Sweden as well, and Norway and Denmark. So he's paid for the cult. Did they put Janosch out wide? I suppose he has a little bit of speed about his game, right? At some point I might get Janosch out of there. But for now... Wait, have we got a game this weekend, or is it a friendly? Spain has a very high youth rating as well, which probably doesn't help. If you look at the numbers, like Germany and Italy produce them as well, to a slightly lesser extent, essentially. Oh yeah, Brazil. I dread to think what would happen if you did it with Brazil. I kind of want to test that at some point, just to see how bad it would be. Thankfully, it seems like in this save, from the numbers Hadrian ran for me, it's actually not as bad as it was in the test that I ran, because the Ferencváros test I did was especially bad. It was probably an FA, like a Polish Cup weekend, which we've actually just missed a week. I should have put a friendly in there now I think about it. There was over 800 in the test that I did. So it wasn't quite as bad here. But I wonder if it's because in the test I did, I had them set to playable. Formation. So basically the formation we're using at the moment is an experiment. Normally we play this. As in, this in possession. What the hell? And that out of possession. Wait, is that what we play? Yes, it is. I got confused for a second there. But we were just experimenting with something that will, in theory, the idea is we want to make a system where our advanced wingbacks cut inside, go inside the wide midfielders, and essentially play off of a false nine striker to see if we can make our advanced wingbacks basically the most attackingly fluid players of all time, with overlapping centre-backs as well. That's what we're currently experimenting with. It's been hit and miss so far, but that's where we're heading towards. So I wouldn't take that one too seriously at the moment, at least. Yeah, it's Tuesday now. If I put a friendly in now, I'm just more likely to get an injury, I think. But yeah, I should have put one at the weekend. I assume this is because that's when the Cup semi-finals would have been. But 100 it was true. And there's probably a few that, like, didn't have Spanish partial nationality at all. For the other ones to load, like, it's... Okay, I feel like I'm not explaining myself. Again, just the leagues. I've loaded the leagues themselves. Like, Spain, Germany, Italy, and France. That is what is loaded currently, and that is what causes it. Whether it's view only or playable, that is what is loaded, unfortunately. I'm not sure what more I could explain about it, unfortunately, without sort of retreading the same ground over and over. So forgive me if I'm missing something, I suppose. But that is the current situation, basically. I'm good, big boy. How are you, my friend? Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday afternoon. That curtain's getting a lot of use. I might just get rid of the curtain entirely and go full on Windows open streaming in future. Good at passing as wingbacks, though. Well, I mean, they are good at passing, but the idea here is to play them as where they're like the focal point of the attack in many ways. So they're driving right there. The idea is that they're going to score some goals for us too, which they kind of did do when we first started moving over to it, in fairness. Not really like wingers. No, essentially, almost like more like inside forwards that have a much deeper starting position, I suppose, is the best way to describe it. What division we went down to? Oh, just literally the top two divisions on view only. That's all we did. And that was just for context more than anything else. Hey, that's... Wait. That is good. I thought it was going to say, because he's got interest from elsewhere. And they do already have. Bear in mind, these guys already play as wingbacks in our system for the other tactic too, so it isn't a huge change from them. The roles are obviously slightly different. I'm sorry, not the roles. The instructions of the role are very different because it relies on them cutting inside instead. So a B team is out of the cup. Finally. But that does mean a second tier side is into the final. I guess we kind of have to hope that Arca win it at this point. Back-to-back cups for them would be quite surprising, honestly. Yeah, exactly. But usually Hakimi and Nuno Mendes have like strikers around them to put the ball in the net, I guess. But I wanted to see if I could have the striker just essentially act like a pivot play. So he's just basically spreading the ball off to them. And then the midfielders are kind of operating in these wide areas to act as like, almost like bounce pass options for them too. Where they're basically driving most of the attack is the idea. Do you reckon there's been any more European action yet? Because there might have been. There must have been. It's April now. There must have been some Conference League and Europa League games, right? Why am I struggling to find them? Right. I wish just go to the Champions League because it's easier. Right, come on, show me something good. Okay, Arca only lost 1-0 at Brighton. That is not that bad. They could turn that around. Still kind of sucks. Why am I in the playoff round? Oh no, I want results, don't I? Not that one. So it's the Thursday game. It's Pole with the goal. Oh, dearie me. Not a good game for the neutrals there. There's still a chance, though. As for the Conference League... Oh, I don't like this. This is what I was worried about. They drew 0-0 at home to Dinamo Tbilisi. Please don't go out to Dinamo Tbilisi. This is your chance to go deeper. I don't know who they play in the next round, in fairness. Can we actually see? It might already have the draw out for us. For the semis. Yeah, so they're going to fall at the semi-final stage no matter what they do. But I would like them to at least reach the semi-final stage in order to be knocked out by Man United, you know? At least do that for me. Get rid of those guys. Then... Are they all extensive? Not quite. How's that guy? Oh, that was one of the Spanish Scourge type guys. Maybe he was actually just kind of caught up in that a little bit. Probably don't want to scout him any further, actually, now I think about it. Just avoid him if I can. Although it looks like the other one might be somewhere further up. I think it's that guy. Yeah, it is that guy. At least we've got him fully scouted, though. Agent from Midland playing... Only separate goal. Also, what's the situation there? Because this is a presumably championship group, like... Because obviously FC Copenhagen aren't in the championship group this year, are they, if I remember? This guy's intriguing. Dario Gutierrez. Oh. These guys are kind of falling off the bottom of the list now as well, actually. But there's a few more Sabadell dudes in here. Right, you're definitely getting excluded from this list. You're at Espanyol, actually, which is probably okay. That sounds... Wait, no, that's not... That's Mexico. We're fine. Get rid of you as well. So the rest of the users are okay, though. Yeah, it's this... Oh, actually, I think... Yeah, maybe I think I made the right choice by not signing that guy, actually. But this guy here... Okay. Don't hate Dario. Crossing's a little bit naff, but oh well. Fickle personality does suck. But he can tackle. He's got great vision. He's actually not bad. Will be 80 when he arrives, true. I'm just going to shortlist him for the moment, just to be built up a little bit. Oh, as if FM. You are 16, so you wouldn't join us anyway yet, would you? Good pace, though. Oh, he's a fullback with no tackling ability. Yeah, we've seen quite a few injury-prone players lately, weirdly. Like, most of the ones we've looked at lately have been. We've had some fickle guys. I just don't like them that much. I feel like their development is never quite where it... It can sometimes be okay. Oh, don't like the physicals on him are a little bit ass. For a centre-back, at least. The rest of him is really good. God, imagine if he just had some kind of physical ability. And I know he's 17, so he will get a bit better, but if he was 15, I could let him off with that. But he's 5'9" as a centre-back who can't run, has no natural fitness. Yeah, he's professional at least. Yeah, VOD comments are... I've got my reminders to sort all that stuff out. They stay on. We do have a couple of VOD comments as well. Also, VODies, forgive me the fact that the last couple of streams have gone out really late on the YouTube channel. Twitch has just been, or Twitch/YouTube have been processing it like crazy slow to the point where it's, even though I said it to come out at 8 PM the day of the stream, sometimes it's not coming out till like midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning. So I think from now on, I'm just going to download the damn things manually and upload them because I can now, and it would probably just be faster.
And mediocre chatters. I need coffee.
In it, I've had coffee. Thank you very much for the 44 months, man. How are you on this fine day? Have we got... I think we... Ooh, no, I don't think it's been a month. It's probably only been about 2 weeks, I think. Because we're on the 7th of April and the youth intake was on the 17th of March. So we probably didn't put the training on him until maybe a week after that. So that'll probably take a couple of weeks. Right. I really shouldn't be dicking about with this one. I've literally got all those league games to do for the rest of stream. When we've got literally a transfer stream on Tuesday to deal with all of this kind of stuff. It's not like we're doing a Champions League final, unfortunately. Rival wait. It looks like Vidjev Wodra in the middle of a takeover of some form. Because it sounded like there was some... In transfer embargo... Okay. I mean, that's not going to save them from relegation yet. Or at all, in fact. They are absolutely cooked. Whole team... What now? Really? Alright, sure. Whatever. As long as Marta's Brutbeck get back into Europe next year, I'm happy. Arbe is signing for us. Wait. Oh, it fell through, didn't it? Source indicator there were no formal bits. Chairperson Jarrett. He says this, I swear, every single year, around about April, we get this same news article. And we've already had a takeover fall through this year. God, I wish there was a option when it says don't inform me again on those to don't inform me again about the little pop-up on the don't inform me again. Unnecessary extra clicking. The FM26 story. In theory, though, Naeem should be able to start this next game. Well, they just lost. Played okay, though. I think what the issue with this is likely to be that it's too open defensively. But we can work on that side of things. As long as it doesn't, like, cost us on the attacking side. Are we at that part of the season where it all just... I'll just do a quick pick again. Just like, what the fuck's happened there? I don't think I've done anything dodgy. Right, Lucina's to the middle. Mana can stay there, and then the Pud can come in. Naeem is now back in. Is Pukyota Dahl back in this time? Interestingly. And where's Kowalski? There we go. Get you in there too. Oh, I completely forgot about Cassidy, but he's obviously fit again now. So I think we'll be able to play that lineup. Bellingham's still injured. That's okay. 67 million. Jesus. That's a good amount. Oh, he didn't, did he? I'm not sure he did. I think it is the same... Oh, wait. No, I think it is the same roles. It's just sort of glitched out for some reason. Oh, you're right. No, you're right. He did. Yep. Ah, he switched them over. He's moved the players, right? Wait, what's happened here? So Joao Carlos is there. That's the one. That was strange. I didn't realize he could do that. That's really unnecessary as well. There's just no reason for your assistant to be able to do that at all. Like, he should be picking based on the system and not... He probably... Yeah, Muppets is one of the few players that we actually have that could play out wide if we needed him to. God, he's so good. It never gets boring looking at... Man, does it? Ah, Stapelfelt. I remember old Stapelfelt. I'll quickly show you him now. Yeah, I'll start Feeler again. Although he didn't do great in the last game, admittedly. Maybe he was the problem. Oh, we're in capital letters, apparently. Wait, surely he's... Oh, was it one... It was 1F. Yeah. There he is. Still at Freiburg. Jesus. I'm starting to think that Stapelfeld may have actually been a Spanish Scourge player. Yeah, he 100% was, wasn't he? 118 million. Freiburg are quite good at the moment. Jesus Christ, he's become an exceptional footballer. He must have damn high PA. He's earning 100 grand a week. Well, probably close to 100 grand a week there as well. Hello, Chris. Life is good, my friend. Life is genuinely actually really good at the moment. Stop. It's weird. We're like nearly, what, halfway through the game cycle already now, which is mad. Still haven't heard anything about international football, though. A little bit concerning. Players retired. Not easily, no. Genuinely not easily at all. To the point where I'm struggling to find people that have retired so I can check for things like Patreon videos and stuff. It's really annoying. I only found out that Oscar Bob had retired in this save because I was trying to find a player that would have had his shirt changed due to an update of a face pack, and then I couldn't find him at all. Turns out he'd retired at 24. Okay, that will do. Oh, 24. Oh, maybe. Do you know what? Yes, there probably is. Oh, or is there released? I think it might be on the released list. It sometimes says retire. We could try Vincent at goalkeeper. I mean, the fact is Vincent's ratings have not been very good either. He's being asked to do an awful lot. Casser's getting a 98. Did he have a number before? Let's go. I mean, the thing is, Diakite, if Vincent's going to play just as badly as Diakite, I think I'd rather just put Diakite in goal, because the problem is that Diakite and Vincent have the same problem, and that is the reflexes are really low. Oh, shit. Didn't put Vito in the team. He did kind of crap last game anyway, so I probably wouldn't have started him based on that alone. Although, maybe I'll come off the bench and do bits. Let me just pause the logins so that we get a bit of that. There we go. Don't want anyone cheating. No bell. I mean, hey, it's not dead yet, right? All you can do. Played last game, didn't he? I thought that Duru started the first game. Oh, no, you're right. No, he did, yeah. Fila started the first game. Duru started the second one. Good point. Oh, well, we'll switch him back next time. Or he'll come off the bench and do bits. Or, alternatively, Martyr's Brookbet will absolutely tear us apart, and then we have to rethink everything. Do you reckon there's a chance you're going to come back, Andrew, or is this more just a case of making it a little bit less... It's not a sweep, crucially. No, it's not an Ottawa Senators style sweep. I'm really hoping we do just sweep LA, just to give us a bit of time more than anything else to recover when we inevitably have to play the winner of Dallas and Minnesota, and they'll have hopefully been going, like, well, 7 rounds, hopefully, of absolute brutality against each other, in theory. Take care of training schedules. I haven't touched training much on 26 at all, because of the way that it was originally implemented was so... Oh, wow. Oh, nice! Was so clunky and annoying to use that I've actually not found the time to go back into it. I know that it has improved since, but I've still not had a chance to revisit it. Sam has actually given me some, as in Agatha Sam from chat, has given me some training schedules. He basically just recreated Aaron's ones from before, but for the 26 style. And I do need to implement them at some point, but there just needs to be a much smoother system. So frankly, I think you're okay with leaving it to your assistant or whatever. Doing it yourself is likely, if you use the right ones, going to give you more results for sure. But I don't know how much you're really missing out by not doing it. It's more the question of, like, marginal gain, although perhaps substantial gains in times, versus a massive amounts of hassle. It's the weight up between the two things, I guess. I guess so, Bold, but, like, at some point they're going to have to release this mode if it's going to exist. That also then has me concerned that it's just going to be a separate mode that doesn't let you play any international teams that aren't in the World Cup and is a totally separate thing to your save. And I think if that's the case, why bother at that point? Because the whole thing about FM that makes it so good is that it's a sandbox where everything's in the same universe and exists together. And if you start gating things off like that, I think it would kind of lose a lot of the reason that it's fun in the first place, I suppose. Oh, there we go. That same goal has happened twice now. That's an interesting one. And it was both set up from that wide area, albeit this time it was Jens into that position instead of John. But the same kind of goal, basically. I think it's just because of where we were off the corner here that Jens happened to find himself in the same position. He was essentially doing the same thing that John would have been doing, and Duru just pulled into where Monperusta was this time. Two different, slightly different types of goals, though. The juice is not entirely worth the squeeze, for sure, yeah. Same as a local team. I guess it's, with that Saki, it's like, what do you think you'd enjoy more long term? Because I've really, generally speaking, struggled to do saves with my team that I actually support, because I find Premier League saves, when you start Premier League, you've got very little sort of ceiling to grow too much, other than, you know, obviously go to Europe and things like that. But the long-term potential of the save sort of gets drowned a little bit with that, whereas you get more progress when you start with like a local side, if that local side is quite far down, I suppose. John, some nice effort as well. I love where John was sat there. That little spot just off the striker, basically. He wasn't sat out wide where he received the ball. He was literally almost playing as a second striker on that play, and it got into the exact spot we wanted him to be in. How's Naeem looking? 6.6. Oh, God. The press there was lovely. Right, here's John again. Let's see. Time to place it. True. Oh, off the bar. That was a nice effort. We maybe could do with a bit of shoot less often in certain places, because I do wonder if that's causing us to just pot shot from certain areas, and that's maybe why our possession stat is a little bit sus. We don't look as vulnerable over the top in this game. It feels like teams are not able to... There you go. Oh, give it back to Naeem, or slide it into the channel. Yes. Go on, João Carlos. 3-0. Ah, no, that was better. Much more like it. Tripped and grazed my arm over. Oh, Jesus, that sucks. Hope you're okay, man. We were actually just talking about you. It's just Jens doing Jens things, yeah. Do less in England and try different locations. Ultimately, I think people play the game for fun, not to test themselves, right? But, like, there are plenty of ways that you can test yourself while managing in England. I just think that when you're doing it in the Premier League as a base level, then perhaps it's not going to be as challenging. But then again, ultimately, if you're playing the game, if you're having a nice time, you're playing the game correctly. Starting at the 9th tier in England is certainly not an easy challenge by any means. That was much better from us. Look at the defensive side of things. One shot from our opponents, much, much better. I think that little drop off, and Jens has played quite well here. Although admittedly, that's mostly just because he got the assist second phase of the corner. Welcome assets, I guess. Yeah, I remember that is what it is. In a way, if it means they've got more time to polish, then I'm not really opposed to it. Allegia now losing again. What are they doing? They did all this work to pull themselves back up into European spots after being ass for the first half of the year, and now they're throwing it all away. Typical. And with FM, it's like any challenge you do is sort of self-imposed. Excuse me, self-imposed to a certain extent. So you can make it as hard or as easy as you want to, right? What I'm liking about the team generally as well is that nobody seems to have dropped ratings specifically, other than maybe Lucinho, who I think is playing in the centre. So, you could do, Saki, but bear in mind, this tactic we're showing right now, or playing in this game, is not a completed tactic. It's something we've been working on today, and really I'm not particularly confident in what we've actually got yet. Even though we are winning okay in this game, and arguably looking a little bit better, I still think there's maybe ways we can change it. I suppose it is the central centre-back again that's sort of getting a little bit cooked. Naeem is still not really having the effect that I would expect out of him, I suppose. Main one. Yeah. I mean, you could download it if that would help. It's in the main tactics pack under ! Tactics. Screen allows you to do specific training like passing. One sec. If you remind me after the match, Watford Wizard, I can show you the screen where that should be. Unless you mean, like, for the team. Do you mean individual players or the team training itself? That's a good save, I think. Either that or hit the post. I forget. Showing no signs of moving. Oh, mate. Baby's due today. I think you've got everything prepared. You're just ready to go to the hospital. The bags are packed. And now the waiting moment has happened. I know there are some things that are supposed to induce level, right? Wasn't it like strong, spicy food or something? Individual oh no, that's actually better then, because that makes more sense. If it's individual training, I definitely know where that is. Oh, Montperouse. That was nice. I think shoot less often, particularly on the wing-back guys, because they'll get into some shootable positions. Also, the one you're looking for, Saki, in that pack is called the Meat Grinder. That's our latest, the one we actually generally play that got us to, well, it got to a Champions League final last season, and there's a couple of other tactics in there. The thing is, we're only 2-0 up, and the problem is, if we bring on loads of younger players, we sort of lose the ability to know if the tactic's working or not, because they're not going to be playing that well anyway, and it's like, you can either develop a tactic or blood young players, and doing both at the same time means that you're going to get really bad information. But if we do a little bit of both, with like some good players on as well, it's just tough to know where to put him, I guess. This has definitely been a better performance. The latest update, though. What, the skin? Oh, has it moved? I don't know, then. I think I'm still using whatever the one that came out with the bigger patch recently. That's the version of the skin that I've currently got on. I mean, it's how we came up with the tactic, I suppose. Let's go with... Could he play here? Yeah, I think he could, actually, couldn't he? After all, I'm going to just bring on Coffee out of interest to see if he does any better in the second half here. Lucinho is still not looking amazing. I'm going to get Feeder on too, because he's just fun. And maybe Molsk. Fuck it, why not? They're only going to get better if you play them, but that might be a thing for next season. Wait, where is Molsky? Oh, he's there. Okay, good. Thought he was on the bench for a moment there. The rest is... Oh, forgot Abramovich is there, but Hyotadal's done okay. And so is Paulo Enrique. I might just leave it at that. Keep the full sub in case we get an injury. Which we probably will. Which could probably... You just come back to chat half an hour later. I've been punched in the face by my wife, don't ask. Kowalski and Lens. Why? I mean, Kowalski's not going to be playing as a DM. Like, naturally. He's more of a creative player. Oh, I suppose, actually, yeah, you're right. If he's going to be... Yeah, no, that makes more sense, actually. Ultimately, he can play both roles, and long-term, he'll probably play the Jens role in the other tactic, which is more like this role, I guess. When? Today. Why? Because we felt like it. Because fun. Because building tactics is fun, and I had a silly idea that I wanted to see if we could implement in a way. that was actually going to be workable, basically. And the answer so far is unsure. We really have tailed off a little bit there. The vibes, we had 8 league games and no European football, so my logic was this is the perfect time to do random tactical incubator tests, because even if we didn't use this tactic going forward, because I think there is definitely going to be some holes in it, it might give us little tweak ideas that we could implement into the main tactic too, to make that even more interesting at the same time. Oh, go on, Yenzi. Right, John's in a lovely spot there. I like that for him. Yeah, the defensive side, that little tweak I made defensively has 100% worked. Oh, what a pass! Oh, that was nice. That was lovely. The fact that Kusialpud didn't shoot there is mad. Jens would have 100% shot in that. Oh, please don't tell me he's offside. Nope. Come on. That was really nice. The fact that he looks for the little ball in behind it. Look at that. That was such a lovely pass. I don't think I've seen a goal scored like that in 26. They always shoot from that position. Might be the play. I mean, yeah. I mean, weirdly, he did it by himself, but we'll probably stick that on them because we don't want them shooting. That was a lovely move. Oh, one more? Go on. Oh, well, yeah, I suppose it's because of the exercise element of things, right? That might work. Just make sure you're near. Oh, that's going to be a pen. Molski's won a penno for us. 4-0 will look a little bit flattering on us, perhaps. The desire to start a new save rises too fast. I think it's more from... There is an element of like, that'd be fun for content, but also I just really do like trying out tactical ideas and stuff, and because we had a nice length of just league games to play, it's the best time to try stuff like this. Yeah, Kowalski's hair, if you missed it earlier, he is a full-on, like, mid-back ponytail, basically. Michael Feeler from the spot. Oh, that's a... Oh! Brookbet, take note. That's how you score penalties. Yeah, Molski getting good ratings. Kowalski's... I'm not expecting anything out of Kowalski yet, because he's in that phase where he's so young that I think he's going to need basically 10, 15 league games before the game just decides he's willing to get ratings. The same thing happened with Molski before, and now Molski's starting to actually get that, which is exciting. Coffee made a great run for that goal. That was much better. Defensively, way more stable, and these are a better team as well than Cracovia by massive amounts. More possession, more shot volume. I reckon a little bit of shoot less often on a couple of players will drop the shot volume down slightly because they won't be taking as many pot shots. Okay. Don't hate a bit of that. That was much more like it. Okay. We're back to chefing again. Maybe we can only play the game at home, because we lost the away game, but we have scored 10 in the first 2 home games we tried with it. So maybe it's a home tactic, perhaps, when you need to batter someone in Europe. All right, now I need to do the points from the fantasy as well, which there should be a decent amount of them this time. Hopefully not too many. Annoyingly, you've got Molski down at the bottom, who I believe is still pickable, so I'll have to just sweep that around in a minute. I'll have to add him some manual points in a moment. Right. Let's get that in. Copy image. Into fantasy. Unlock it. Where do I do that? Controls. It's there. And good. Right, cool. Yeah, and a clean sheet bonus. Obviously, man of the match bonus as well. Which is Chrissy up on... Yeah, but you get the assist and the clean sheet, which probably help with that. Yeah, Molski's the only one I need to add anything for in the end there. So yeah, he'll get man of the match and the clean sheet bonus. It's going to be a good amount of points coming down the pipeline, I suspect. Clean sheet on. There we go. Man of the match bonus on. Oh, dearie me. Someone's getting a lot of points for him. Holy shit. 14 points for Kwasi in that game alone. Nobody else quite broke that many points, but lots of clean sheet points being handed out by the boys, and we'll take that. Right, there's your points. I'll add some for Molski as well, in case no one did have him, because I'm sure somebody did. Who wouldn't want him, right? Where's my manual points going? There it is. Molski will take... he got an assist, didn't he? Molski got an assist, and the ratings never seems to work for me, so I'll just have to add an extra point for the ratings bump that he got as well. There we go. Right, much more like it. Does that change things up? Oh my god, just 1-2FM is absolutely flying away with the leaderboard right now. Miles clear. Incredible. Didn't Molski assist the... Oh, that was Kwasi, wasn't it? You're right, Molski didn't get the assist. I'll take the points away from Molski's assist. My apologies. Don't know what. I think I saw in chat someone say that he had an assist, and I was like, but it was a fake assist, wasn't it? I can take that back. All the Molsky enjoyers like, no! Right, so it's down to... It was 5 points he got for the assist as well, I think. There you go. Back down to 7 it is. Where's the leaderboard? That is the fantasy points leaderboard for the fantasy points for today's stream so far. Yeah, Anwar's got all the assists. Right, bit of that. Cool. Nice. And you can get involved in fantasy at any time. Just !fantasy in chat and you can get yourself involved for the next game. I.e. the next game today as well. And future streams, of course. Hello, Pog. You okay? Yes?
Yeah.
Lovely.
Look at my leg.
What have you done to your leg? Ah. Have you been, like, pulling out thorns and stuff? Because it sure looks like it. How'd you get there? I just don't want, like, 7 people tying for 3rd place. Luckily, with all the transfers this time around, there's going to be less chance of that as well. So, the little tweaky tweaks. Montparouse. No, I think I'll just do a load of shoot less oftens on loads of them. Why can't I click them? There we go. So he's already on shoot less often. 1 sec, Pog, sorry. That's on shoot less often as well. Yen's pretty default on shoot less often. Basically, I pretty much only want the striker shooting his normal amount. Because if everyone else shoots less often, they'll just wait for a better chance to shoot. And in theory, stop twatting it from range all the time. And I'll have the 2 overlapping centre-backs also not shoot as much. I don't know how much they were shooting, to be fair. Please, FM, let me click them. There we go. That's so, like, temperamental, that screen. I'll have a bit of that. Bit of that. And... Nice. Right, that'll do. That's our next little tweak, but I still want to figure out something with these two, but I'm not quite sure what it is yet, but I want to see what that looks like in the next game. Pog, I mean this in a nice way. The hair on your head looks like angry eyebrows.
Yeah.
Garden's looking lovely, Pogs.
Yeah, I've done that corner a bit.
Sans assist. Ah, I thought it was someone mentioned the word like fake assist, and my brain just went, ooh. I can see why he'd think that right now, but now is not the time for it. You want to make him suffer? I think there is a way we can get that out, because ultimately every tactic, I feel like if there is a hole in it, you can improve it, and I'd like that to be the thing that we try next. But now what they're kicking all about. There we go. That Thursday is really important too, because that will decide what's happening as far as you. Oh, I didn't look up Ragnarok. Although, actually, as it happens, could not be a more perfect moment to show you. Unfortunately, you are still here. What's happened is a couple of times you've had interest and there's been a wanted symbol, and then it's just not happened. Sometimes I find, though, in May, we do seem to get a spate of bids for some of the Patreon players that we have on loans, or trial rather. So I'm hoping that that will happen. If not, after stream, I'll sign all these guys up, because I can't bear the thought of losing any more of them, and they'll have to go to the loan farm for a little bit. Now, as for what Wolfwood Wizard was saying about players and training, as far as I know, it's just in here, right? Then you can do individual training here. But maybe there's a different menu that I'm not thinking about. God, he's good as well, isn't he? What's his passing like? Yeah. The finishing is still only 7, unfortunately, on him. It's never really gone up that much, despite my attempts to try to improve his finishing ability. In fact, how much has it gone up? God, if only there was an option that just turned all of these off, so you could just look at one individually. Maybe there is. Like a clear option or something. But no, you've got to tick each one. Right, finishing. Has it ever gone up that much? A little bit. But that's over a very long period. That's over 7 years. I think I started him about here. Unfortunately, we don't know what year that actually is, because the numbers don't really seem to relate to anything useful. Either way, he's maybe got up 2 points, which is better than nothing, but it's not a huge gain. That's you don't have that screen at all. Huh. So if you go to training and then individual training, what shows up? Because presumably the screen can't just disappear entirely, right? Not that I've seen. Maybe it's just the skin, but that would be weird if it's... I don't think the skin can hide an entire screen from the game, surely. Not to my knowledge, at least. That was the league game. I'll get these guys back on trial. Oh, God. 2 more. Ah. He just really doesn't want to play anymore, does he? He's not about that life. Yeah, there's several different ways you can get to it. I mean, that's the way I tend to get to it, is through the player's profile screen. Because usually if I'm interested in a player's training, it's because I'm usually on the player's profile to begin with. And it's just easier to go to it from there a lot of the time, at least. Jalushka. I think he might be one of the few that are left that have yet to be replaced. This guy here, Łukasz Saluszka. He's mid as all hell. He's just waiting for me to at some point appoint someone new, and then he'll immediately be swept away. Maybe this summer will be a good opportunity to do like a coach refresh for our first team at least. The second team kind of does its own thing as being a home for all of the random managers and stuff from other leagues. But in the summer, we maybe should actually strengthen our coaching team in the first team squad, because it can definitely do with it. And a bit of Greek knowledge too, which we've probably got some spare scouting slots actually. I might not have even filled those. It's club, isn't it? Because they're constantly changing our recruitment team size. So yeah, I've actually got some more scout up here, so we can sort that out next stream as well. Oh, and it was Redondo. That was the other player that was at Legia that I forgot about. It was Ander Redondo, who's not really playing much for Legia, which is surprising considering how good he is, but sure. He's now eligible for Poland. I really hope he declares. I don't think he'd get in the team right now behind like Kortavos and people like that, but still. Then up there we're using different skins. Bear in mind, I'm using the original setup as well. So if I've got it, you should have it too. So just to clarify though, if you go into squad training, individual training, what happens? Because that surely that would show up there, right? I don't know how it couldn't do. Have you got a screenshot maybe? I'm just curious now. Maybe we can figure it out. Kortavos better. He's probably not, but he is established, I suppose. Maybe he is actually. I haven't looked at his profile in ages. Oh my god, yes. He's a really well-rounded striker, actually, now I think about it. I think the benefit with him is that he has German youth rating, so that's largely probably responsible for him being better than that. Lucidio showing progress. Good news. Trials are finished. I'll get some new ones of those in a moment. Oh, Monterrey. They'll love the car week there. Let's do that. Get you guys back in on trial again. Okay, none of them chose to retire. Oh, see, there's now a wanted sign on James Whittaker. Then sign him, please, lads. Stop me from having to do this. Particularly as we've lost 3 more this year and it sucks. Did I get to staff? Maybe. It could do. I suppose, yeah, because on certain saves I do have it delegated to staff but I'm never going in to look at it because it is delegated, so I'd have to check that actually. I don't want to delegate it just in case they change something, but that might be the reason. But I suspect the Wolford Wizard hasn't got it delegated because otherwise it feels like the sort of thing that should always be accessible. Oh my god. So bear in mind, if we'd have beaten Napoli, which we should have done, we'd have played Real Madrid in the next round, and they've just beaten Napoli 9-1. How did we lose to this Napoli team? Also, Arsenal just came from massively from behind against Porto in extra time as well. And a guy called Andrew plays for them. Suspicious. No technical. Oh, did you not? Oh, surely you didn't. Imagine if you did. Or they had like a contract clause in there. If we see this say anything other than 34. No, you're good. You're good. It is still 79 days until you are free. At 27 years old, you will be free of them. Hamburger. Spelled that a bit wrong there. No, got them in the end. Right clicking. As far as I know, right clicking is. I mean, maybe it does, but for me, I use something like Iazzo or some kind of screenshotting tool. I think Windows does have one, but I don't actually know what the. I don't know what the commands are for it. But as far as I know, right clicking has never been able to do that. I use Iazzo personally. It just makes it easier for streams and stuff. Ah, this is actually your first season at Vicista. After it's because Style got relegated. So no, you did a full season outside the. Had a great year down in the 3rd tier, but now up in the 2nd tier with Wisła Kraków, it's not going quite as actually. No actual goal contributions, but where are they in the league? Actually, they're in the playoff spot, to be fair, and you're part of that, and that's the crucial part. Right, Thursday's the game we want to care about, isn't it? That's the other thing. Like the Windows thing is fine for actually grabbing it, but as you say, you need to be able to actually do something with the file that you then get on the other end of it. That's why things like Iazzo. That's why I tend to prefer Iazzo over most things, because it just puts it straight into a Firefox window for me. And then you can just send it places wherever it needs to go. Oh god, not again. Vasquez is now eligible. Oh, see, a lot of those Scourge players, even the ones that went out on loan years ago, they're now starting to decide. Well, to be fair, he hasn't declared for Poland. He's just now able to do so should he want to, I guess. We still only have an 11-point lead. Another 339 of them there. There's a couple of the Patreon regions. As a little older, so Las Palmas dude. He's definitely not one of those guys, but I still think he's kind of cool. Oh, fuck's sake. He's probably not great. Trim off the bottom of the list. I realized I wasn't trimming the bottom of the list before as well. Probably not helping. Oh my god. I say it every time, but it just baffles me that they've not fixed that. Considering it's like a base skin issue. I think for the time being, I'll just send everyone around in this report again. That way we can keep an eye on them for later. Deal with that on Tuesday when we're actually doing transfers properly. Because we have managed to do a couple of them before. Because there's still technically 5 games left. Which means we may not end up playing all of them. But we want to make sure we at least know what European situation is happening with the other clubs. Although I have a horrible feeling we're probably going to lose all of them. In fact, I have a horrible feeling we may have lost all of them. Did he FORP? Wow. Name of this song. I think it says, don't you, in brackets, forget about me. That's what I'm being told in my ear by Spotify. Halty me? Absolutely not. The release clause is very high. It was, what was it, £21 million, which is always going to weight them down quite poorly. No, John! You were the saviour. Yeah, Europa check now, because this is the crucial part. Actually, we'll just do the last little look up in chat here, and then I'll do the Patreon check. Sorry, then I'll do the Europa League check, because there's a chance that they could have both dropped here. I really hope not, but they may have done. Yeah, you're just kind of chilling. One of these days, I'd really like it if these guys could get promoted, but I don't know if they're even in a division that can be promoted into one of our ones. They may be even lower down than that. But maybe a cup game or two, right? They must be playing in the cup at some point. Oh, are they really just that far down? They don't even get cup games. Jesus. I guess it picks from like a certain pool or something. And they are sadly not in that pool. Cool name though. And, well, the badges. I would say the name of the club does kind of suit the name of the player quite nicely, in fairness. And 200 appearances in total now, as of, well, most recently. Can't go wrong there. You're still in with a chance of winning the most appearances award. Jules Brandt. Oh no, sorry, T on the end. Am I spelling that correctly? Not C. I mean, there's Julian Brandt. Maybe you meant him as well, actually, in fairness, but who's actually retiring as an assistant manager. Cool. Just cleaning the database. Yeah, he's our fun points, because I don't know if that actually was what you were looking for, in fairness. Right, Europa League. First. Oh, Brand. Sorry. This lady here. When you said first lady, I was like, wow, royalty in the house. Okay, Christ. Yeah, her attributes are absurd. She's been around a little bit, actually, it seems. To some very solid sides, actually. Wolfsburg, Olympic Lyon, and then a free trial. Good God. The rating she's clopping up here. It's rare that you go on a player's profile and you see like above 8s as an average rating, particularly over 20 matches, 11 goals and 5 assists. Somehow her rating dropped off the following year despite scoring even more goals and assists. Just wasn't doing it for the team. Although, actually, more man of the match awards. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, she gets more person of the match awards in this one. Injuries. I mean, she's played a lot of games, although actually there looks like there was perhaps some injury issues. Let's see. Wait, I forget where you see injuries. It's in here somewhere. Oh, that. No, wait. Eligibility plans, favour personnel. Is it just on the main profile? Injury risk. It's definitely around here somewhere. Oh, injury history. There we go. It's... There have been a fair few. But nothing like major. A couple of like 2 months here, well... That hip injury and double hernia came quite close together, which probably didn't help. Yeah, I was going to say, for a player in the women's game in this, that's actually, if anything, she's the most injury-free woman of the entire save, some might even say. Yes, I would suggest you do so, Mushroom Man. Enjoy the rest of your day, and congratulations and good health to the inevitable birth of your child soon. Hopefully soon, and on time. Right, Europa check, Matt. Fuck me. To the Europa League before I think of anything else that's going to distract me. Hello, Gooseberry. How's it going, friend? We're about to check to see if we've got any Polish teams left in Europe. We do not. Well, we don't in this one. But did they at least go down swinging with a draw or something for extra coefficient points? My guess is probably not. Oh, they did! Oh, think Brighton were just slightly better than them over 2 legs. So they do go out at the quarterfinals of the Europa League because they happen to run into the English side. But they fought hard, only conceded once over 2 legs, and they took a little bit of extra coefficient points. The real quiz, though, is do we have Motor in the next round, or is Dino to Beastly about to... Yes! Right, Motor Lublin through to the Conference League semis. They're playing Man United. If they somehow beat Man United, they're in a final, baby. Let's go. Unfortunately, they're playing Man United. They did, however, take a draw at Old Trafford in the group stage. So this is not over yet. When are the games? 27th of April. Right, let's get the hammer down, baby. Yes, we were knocked out. We lost 5-0 to Napoli on aggregate in a game, in a tie in which we had like 4 extra. We had 21 shots on target over 2 legs and lost the tie 5-0. It was truly one of the games of all time. Right, I'm going to do this myself this time rather than trusting my assistant because he's being silly again. And I'm content to... I'm safe with the knowledge now of what I want to do with this to the point where... Oh, shit, he's injured too. Right, Damashevich it is. That's not ideal. You have to dial in there. Oh, yeah, we're trying out the shooter less often approach for this one, aren't we? Right, let's start Feeler instead of Duru for this game. Oh, not in there. Put you in there. And then who have I just taken out accidentally? Was it Joao Carlos? I'm assuming it was. There we go. There's no reason not to watch it. We're not going to learn a lot tactically by doing simulations because we won't be able to see anything. There is a spot on the bench, but I don't know if I can actually fill it. No, we have to leave that blank for the time being. Unless there's already a greyed out guy on the bench. No, there isn't. Right, fantasy as well. Get your fantasy points in unless you need to change anything now, because I'm about to lock it in a minute anyway. Before we get into this one, let's do that. And that'll do. Yeah, it'll be fun. Yeah, it's tough to do any kind of real tactical stuff if you're just simming matches, because all you're sort of seeing there is just random data that the game could be throwing up. Yeah, I think Mr. -1 got taken out. Hopefully next year we won't have to worry about Mr. -1 because we can just, in theory, have our youngsters on the bench. And in a way, it does kind of encourage us to actually do that. The problem before was, not that I didn't want to do that, it's just that we didn't have any players that I felt were worthy of that. But now we have Molski and, of course, Kowalski. I love that their names rhyme too. Both of those guys will get ample game time next year, especially, I mean, Molski at the moment is a better player because he's a year older and has had a year of development with the right training schedules and, of course, the game time he has been exposed to. But I get the feeling that by the end of next season, Kowalski might well have overtaken him in terms of his development if he gets the right amount of football. Okay. So I guess what I'm looking for here is to see us get into good scoring positions. We're definitely going to have less shots in this game, I think, than we have done in the last couple, because we've got a few players that would have probably been taking a few pot shots occasionally, shooting a little bit less. But as long as we keep the... Oh, dear. That was quite a lot of space left open. Jesus, do you want to give him any more room? I like how Naeem stood off of him to an absolutely absurd extent there. Possession's way more back in our favour. Oh, that was probably just early matchness. Yeah, it looks like Leipzig are kind of falling off a little bit too. Although, yeah, we are actually all playing on the same day. Has anyone... I wonder who's used the most transfers so far, actually. Because we've had some quite major injuries that may have required it. Who was the guy that was out for the rest of the season earlier? Was it Alvarez, who's done for like the whole year now? Okay, so that was nice from 9, but I do need to see him getting forward. Here we go. Montparnasse. Oh, that's a good save. Don't know. I liked the positioning of Fila there on that one. You used all of them. I guess that's sort of the thing you've got to weigh up when deciding whether to use them, right? Because there is the sort of... It's kind of like in FPL when you want to make your extra transfer and you have to take a hit of... Is it 3 points in FPL? Part of me wonders if we've actually maybe stymied the team a little too much with these changes to the attacking side of things, where maybe we were just causing absolute chaos at times with all the extra shots, and now maybe we're just stagnating the play a bit too much. Like creating a few, giving the ball away in certain positions, maybe it's actually creating opportunities for us. Oh, that's a lovely pass. Imagine if this is a goal. I don't see a lot of passes like that normally in the other style of play, so it's nice to see that even being a possibility. Feel like, can he turn on it? Oh, little cut inside. That's a penalty as well. It does feel like we win more pens with this strategy as well. I wonder if it's just because we're more expressive and we've got a bit more dribbling on the players, so they're taking defenders on a bit more, getting into positions to win penalties a little bit more frequently. Either way, Montparnasse and Fila are not going to complain, because I think Montparnasse will have this one. He's pretty close to 20 goals this year as well. I think he had 17 or 18. And he's the captain, of course. The keeper almost looked like he was diving in slow motion there. So we do lead, but it is from the penalty spot, and it's not against a great Pogon side, which is a little concerning. You captain Damasiewicz. That's a brave move. To be fair, he does occasionally just pop up with absolute miracle play. Lots more possession today. Actually, the chances are still coming. We're just not hitting the target as much now, weirdly. I know. Didn't have to throw a dog in the river to get this one. What a highlight. Cheers, FM. No one tips to shoot. That's the thing. I mean, we've still created a decent amount, but have we? I mean, we've been sort of getting... No, we're getting above 2. I wonder if the second half will continue that sort of pattern. Nobody's playing badly, but the wingbacks are now 6.6. Neither of them have really offered much, and that is interesting, because that's obviously supposed to be the whole point of this. So that is worth noting, I suppose, that neither of them are really having much of an impact on the game at the moment. It could just be the way that Pogon have set up, and obviously... Naeem's the one that's really interesting to me because he can kind of change games on his own most of the time. And now he's under a 6.5. They both are. This system is a little bit of a weird one that Pogon are playing. Because that's their in-possession system as well. What are they doing out off the ball? I wonder if we've maybe hampered them a little too much. Sacrificing 30 points on removing John. That's extremely bold. That's extremely bold. There goes your top 10 in points, I would have thought. Unless Damasiewicz comes out with an absolute masterclass. Because John's not going to be out for that long. Oh, hello. Feel us through. Oh, my God. What I'm seeing a lot more in this game is balls being fired in to the front line and then kind of going from there. Like a few little chips balls over the top. Feeler's not really cooked today. But chance creation-wise, isn't too bad. I think the biggest difference in this one is it feels like we're having weirdly more shots off target than we were prior. Oddly. So Feeler's going to come out for Duru. Naeem's starting to look a bit better, but Damasiewicz isn't. Not that I have anyone to bring on the bench. Kowalski in for... him, and then we'll swap him and Jens over. Molski for Montparus, because why not? We are winning after all. Maybe Coffee for Naeem, although Naeem has actually started to improve. At least. Could have been Coffee on the left-hand side. That would be a bad idea, wouldn't it? Although what I could do, though, is put Naeem on the left for a little bit. Just to see what he looks like there. Because then he'd be on his other foot. And more perhaps likely to cut inside, even. Because we've done that before. Look at Kowalski with his flowing locks. Huge fan of that. Go on, get him on the ball. Come on, lads. You at least have to give the guy the ball. That's more like... he's actually quite wide here, but he should be cutting back onto his right because that's his more comfortable foot. Now, Jens is in a good spot too. Oh, I love the animation on the goalie there as well. It's still not ideal, though. Is there a 2 o'clock kickoff in the Prem today? I actually don't know what the situation is with football today. I know there's the FA Cup semi-final later, but I actually don't know what the other games there are on today, or is it just a bit light in fixtures because of the FA Cup games? Sander, thank you very much for the follow. I missed that as well. No, really? Oh, is it just the Cup? I guess with there being 4 teams involved, if they're not playing each other in the matches that get rearranged, then that is 4 matches you lose, right? Oh, Hibs and Hearts. That'd be quite a fun one. No! As if. Wait. I was going to do that thing where it won't let me replace the injured player. Oh, no, it was. It will let you do it. Would you like? Yeah, but I still have to do all the recap stuff after stream today, so I'm still going to burn through as much as I can, because otherwise it just eats into the time that I have to prepare for the video for tomorrow. So short turnaround. We still have 3.14 XG in this game. I think actually this might just be a bad example of a game where it took us a penalty to break through. Legia just lost 5-0 at home to Jagiellonia. There's no help in them. But it wasn't a away win this time. Dundee versus themselves, that's tough. Never invoke for that. Right, okay. Creativity, though, was a good sign. Maybe there's just like one player we could unlock and let them have a few more shots, but I'm not sure who it would be out of the guys that we said no to. Maybe Montparus, if anything. Because I think I did sort of... Let me just have a look at who's shooting, or as good as I can. So XG, Montparus had most of that was the penalty though. Enrique had a little bit as well. Knight did get a bit. Feeler had a nice chunk of it too. What about Dura off the bench? Actually none, weirdly, considering he played 25-30 minutes. It's a bit of a surprise. So one side of the midfield pairing are definitely shooting a bit more than the other, but Montperouse, I wouldn't mind maybe getting Montperouse back on. Maybe left wing back. I feel like you might... As if there's another player out for the rest of the season with badly fractured... That's 2 of them now on the injury table with badly fractured ribs. Both of them wing-backs. Is this system just designed to get wing-back injuries specifically of the rib variety? Wait, did Kwesiapa get a wage rise? Maybe he had a clause for games instead. Yes, he did. I mean, it's only £9 a week, to be fair. And he's still got 3 years left. And I think he's also got a... Oh, he doesn't have a clause. Right, I'll have to give him a new contract at some point soon. Although I suspect that that's what I'm about to get a complaint now about John from that exact thing. It feels almost more like a hardcore band in my head, I guess. I can see them playing in a basement or something. Right. Let's just check on European matches and then VOD comments too. Because we do have a couple of bits on there too. More injuries. Kevin Williams is probably badly fractured ribs, let's be honest. Did score a simple... Because those were... But weirdly, I didn't turn those 2 off of... I didn't change their settings. They were already set like that, I think. Right? Or did I? No, I did, you're right. Not to say to shoot more... Actually, yeah. Maybe just turn them back to standard, perhaps. Because, yeah. It's tough, right? The lookup of yourself. Yes, I pretty much did it straight away, in fact. You're still here on trial, unfortunately. I didn't do the fantasy points. My bad. But once again, I'm sorry about that. I do have a habit of forgetting that. So many different things swirling around in my head. But thank you for reminding me. Let's get that sorted while we're here. But basically, if it was your player, then yeah, unfortunately, you're here on trial at the moment again. I'm probably going to sign a load of them up in the summer because I feel like they're going to retire otherwise. The defense looks much better after the little tweaks I made, for sure. It might still be able to be improved in various places, but it's way more stable. We haven't conceded a goal since. And we even conceded in the first game, which is nice. Right, fantasy points. We obviously want, presumably, man of the match as well. Yeah, man of the match and clean sheets. There's some good bonuses coming around for this one, I think. It's one of these games where I suspect we'll get some surprise point scorers. Montperouse gets 9, which is pretty good. So I'll send those points out as well. Right, in you go. That should certainly... change the table around at the top a little bit. It does to an extent. Oh, actually, yeah. Things have got a bit closer now. And a lot of less draws up in there, too. Dazza, who's currently leading the overall table, still looking for some good points here. The gap at the top, though, has been cut dramatically with just 1-2, though, because Burridge is coming, man. Right. Let's go. To Thursday, the day of reckoning, where we actually find out if... I mean, I can't see them beating Man United, especially not in the knockouts. But you never know. Squad unhappy. Wow, that's unusual. I mean, maybe the squad dynamic problem we have that's developed because I have been skipping those meetings is what's perhaps not helped us in the European side of things. But I just wonder because the sheer amount of hassle that it is to deal with that all the time when they're just constantly complaining week after week about the same thing, even when you try to fix it, it's just such a pain in the arse. The overall table, that is the overall table. That's the current table for... oh, you mean the one prior to today? This is the table coming into today's session, if you will. But obviously, points will be handed out based on the F1 scoring system, of course, for the results of today. And I think if Daz does get top 10, that'll be 3 straight top 10s. But there's a lot of room behind for wiggles in there as well. So you never know. Incremental... That's really what it is. I always try to at least prioritize trying to keep it as fun as possible. That's why it always sucks when I have to do Arca into the final. Hey, it's Samuel Corrupt. We were talking about him earlier. How many goals has he got this year? I hope that it doesn't do the summing up there. But he has 13 from 11 starts this year. So he's not even starting for Arca at the moment. Surprisingly. He's a decent player. Oh, yeah, there's so many more things we could do to min-max. But I try to keep things fun and flow as best we can. Which, if anything, is why the loan extension thing is so much more... so much more important now with the size of our loan farm, how it is and that. Now the goalie's injured. Or Diakite might end up having to actually play here, which is a little bit concerning. Ah, right, Friday. Moment of truth. Well, the first moment of truth. Hello, Dennis. How's it going, friend? I hope you're well. Also injured. That is a good point. We have other goalies, I hope. Wait. Oh, 27th. There's a further week. Never mind, I'm an idiot. It's next week. I forgot about that. Gonna watch it. We probably won't have time to do that because there's still the second leg as well. So that'll be quite a lot of extra games to get through. Because what you have to bear in mind is that after I finish streaming, it's not like I just stop and that's it. I still have to do all of the recap stuff for the video that's going to be made tomorrow. And unless I do that after stream, it won't get made, basically. And I have to factor that into my workday, basically. But I want to go today until we know who's in Europe, as in like, until no one's left in Europe, essentially. Even if that does mean if they do somehow get through, we'll just spam through and go to the final. Right, we'll do that. I can't do select all here, can I? Because it's... I also got NEC. Select all. Get those guys around again. There's about 1,000 Julio Cesars, I suspect. One of them's bound to be good eventually, right? Next 10k. Nice, nice. You'll be like this, Basil. I did a 10k yesterday. I was quite pleased with my outcomes in the end. Wait, did he not sign up the recommended players? I thought I already did this. Either way, let me just have a look at the others too. The Maltese goalie is actually 4-star PA, so I don't mind that. Maybe he could do it. We've got Migus as well. Just want to see if any of their other ratings have gone up slightly. Not quite, though, sadly. But we take that. Who's this one? Oh, it's Gornik. That is not an easy game at all. God, there's still 4 more of them. Right, you there as well. Dominic Scout Report. Wait, that's for next week, isn't it? Okay, all the injuries. I'll drop him straight out. We have to, right? Coffee's gone as well. So what was the tweak we made this time? It was the... like a shocker. He needs to come into the bench at this point, right? Diakite is not fit. Bella Baridic is not fit either, which means it's Daniel Hock. This is where it turns out that he was actually the right signing all along, and we end up going with Daniel Hock forever now. He needs to actually get a chance to save a ball, though, in fairness, which is the one thing. Look at the XG table. I'm playing cautious. Finished second in the league on the Europe. Chat, we did it. As if. That's awesome, Dennis. So just remind everybody, what was the situation before then? Because I forget exactly where you were when you had the issues that we sort of worked through. That's incredible, man. What a turnaround. Actually, let's get into the VOD comments first too. We did that. We talked about Spurs. Just for a second, get that out of the way. And that as well. And that. Right, VOD comments. Let's go. So it was down my list somewhere. So we do have a couple today. Obviously, first from Vale. Or Vale. No, not Vale. It's Valley, isn't it? I get the whole Villa Harry Wilson thing. It's the whole Champions League thing. And it's like, if he wants to go sit on the bench in the Champions League, then crack on, right? I just think that, honestly, for Villa, I don't think it's that good of a move for them either. I don't think anyone's going to get the Wilson of this year. Even us, if he was signing for us next year or whatever. And I think this is one of these situations where Purple Patch... I saw some things in the highlights even of Fulham's game yesterday that made me go, yeah, that's what you don't want. Where he starts trying to do everything by himself and he's ignoring his teammates to the point where we could have had more goals in that game if he just looked for the pass instead of trying to do everything. And I suspect that might be an issue. A holy gift for the winner of next month's fantasy league is a great idea as well, actually. That is a very good shout. I don't believe Freiburg does have a tycoon, but I think they've just got loads of German Scourge players, if you like, as well. So there's that. Only good against Brentford. Apparently so, not even last week. And yeah, 100% Sharik. We've had a couple though, because we had the Dinamo Zagreb game as well, where we were 3-0 up and then lost 4-0 in the second leg and got absolutely cooked. But I think the Napoli one was still worse than that somehow. The low release scores for domestic clubs. This is one of these things where it's like, yes, that would probably help them, but they'd still have to be able to trigger it in the first place. The bigger issue is simply the extra time with all the loan farm players to add that into each of their contracts every single time is one of those balancings of fun and just min-maxing again. Like, yeah, that probably would do a little bit, but I don't think it's going to do enough for us to have to waste a lot of time doing that in every single contract every single time. When you think of how many players we actually sign, ultimately, like, if we're signing 100 players a year, And I'm very forgetful too, so I just try to sort of least resistance path a lot of these things like that. I've only just got around to turning out the loan contract things in them as well. Right, that'll do. Let's go. Slacking to keep on running. The fact that you're doing races is not slacking at all. I haven't done a race since last year, and I would like to sign up for one, but because I find I'm better at that when I'm like working towards something, which is because at the moment it's just like general fitness and seeing kind of what I could do at the moment. Although what I am working towards is just lowering my resting heart rate so I don't spend all day jittering along, you know? Yeah, I don't know if it's... The Villa thing with Harvey Elliott is so strange because isn't the reason that they can't really play him anymore? Because if they do, they'll end up having to buy him for quite a large amount of money. Maybe, Hadrian, they could do, potentially. The downside to that is occasionally it might actually be a bad thing where we have a player that's really good and out on loan at another club, and then because of that release clause, because you've noticed a few Polish sides shopping around some of our loanees, they end up getting bought by a better Polish side who then doesn't play them, and it could end up having a negative effect. Like, it's one of those things that's 100% worth doing, possibly, but it is now... If you could have contract templates, it'd be such a useful thing to have in there for sure. Won the second division, won the Belgian Cup, after promotion couldn't get a win. The fact that that actually worked is so sick, man. It's like XG after all isn't the answer to everything, but it's just a little indicator of long-term trends more than anything else. It sort of suggests to me, are we creating chances? If so, what type? Are we taking those chances ultimately? You could do the same thing with shots, really, but I feel like XG is just like shots plus. That's another game that's got a penalty in it already. Have we won a penalty in like our last 3 games in a row now? Because Montparnasse is definitely stat padding a little bit. Yeah, I think it's because of the higher dribbling on more than just a couple of players in the team is definitely winning pens for sure. Yeah, but to be fair, I don't mind losing out on money to other Polish sides on good players because ultimately if they make profit out of it, that's probably better. And it's like whenever a Polish side does come in for one of our players, generally speaking, if I think I want to sell them to them, I will usually drop their bid down a bit and actually let them have him a bit cheaper. It's always funny when they put in a non-negotiable bid and then I'm not able to give them any money off. Lech Poznan did that in the summer. They offered like 1.4 million, I think, for a player, and I was going to just drop it down to like 700k, but it was non-negotiable, so fair enough. They want to pay full price, they can. Yeah, it's definitely much easier to view, for sure. And because then once you know that sort of thing, you can kind of go, right, we're scoring less than we should be, because then the next step is to figure out who is actually having the chances to score less. God, Naeem looks actually quite good on the ball here. But now he's got support. There we go. Oh my God, how's he missed that? I love that it was mana as well. You're right, they just don't want any handouts. They accept no charity in this place. It's another few misses there, but XG's creeping up again. It does seem to be more of a consistent creator of chances than even the other tactic is. The other one seems to have weird off days sometimes, whereas this one does seem to be consistently hitting the right numbers now. Okay. At least in terms of positioning for it, right? But that was another good opening there. If we, particularly as these guys are one of the better sides in Poland now, if we put up another sort of 3 XG on them, get close to 10 shots on target, put up 3 or 4 goals as well, or at least have... Because the thing is, we've had all these chances in the last couple of games, and yet have actually only scored 2 penalties. Yep, that's happened to me quite a lot in this save, where I've actually tried to drop the loan fee down and everything much cheaper for them, and then they reject it. It's so weird. I don't really know why. Oh, go on, spin it. Tomashevic with the goal! Hadrian's everywhere, celebrating, throwing cups in the air. Fun save in England. Mate, ultimately, like, perchance is your friend. Like, no one knows what type of save you actually want. Because half the time when someone comes in to chat and says, give me a save, and then we'll say, okay, cool, what sort of saves are you interested in? They say, don't know. It's like, well, what do you want me to do? And then you will give them a save, and they'll be like, oh, no, not that. It's like, well, that's why I think perchance is so good, because it will just give you random options of really cool save ideas that you can kind of then take and maybe tweak a bit or two that you may not enjoy and then kind of work on it from there. But we are 2-0 up now, finally. And it's Tomashevic, who, although he appears to be injured himself, Naeem... Oh. I like the way we play, actually. It's very fun. It's very aggressive. I think local teams are fun as well. It's why I want to choose the local team for that running series I want to do, just because it sort of links in quite nicely there, right? Well, he is injured, but we don't have anyone to bring on for him anyway, as it happens. because all of our other left backs are injured. And now him apparently too. Oh, that's not a bad effort. Did I get a touch? Yes, he did. Nice. That's a cool idea, Chris, actually, yeah. Maybe find like a twinned town with a local club. I forget which... I think it's a town in Denmark that my local city is twinned with. But I can't actually remember the name of it. I haven't looked for a while. Or they've lost their twinhood, potentially. Or Reba, that's the one. Thank you. I like you had that on hand. Yeah, I think what this has really done is weirdly make us even more stable defensively, actually, than the previous tactic. No, not because of Ribena. That's much nicer. Oh, back post header, perhaps? Ah, that would have been kind of cool. Just mix it up a little bit. And this is a good Gornik side. Watch them now score, because this... Oh, shit. That's quite a heavy overload here now. Okay, he's probably going to shoot from that angle. Ah. Oh, I'll tell you what, bro. We really are in the era of just one shot, one goal for any opponent you play against, aren't we? Ah, oh, dearie me. I mean, he is the third or fourth choice keeper at this point. Probably the fourth best currently at the club. It's a lovely goal, but those angles are really getting to them. Like, it's actually quite a decent first touch, but he just goes down. Was that literally their first shot of the game? It was their first shot of the game. Good lord. I think at the moment we're just in a bit of a glut of bad goalkeeping because they just can't save the simple shots right now. And it is a frustrating one. Oh, go on, slip it through the channel. Yes. I like the overlapping centre-backs too. They're almost acting like the wing-backs. Like I want them to. But now it's allowed the wing-back to cut inside here. Oh, the build-up. Go on, Jens. Yes, Yenzy boy. Nice. That was a nice little finish, actually, from there. That was our DLP that's just scored that. 3-1. Jens grabs a rare long ranger. Not bad. 3-1. At half-time. More goals going in. More shots being had. I liked the overlap a lot here. Because it allowed Naeem to sit slightly more narrow. So at the moment, Shavika, unfortunately, Arca went out because they drew Brighton in the quarterfinals. They only lost 1-0, but it was likely to happen. Motor, on the other hand, are in the semi-final of the Conference League, where they're playing Man United. Saves on clean sheet bonuses. It does, but like ultimately, who cares, right? Clean sheets are just fun to have because... Oh, I thought that was going to be giving us another pen, honestly. We're going to get done on the break again. Hopefully not. Keep tracking back. Where is Damašević out of all this? Oh, that's a... Wow, this guy's decent. There we go. A save has happened. He can do it. It just needs to have the tightest of all the angles. The Dinamo goalkeeper is definitely my next little attempt. If nothing else, just because maybe he could be stable while we look for like a really youngster. Like a guy that we can bring through and what I thought Diakite was going to be, basically. Not that the Dinamo Zagreb guy is old. I think he's 20, probably 21 by the time he joins us, which is very young for a goalie. I'm not opposed to throwing the Maltese lad in at this stage. Oh, and a showing stuff. That'd be awesome, man. Because that is quite near Porto, right? It's just down up at the coast, if I remember correctly. I think he's 20 now. Wasn't he 20 when we looked earlier, or am I thinking of a different player? Oh, no, I think I might be thinking of the goalie we've got in goal right now, actually. If we could score a fourth goal by halftime, that'd be kind of fun. Oh, Montbrus is all the way through. Did he just go with the outside of his foot? Speaking of outside of the foot, the cross for that Rochdale goal in the game between them and York City yesterday, which they thought had won it all. My God. Outside of the foot. Beautiful goal. That first half, actually, 20 shots, 11 on target. I think just opening these guys up again a little bit more has started to get a little bit of what we liked out of the previous tactic. But in this one, although Damašević is hurt, but we can't take him off because we've got no one else to play. I'm really happy with that. But more can be done. Oh, straight through. I mean, he has scored a goal. So if nothing else, you get... Unfortunately, you're not going to get any clean sheet points for him. Equaliser for York didn't cross the line. I very much did. You could see it on the other camera angle they show. It crossed the line by miles. Like, it wasn't even close from what I could see. It looked like it crossed the line by about a foot and a half, if not more. Yeah, I'm not sure about the striker role yet. Oh, good block. And smashed in by Mana, of all people. Mana from heaven, no less. I think the two things I'm unsure about with it are the striker role, which maybe just needs to be the right person, and that's the centre-back. Because I think Jens and that DLP role actually is the thing. I think the centre-back role behind him, though, maybe isn't it yet. A target man, maybe. I worried that with a target man, they'd try to use him too much as a target man, I guess. But I guess if he's playing as a false nine, he's dropping deep too much, and he's kind of maybe getting in Montparousse's way. So maybe we do need more just a striker. Oh, Naeem. Good save. We are starting a chef now. Maybe we could try a target forward. I don't know if we have the right player. Actually, Feeler's probably the closest we have to a target forward in terms of his, like, attribute makeup, I guess. Honestly, not a bad shout, Anna. Almost like a sweeper kind of player. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Particularly if you have someone like... Maybe Lucinio's not the right man for the job. If anything, I'd prefer Lucinio to be... He's too good of a passer and a creative player to have play that role, but Hernandez could totally do it. Or, alternatively, just a thought, in possession, since it is Lucinio, just have him push up into the DM spot instead when we're out of possession for the memes. Can't get in his way if he's not literally playing behind him. And he can do the job. I might just try that for the rest of the game. Ah, wait. You're right. You can't have overlapping centre-backs without a central centre-back, can you? Shit. Oh, there must be a way we could do that. But I don't want to move Jens off to the side otherwise. Yeah, that sucks. I thought maybe we could glitch it, you know? Go with downloading again. Yeah, I'd say so. With the skins and the mods and just the general improvements that it's had. But ultimately, it depends on what you're looking for out of it, I suppose. Just no nonsense. More forward. Yeah, I think the issue is just that if he moves forward, he gets in Jens' way and Jens gets in his way. Might be an out of the match type of situation to look at rather than trying to do it in the game. My logic was there. I was like, oh, maybe we could just switch that around a little bit, but that doesn't really work. Right, okay. Switches are now happening. Now that we're 4-1 up, it's time for the boys. One of whom will... Oh, I'll just bring it on for Jens. Why not? Region face is gone. Molsky on for Montparousse. And... Feeler for Duru. I should have started Feeler for this game too, shouldn't I? That keeps happening. How's Naeem got on today? Yeah, much more like it from Naeem, for sure. We'll get Shock. No, I'll leave Naeem. I'll let... Naeem could probably deserve the clean sheet, so I think he will stay on. And Cassidy, maybe? No, wait, Abramovich. He hasn't played for a little while. Screw it, we'll do those guys for a bit. I don't want to try target man for 30 minutes in this game just because I don't feel like we'll get proper stats from it. I'd rather do it for a full 90. Because we can. I like doing changes. I tend not to make changes mid-game a lot of the time. I just thought I'd try it there to see if the ratings changed much. But I'd prefer to do a full game of target man up front just because that way we could just... You've got an isolated, like, pocket of results then. Autopilot. I think it's basically, Daz, it's my alt. I'm alting. I have the sort of... It's because it's a common question and then the answer ultimately is just going to be a case of it's definitely got better with the mods and the skins and the improvements the game has made, and it ultimately is going to come down to me saying ultimately lows what people are looking for out of the experience that changes. And I try to be cognizant with, because you know there obviously are going to be questions that get asked quite a lot on stream, and I want to make sure that I give people an answer that is suitable and helps them, whilst also, if you're like a long-time viewer, you're not hearing the same thing. I mean, you're going to anyway, I realise that. And I suppose it's a tough sort of... it's a tough tightrope to thread, I guess. I've actually thought about the idea of having, for example, when someone says, what's the save about? A little button I can push and just leave the room. And a different version of me will walk in and explain it and then leave the room again. Jersey with the assist. It's a lovely goal from Joao Carlos. The little, like, scoop turn there to drill that in. And Kowalski picked the assist out. What stability got? I mean, I don't think the game is unstable. Any crashes I've had for the last several months have all been because of things I've done, because I've been dicking about. I was getting into crash all the time on Friday, but that was because I was literally probing the actual game's Unity code with a DLL file, trying to get it to output live match data to a console so I could keep an eye on things to potentially work on something. Oh, that was the league title win! Well, there we go. We have got the league title win. Montparousse isn't on the pitch, actually. This would have been the perfect time to bring on -1, wouldn't it? Goalie's up there as well. Daniel Hock gets to lift the trophy here. Man's never been in the first team squad at all. But Jarzynia, they're gonna get a taste of it, you know? This is what's to come for our 2 Polish youngsters. They're gonna get national team caps for sure. Kowalski especially. Unless they just play a really weird system. Nice to see. Horrible tracksuits still. When will it end? That was again really good though. 23 shots on target in this game. I think we might have accidentally made something ridiculous with this, you know? 39 shots in a league game against the second best, well, third best team in the league. That feels like progress is being made here. I like how this all started with just me going, no, we want to make something fun. And we have. The thing I like about this is it's fun and it works. Right? It's the best combination. Fun and successful. We want these guys. No clean sheet bonus, sadly, for this one. But we will have another little batch on these guys. Yeah, that would cause you to pass out a little bit. Getting arrows yet? Possibly. It's probably been a month now, in fact. So hopefully we're seeing something. Copy image. Back to controls. Paste screenshot. In we come. There's going to be a decent amount of points coming around for this one, I suspect. Although, hopefully the match finish isn't out for too long, because we wouldn't have... Now, you might have to play left back next time. I suspect this is where Hadrian bursts his way into the top 10 properly. Okay, so no clean sheet, but we did get man of the match, of course. Which goes to João Carlos, in fact. But Montparnasse gets 13 points on his own. Wait, did Montparnasse not win man of the match despite that? My God, he didn't. Mad. Just go back to here. See how we're doing, and apply the points, and we are good. Applying. Nice, that should switch things up a little bit. And we have a new leader. Peter Bread to the top. Did Hadrian even get anywhere near that? Where is Hadrian out of interest? Still 19th. You're a good way off the top. But not at the bottom, at least. Actually, I don't think you are bottom. Technically, Inferno is just behind. Naturally, he's underneath. He's under the desk, you know? Under the desk in both life and in fantasy at the moment. Montparnasse has got 32 points today. A lot of you have Michael Fila. I don't think he's done that well today so far. Interesting. Right, let's go. Okay. You're on the comeback track. Yeah, for sure. Whoa. Oh, that's the... Oh, please don't... No. It's done the thing where the spacebar stops working. FM! Hey, we finally... Wait, we already had that, didn't we? And he's out for 3... That was his wrist. Oh, does this work like that? And then you can do it. Oh, no. No, I tried it. It didn't fix it. I'll try again after the next one. We had it soft lock me like this before and it didn't work properly at all. Let me try again. Maybe I have to go off the screen and do it. And then go back to it like that. Oh, legend. Yeah, I think you have to do it from a different screen. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, in fact. So that's us champions. But still got 3 games left there as well. But there's a... I'm guessing that's where the cup final is that week there. So we can shove a... Actually, wait. Unless it's a Monday game. Nah. Wait, no, is it? Yeah, there is a cup final. I think that's where the cup final is. So what I'll do is I'll whack a friendly in there. And that will allow us to figure out what's going on with Motor. Because that's ultimately all we need to figure out. Perhaps, yes. Because their game is on the 27th. And therefore... I guess the... don't know, actually. Surely those guys are relegated now, right? No? Apparently not. The second tier looked like it was getting weirdly more congested than I thought it would have done, to be fair. Did I put it for this weekend? Shit. Oh, crap. Yeah, sorry, I didn't realise it was a Friday game. Team probably wouldn't have enjoyed that one so much. We'll play against that lot there. That lot down the road. Hello, Jimbo. Well, how in Naples? We don't want to talk about... No, it didn't go well. We lost 5-0 on aggregate. One of the more embarrassing moments of the save. Up there with the Dynamos. No, arguably worse, actually. At least with Dynamo, it was kind of hit and miss as to whether that was realistic or not. God, Legia have flipped all the way down to 11th and still have a positive goal difference. Can they even get Europe anymore? No, they can't really, can they? Not realistically anytime soon. Good, look at their record! What are they doing? They've lost 5 league games in a row. I was so happy for them when they started pulling it back together again. I was thinking, you know, it's fine. We've got 7 teams in Europe next year. They'll get back in there. No problem. The cup final is Arca versus Corona Kielce from the second tier. We broke them. Yeah, I think we may have done accidentally. They fell into the wood chipper of a tactic when we didn't even know what we had. What did you miss? So what was the last thing you saw? Basically, the tactic is starting to chef a little bit. All those changes we made, we went and lost the derby still because we got massively exposed over the top with the way that we set ourselves up defensively. But then we made a couple of tweaks defensively, and now it's starting to create an absolute absurd amount. We had 23 shots on target in our last league game. Lecky are back up. That means Corona must be back up as well. I'll check that in a sec. Randa scores again. He must have 1,000 odd goals this year. 25 he's got. He's probably the best performing lone player for sure. Diakite's back, which is strange to say, probably a good thing. Never thought I'd say that. Second tier. Yes, they are both promoted. The playoff spots are still up for grabs, really. I just hope this is Pushka's year. I can feel it. This is where they go for broke. Just anybody. So Champions League semi-final is Tottenham Villarreal in the Champions League semi. Fair play, lads. That's actually kind of cool. Plus, I would really like them to beat Spurs now, so we get revenge on last season. So apparently, Docampo winning Champions Leagues back-to-backs in back-to-back seasons with different teams is like the 5th time in history that's ever happened. It's quite a nice little stat there for you. That's what they do. Spurs will absolutely hump them, sadly, though, which is the problem. Another moderate injury. Weirdly, since I clicked the inbox thingy there, it feels like the spacebar inboxing has got more snappy for some reason. Hard to explain. It just feels like it's actually processing. Well, that's a great result for Villarreal. Well done, guys. 0-0 away. I'd love to see Villarreal in the Champions League final in this save. So I'm just trying to get up to the Man United Motor thingy so we can see what happens there in the first leg at least. Oh, we'll see the second leg too. Conference League has now happened. Yep. An all-Spanish final. I guess at least it's not an all-English final, right? Takes points away. Anything... I'll leave that for the moment. Right. Europa League. Or Conference League, rather. No! They didn't! As if they got a draw again! That's their second draw of the season at Old Trafford. They could win. If they beat Man United in Poland, they're in the Conference League final against Bologna or Celtic. I actually kind of hope it's Celtic. This could be the year for the Motors. Right, I need another wee break, so I'm going to be back in a second because we may end up watching a final today. Holy shit. Right, back in a sec, friends. Yeah, I suspect that one was a slightly easier one. It was indeed Ruben Roshina. Needed to have one that was slightly more gettable since you'd missed a couple of them, right? Oh, there you go. Polish Cup final to decide who's in Europe for us next year. I don't know. I mean, Arca won it last year. They did okay in the Europa League, so I guess them again. But if Corona come up, they're probably going to do quite well in the league, right? The streak of 1 is over, isn't it? I love the story. They were so good before as well. Ski boys, right? Okay. Molsky definitely had them the last time we looked. Yeah. Wait, he's 5 stars again as well now. Lovely. I always think, compare them to Montperouse. Things you love to see. Molsky's training nicely. What was I training him on in, after all? Final third. That's lots of upward arrows on Mr. Molsky there. Any other good ratings? He's such a good trainer as well. I think that's what really helps him too. Because where the hell is... I'm sure he's in here somewhere. He's there, right? Oh, there he is. Couple of upward arrows, but nothing crazy just yet. But he has only been like properly training with us for just over a month, in fairness. So, but there is a couple of arrows creeping up though, which is nice in mostly mental attributes and a little bit of his balance, weirdly. But nothing on pace or acceleration, despite us having him on quickness training. Unless I didn't. That is a little bit of a worry. That's what worries me about that. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more there. That was a very good youth intake for us, I would say. Wait, Pereira's 4 stars now? Wait. Oh, he's not an intake player. Why is he in there? I guess it's just because that's our youth team, right? Take a bit of him. No problem. Get some of these guys back around again. That's the patron shortlist. That's fine. Oh, wait. No, they are still here. So I think the play basically is if Motor beat Man United and get to the final, obviously they've won it again. Arca win back-to-back Polish Cups. That's kind of a sick little story, actually, for them to win back-to-back cups. So yeah, if they beat Man United and get to the final, we'll go and watch the final today. Not like full match or anything. We'll just go and watch it like normal match. If not, then that's fine too, and we can have a... I'll actually be able to finish on time. Incredible. And have more time to actually make the video, good. I think what will happen as well with the recaps from next year onwards is the league stuff will be just way less featured. I'll still like show things from it, but I won't be like doing what I've been doing lately with showing every match from it pretty much, because otherwise it takes up a lot of time in the video, which isn't really necessary when you know we're going to win a lot of those matches. Particularly as next year with 7 teams in Europe, that's a lot of extra footage and stuff that's going to need to be discussed, I suppose. Yeah, exactly. Little batches of 9-1, okay. And one in with a hat-trick. Look at the XG. I like how their XG line ends at half time, as if they just went home at that point. God, the ratings in that. Hawk still gets a 6.9. He let in the one shot that they did have. Oh, FM is fun, isn't it? Ooh. Buy him below a 17 million quid as well after the next game, if Adrian plays them, which he probably will. Soccer Dude, thank you very much for the prime, man. That's very kind of you, sir. Hope you're having a wonderful day. If he's here, he's resting, right? He's only got a done wrist. He's an outfield player. He doesn't need his wrists for anything. Falling over, use your other wrist. I don't know if we'll have anyone back for the next game, will we, other than him, probably. Oh, God, not mentoring. Ragnarok can now knock ball past opponent. So players that are on trial are now getting gains there, incredibly. Please tell me you're at least improving your reflexes. Oh, hello. Diakite's reflexes are now 14. That's actually starting to come into the territory of not horrendous. Do I give him another chance? But I think I've given him a lot of chances. But he's very good, and I really would like him to succeed. Just, I'm worried that he won't. What we actually like stats-wise? Who is our top scorer now? Because we're doing so much weirdness with tactics and stuff. I actually forget. Yeah, Montperouse with 20 goals this year. It'd be a hell of a redemption arc. God, his XG is wild. Duru has 15 goals. That's actually quite... I suppose we did lose some as well. Hainsy, thank you for the raid, man. How was stream? Yeah, hell of a redemption. I think... You're right. It will come down heavily to what his big matches are like. If he has anything in the negatives, then it might be curtains. But if it's just consistency and his reflexes are going up, and consistency should do, with time, go up. Kowalski's supposed to be... I knew that was coming. We'll get a lot of joy out of this, I can already tell. There's something just more wholesome, I feel like, when you've got youth players that come through. Good lord. Although Alvarez doesn't count here because he's actually not listed. But still, it feels like I just enjoy players more when they've come through the youth intake. And it might just be because obviously in saves like this, there's just less of them. There's less of an opportunity, I suppose, for them to come through. Actually, even if Motor do go out to Manchester United, we'll still play the last game that week there as well, just for one more little bit of magic, potentially. 283 loans as well, by the way. Getting close. Oh, no, he's injured. It's only a tight thigh. He'll be fine. They are. They truly are. And I hate that it took us this long to get them in the first place. But it's weird because we've had the same level of quality in our youth academy for several years now. And this was the first actual youth intake where, I guess Molsky last year. You know what? No. Molsky was good last year too. I still think that Kowalski is definitely better. Villarreal are in the Champions League final. They've knocked Spurs out. Fair play. That's unusual at least. Seeing Villarreal get to a final is at least something interesting for the Champions League side of thing. Most of them seem to be, yeah. Losing the Championship player final is... I don't think I've actually ever lost a Championship player final in FM, but I haven't played that many of them in fairness. Hello, McCullough. You join us at a time when we've accidentally potentially created a monster as far as tactics have gone. Not even really on purpose. I was expecting this to be one of those days where we're playing a fun new idea for a tactic, but it's most likely going to be we want to draw every game 5-all type of stuff. And then it just kind of started winning a lot. So there's that, other than the derby, because apparently we're just incapable of winning that. Kowalski status report for sure. I need a button for... Wow, what a result. So Real Madrid, with Catalar as well, will play Villarreal in the Champions League final. Yeah, I mean, so far, the only game it hurt us in was the Cracovia game. We've won 4 in a row since then. And the XG of these games have been crazy. 3.55 for that one. 3.14 for that one. 3.388. It's more of a meat, even more of a meat grinder. I'm going to call it the wood chipper, perhaps, unless you've got a better thought. Right, now, Europe. What happened? Moment of truth. Europa League. Did Motor beat Man United? We are so back, baby. Right, don't mind me, just changing the stream title. Oh, my goodness me. Bang. As if they've been... All right, well, we have to figure out what happened there. We're going to go along, yeah. What we'll do is I'll insta-result the other league games so we can get to the final. But actually, to be fair, the final is before the last league game anyway. As if... Oh. So what was the score? Oh, it was 1-0. It was Latifi. Did I spell it wrong? Of course I did. No, it's the Conference Ligue final. Have you never heard of it? I thought you were a person of culture. No, I've not got it capitalised. Help. No, I've somehow pressed it. There we go. Got there in the end. Tick. It's always been my favourite of the leagues, you know? And it's Bologna. I mean, Bologna will probably still win, but that's okay. Right, what does the European point situation actually now sit?
Oh yes, very soon.
Got 20. We're not going to get second on the year, but 21 points is still an insane season. If only we had actually done anything, it could have been an even better one. Dragonfly Gaming, thank you very much for the follow. It's the Polish pronunciation. There you go. Now we're talking. Amazing. As if they, of all the teams, I know I said that like, oh, one of these days, one of our teams is going to go crush the Conference League. But I didn't think it'd be them, and I certainly didn't think it would be them after beating Man United. So how did they even... Oh, it was 1-0 because it said Latifi scored the goal, right? Can I not get to the match through clicking that? No. Adem Latifi, God. What a hero. Oh, there we go, match report. I mean, they were both equally ass, but they've got there. So when's the final? Need to get that in my schedule. Oh, it is after the last league game for once. Oh, this was better. Yeah, exactly. Right, so Conference League. Go into fixtures. Attend match. There we go. Right, sick. Hammer down, friends. We move. I'd be curious to see, actually, how the other tactic handles instant result matches. Because if it's ass in those, we may struggle in the league a little bit with it, given that, you know, there's a lot of that going on now. I did not have that on the cards for today. I thought if anything one was going to do anything, it was probably going to be Arca would pull off some miracle result against Brighton, and then they may have a little bit of a play towards the final, because it did open up a little bit for them on that point. That's true. What kind of Bologna is it? I mean, they're in the Conference League. So, in Italy, that could easily be a team that's like got a random 7th or 8th place finish when Italy themselves have had a good year as well. So it could be... Well, we still want to win the match. I still want to just sort of see what it can do over a few matches. Like, they'll get game time. I'll start some of them. Right, what am I doing here? Italy, I guess. Go through there. No, we're doing the final right now. We're going to do the final. We're not going to do like full match final or anything. We're just going to watch it like normal, because otherwise we'll be here all day. But if I was to do yet another one of these ones where you have no conclusion to it, it starts to just, yeah. One thing I'm also going to do is the recaps will be up slightly earlier than they were before. They'll be out like an hour or two before the stream. That way people can actually watch them. Basically, in the past, the reason for that was so that it could, because they weren't really like a proper series on their own. They were more like a sort of tie-in thing. But this time, because of the extra effort I've put into them, I feel like they have become their own thing, and people actually do want to watch the episode before they watch the stream. So that I'll put them out like a couple of hours earlier. And they were, yeah, for sure. That's true. You do get them early, for sure. I wanted to make it into a series that people could watch without ever having to watch a stream at any stage. And I feel like that has actually been successful. Right. So, what was I doing? Oh, Bologna. Where are they at? 8th in Serie A right now. Very high goal difference. Shout out to Como in 3rd. That's the things I could do. So that's why I've changed that. There was I'm always open to suggestions with stuff like that, because there was a comment on the last recap about that, and I'm like, yeah, actually that does make sense. It's because in the past it was essentially like an advert for the ongoing stream, but now I feel like it's a separate thing that can kind of, yeah. 4 minutes in the match. That's the thing. Yeah, another reason why I like doing that. So what I do basically, Andrew, is with the Patreon videos, so it's the same one that everyone else sees. I upload it and it's unlisted. So you can watch it if specifically you have a link to the video. And then when I post that through Patreon, it essentially gives you all the link, because it goes publicly in the Patreon feed, which people that aren't on the Patreon can't see. So then what happens is, right before stream, I switch it off of unlisted and set it to public, and then it goes pushed through, basically. Just to get in there. That's awesome. Yeah, Bologna have been kind of top half, but never quite challenging the Champions League places type of thing, right? That seems to be where they're at. They'll be a very tough opponent for them, make no mistake, but they're... yeah. It's going to be... Then again, if Motor can beat Man United, they can beat Bologna, right? Maybe. I don't know, actually. And this does stop Man United from doing the same trick that they pulled in the past. For this game here, I will start Molsky and our other guy, just for the fun. Give them a run out. See what they do from the start of a game. But I do want to do a couple of matches instant just with the full squad. Or essentially the full squad. Where the hell is he? There he is. Just so we get an idea of what it will look like. Domašević is... yeah, he's going to have to start. I really shouldn't have put him in that friendly. You're absolutely right. And then means Jens can have a little resty rest as well. Get a status report off Kowalski. I'm going to put Diakite back in again. I just want to give him a little run now. Oh, it's Uche too. I feel a bit bad for Uche, actually. He could definitely get some more game time. And I feel bad for me as well. Dwelling on the bench, doing sod all. Where I should be, in fairness. Right, that'll do, hopefully. Nice. Plus, Kowalski and the lads haven't even got match sharpness yet. So maybe. It's Assman's fault. This is true. And 4-2. Okay, so that's interesting. It definitely shat the bed defensively. John picked up an injury, yeah, unfortunately. Which is a shame, because he was kind of chefing. Just concede twice to these guys. Molsky did score, though. So that changes a few things. Oh, wrong screen. No clean sheet bonuses or anything, but... oh, great. Stefan Monprus comes off the bench and gets an assist after that manually. Get that in there. Domašević assist. It's happening. Bit of that. Back to controls. Paste. That as well. Shits the bed again. He did, didn't he? I mean, they at least... Wow, we had a lot of XG in that game. Holy Christ. 5.82. Yeah, this might actually be something. Kowalski got a 6.8 as well. 2 late ones in this game too. I wonder if it was tiredness. It wasn't tiredness, it was just my assistant probably. It was just Diakite letting the side down as per. So no clean sheet bonus. Obviously a man of the match bonus. And it's a lot of points for Joao Carlos again. So I'll get him there. And then Montparnasse will get... what did Montparnasse get in the end? He got an assist and a 7.4 rating. So he gets a little bit of an extra bonus on top as well. Not that he needs it, but an assist, which takes him to 37 points. And then, since I can't add ratings bonuses from here for some reason, it must be my Firefox window. I'll have to add a point on him manually for that. Does that change much? It puts Fallen Dan in front now, in fact. The addition of people being able to change their teams around has definitely helped, because it means that there's more variation in it for sure. Still wasn't great from Diakite, though. Cracovia are back in the relegation zone where they belong. Alleghe back to winning again yet. Who cares? Kowalski completing a lot of passes is a good sign. And I've done it again. Right, one sec. Coventry beat Wrexham. I think Wrexham probably needed that win, right? For promotion chances. We haven't, actually. That might be a story for next stream. Ah, that worked again now. Make sure I don't miss that one. Because I think it's probably in the week directly after. Ah, Molski's turned professional now. That's when he's about to change everything. It certainly seems to have done what we wanted. Because it wasn't even a case of me wanting our full wingbacks to become like the perfect wingbacks. I actually wanted to turn them into goal scorers instead, which seems to be what we've done. Now, that does mean, of course, if we were to find a goal scoring... Woo, Molski's value's gone even higher now. If we could find a wingback type of guy that might even have some shooting ability on him, which is not rare, but not easy to find as well. It is a World Cup year, yes. We've actually got to look up for that. It's just... I'm trying to prioritize things whilst also get to what we need to get done and also be able to make the video for the recap. Because if I can't make the video for the recap, I can't do the stream. That's the thing. So if we go too long, then I won't be able to do it. Let's do that. And that. But the World Cup group should have been announced now, right? So we'll have a quick look through, but otherwise we're just going to, yeah. World, my favorite continent. No, it doesn't work like that, does it? We can't do it like that. We have to just type in World Cup. Nice. Retrain him. Not the worst idea either. Right, what are the groups? Colombia. Why does it always do that? So Colombia, Italy, and Japan, and Jamaica. Algeria, Australia, Cyprus. That's a fun group. Austria, Brazil, Honduras, and Syria. Dominican Republic, Ivory Coast, Romania, and UAE. England, Ghana, New Zealand, and Venezuela. That is a very winnable group for England there. Costa Rica, Finland, Nigeria, and Uruguay. France, Mali, Portugal, and Uzbekistan. I know, Italy got here. That's not fair. Canada, Morocco, Sweden, and Ukraine. That's a fun one. Argentina, Saudi Arabia, Serbia, and Tunisia. That is not an easy group. Holy shit. Chile, Greece, Ireland, and Senegal. Neither is that. Belgium, Germany, Paraguay. Oh my god. Group of death, anybody. Belgium, Germany, Paraguay, and South Korea. Cameroon, Georgia, Indonesia, and the United States. Wow, these groups are so messed up, man. Indonesia at the World Cup. No Spain. Wait, yeah. Oh, no, Spain didn't qualify. Spain finished behind, who was it? Spain finished behind someone mad in their group, and I can't remember who it was. It might have been Cyprus. No, it wasn't Cyprus, was it? Cyprus was ahead of someone quite big, though. They had an absolute mad one. That's why Cyprus are there. Right, sick. But yeah, Spain, I think Spain did get into the playoffs, but apparently they did not get through the playoffs, it would seem. Scotland, I thought... Oh, come on, Yenzi. Oh, Jesus. Everyone's injured again now. Single goal ahead of Hull. So did Hull lose as well, or was this like a game in hand that Wrexham had as a chance to like go further ahead? They're being punished. There you go. They're being punished for the Spanish scourge, as they should be. It's not fair, and they know it. They're falling on their sword on this one particular occasion. This is more than we can say for Italy, who also have some very good players. Do you know what? That actually makes it even bizarrer to me. That Spain would somehow miss out on a World Cup when they literally have unlimited talent. That's a great point. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah. Oh, they lost to Charlton. Damn. Okay. So I'm just going to literally... Oh, it's too many people, isn't it? get rid of that for the moment. Then it does its annoying thing, and then I have to... Oh, hello. That's Rayo Vallecano. That was actually more of a signable player, I think. Get those guys around again so we can focus on the next stream once we're celebrating the Motor win. Hey, Pog. You okay? You appear to be limping around. What's going on? You're right. I will be finishing in a minute. We've had some events happen that mean that I will be persisting a little bit longer today.
Events?
Events, yeah, as in there's a Conference League final with a Polish side because they beat Man United.
Oh.
Yeah, you know. I'm sure you care deeply.
Yeah.
Yeah? You okay?
Yeah.
She's just admiring her land.
Look.
It does look really good, to be fair. Do you know what would go nice in there? A barbecue. Perchance.
Yeah, I'm trying to do around the corner by the shed, but it's...
Wow, it's a bit more difficult, isn't it?
I've moved the whirlybird as well.
You've used the whirlybird, nice.
That I moved it.
Oh, you moved it?
So
Again?
it's more in the middle.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. If it's less of a home for spiders, I'm fine with that. It's a big day for Poland. Exactly. Get with the program, Pog. Jeez. So he's now injured. But I'm done with my assistant because I don't trust him anymore. Not after he dicked about with our own tactic.
Chat can see the time.
If Hyotadal's injured, then it makes sense to just start Kowalski, right? What, Pog? Look at the what?
Screen.
Yeah, I must admit, the tan lines are... I'm not going to say obvious, but obvious. And that's why, Pog, when you're out inspecting boats, wear bloody sun cream. Woman. You're burnt to a crisp. John's probably ready for the bench again now, actually. Wait. Where is bro? Put instead of Abdullahi there.
It's funny as hell.
You really can, Basil. There's definitely a tonal difference in our skin tones together.
Yeah,
It's like she's like full on Neapolitan right now. Hello, Ryan. How's it going, man? Welcome in. Wait, Hawk's in goal? No, he's not. Well, I mean, I'm going to put it down to Diakite was injured or something.
I'm going to go for a wee.
Yeah.
and then
Crack on, big man. Oh,
finishing that corner.
wait, where's it? Oh, it's because I turned off the unavailable, didn't I? That's what I was trying to do. I was meant to do that and then get rid of that and then probably just leave the other sub spot because we'll just have it back next game anyway. We don't need subs to beat them. Yeah, it's like a before and after. It's like, you know, on cigarette packets where they have the warning photos. That's what Pog is right now for Sunburn. A 1-0 win, we take it. Probably still like 4 XG anyway. Joao Carlos with another goal. He's starting to get quite a few in this system now. Wait. Ooh, an underwhelming performance from us for once. This tactic does love a little bit of an underperformance on the side, doesn't it? Pog's arm. In it. It's exactly that. How was the final? It hasn't happened yet. We're getting to it now. Oh, welcome in there, right? That's awesome, man. Pretty good leg. I don't know if, I mean, to be fair, I would Waterford, but she's busy. Well, I've got caps on. She's a bit busy playing for Villa at this point with a massive beard. Hello, Alex. Oh, I didn't fancy points, you're right. Sorry. I'm not used to it when we're like just randomly instant resulting over and over like we have been there. We got man of the match. We got clean sheet. Nice. Nothing good off the bench. Even better. Makes it easier for me. The bonus of actually when you're watching the games and doing it that makes it a bit easier is it actually shows all of those players on one screen then and doesn't when you go to do it secondarily because FM is weird like that. Right, Prince. Paste those guys in. Get some stats out. Love to see it. The beard me. Maybe. I wouldn't like to comment. That's not true. I love to comment. God, actually, I just realized how many people picked Michael Feeder today and how badly that's gone for them. Clean sheets. Man of the match bonus. Another 13 points from Montparnasse. Good lord. Montparnasse enjoyers are having a nice day. And wow, Dan's running away with this. Did they play 3 at the back? They might have done. No. Or unless they moved for out of possession. No, there was actually playing a diamond system. We don't see that very often. Who came on for Damashev? Good question. 63rd minute. So would I... Oh, probably John. He wouldn't have been fit, but he did come on, presumably. Montparnasse, he basically never runs out of energy. Like, pretty much ever. He and... I mean, Català used to be a bit like that as well. He would just run forever and never need a rest. If Montparnasse shows up on my thing saying he needs a rest, then I know I've been overplayed. 7-1? Okay, that's more like it. Some way friendly, but that's not too bad. Or physicals, all of them. He has no attribute. If you've not seen what Monparus looks like, you'll be in for a treat. He is literally one of the best players I've ever seen. Look, Bruno Fernandes. I'd argue that he's probably better. Bear in mind, he's 23 years old still. Already has 21 caps for France. We found him in the French second division. He was playing for Caen and was playing at the time for like 18. I think he was 17 years old when we found him down here, and he was already bonging around, absolutely crushing the second division with Caen. And he's pretty much just chefed for us ever since then. Wild player. What's happened since? So since the youth intake, we've basically just been playing we decided to build a new tactic today to just solve our wounds after the European troubles. And it's turned out to be really, really good. Meanwhile, Motor have pushed themselves all the way to a European final. PSG not buying it. I just don't think they got in there soon enough. He came across our radar really, really quickly, and we were able to get him super easily because he was at a second tier site. It's another... that's not good. That's literally Motor's goalkeeper. Wait, is he playing? I don't think he's actually playing in goal for them. I think they're using a different keeper. It's okay. John's hurt again. Good lord, man. Only he's the only player that's on a star player contract. I would never. Was he next gen list? He might have been actually. Yeah. No, that's the thing. He was good when we found him, but we were quite bad at the time, and thus he was able to go straight into our lineup at the time. And as a result of that, he then got exposed to first team football even younger. So he's probably maxed out, and maybe has been for like over a year, if not more, because he got so much football so young. Oh, not again. This time, it's just the director one, who's now going to pay 456 million. I like how last summer we nearly sold the club for, what was it, 1.1 billion. But now somehow it's half price. Hey, if he was next gen list, then that once again shows how important the next gen list can be. Because it is absolutely crucial. I say crucial. It's not like you get a large volume of players from it. You're only ever going to get at maximum 50 every year. Most of those aren't going to actually be any good. But I feel like you're more likely to find a pure gem in there. I think his consistency, if it was going to go up too much more, he would have done already. That's the one thing about him that... honestly, think about how good he is now. Imagine if he was consistent. Like, I think that might be a bit broken if he was consistent, because it seems like he's barely inconsistent now. Yes, Pog. What's up? You'd like a kiss, yes. We'll have a lot more kisses if Motor win the Conference League in a moment. What's more likely to happen, unfortunately, we'll get standard Conference League final where they actually play really well against Bologna, and then you get the wonderful just rep roll. There's actually a relegation battle on the cards here to do.
Well, if you want to kiss me, I'll be into God.
Okay. Rakov, Cracovia, or Lech Poznan. One of those are going down. No matter what happens. They're cooked. And as for Europe, Legia have lost it. Champions League is done. The top four are really much locked in. Brookbet have got 5th place wrapped up. The only thing that's really up for grabs still is that 7th place, which doesn't matter anymore because that's not Europe. So it's only 6th place that matters. So it's Piasto or GKS Katowice. Because Arca have already got Europe for next year as well because of the Europa League. Oh my god, all the injuries are now happening again. Unavailable. It's the last day of the season. I might as well just play... he's got 20 goals and 10 assists. I'll start Molsky for the final game of the season, because why not, eh? Where's he gone? There he goes. 3 goals and 2 assists this year when he's not played that much. I'm a fan of that. I didn't see the game, but I watched the highlights this morning. It's crazy. As soon as Poland is not consistent... Oh, it isn't. 100% it's not. Hopefully we get more consistency in the coming years when we've got more European places. But I think with 7 places in Europe this season, that at the very least we'd end up with Legia back in Europe with us, and they found a way to balls it up. The worst part about it is they were crap at the start of the year, worked their way all the way back up into a playoffs, into like a European spot easily, and then lost like 7 in a row. Tomashevic has just scored twice in a 5-0. Where's Hadrian? Where's Hadrian? Tomashevic just scored a hat-trick, all assisted by Joao Carlos. That's it. That's incredible. A hat-trick from... It works. In a way, logically, yeah, absolutely. because they never seem to let themselves down when they play in Europe as well. Yeah, and also for quite a low XG game as well, compared to lately anyway. Jesus. Like 3 points, possibly, but you'll still get captain bonuses for him as well. And his rating surely has earned him Man of the Match award. No, it hasn't. Wait. Yes, it has. What am I talking about? Clearly Man of the Match award. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Still letting a goal, though. Naturally. Yeah, I'm liking the wide CMs. I think it's also... Molsky kind of suffered a bit in this game, it seems. But I think that's just a question of the quality that he has isn't really there yet. We're sort of betting on the future with him rather than what he's offering for us now. Right. Let's get this back in. Because this is actually the last one of these. So actually, we can get some answers here. Paste screenshot. Get that in there too. Check it out. So basically, Ryan, the plan today was... I've always had this thought of a tactical setup where essentially the idea is to have a striker that's basically like a pivot option. And both of my wingbacks become so advanced that they cut inside instead and become like 2 strikers within possession. That's what I wanted to try and sort out. It seems like it's actually working incredibly. And it's kind of just evolved from there, essentially. What we missed, Rob, is that the tactical idea that we decided to work on has actually kind of chefed, basically. The biggest thing. Wingbacks are now... We just had a wingback score a hat-trick. Because we're actually trying to do that as well. Tomašević is going to get 17 points for that game. And Joao Carlos also 17 points. Jesus Christ. No clean sheet bonuses for that game. So where does that leave the final league table after the fantasy for today? It's fallen down. A comfortable win in the end with 196 points. Choppy and Peterbread tied for second. Passpro in there in fourth. Dazza getting more points though. PJ Burridge in there. Tom Squad. Did Hadrian... Oh, 12th place for Hadrian. He was only 5 points off of it. He nearly earned a single point in whatever we're going to call it. Fantasy Football F1. The biggest thing has happened in Europe, Rob, in fact. Yes, that's what we're still waiting for, in fact. That's the last thing. So this was our last league game of the season. Brilliant. All sorted. However, there is one last thing to deal with this year. Lech Poznan got relegated in the end. And Piaskowicz got Europe. Not ideal. There's just a little matter of the Conference League final left. Because Motor knocked out Man United. And now the spacebar's broken again. Of course it has. That's happened a few times today now. I almost wish we had watched that game just so we could see what those goals look like. Because with Joao Carlos getting the assist, it makes you think that they were all the same type of goal as well. Extra money. Oh, we're going to get budgets too. Lech Poznan gone again. They're going to absolutely annihilate the league next year, of course, but still sucks. Naeem wins player of the season. I think he wins it every year, actually. This guy's also won top scorer like 2 years in a row too for Gornik. Holy shit, he's good. Yeah, he's bagged 20 goals a season in the last 2 years. I mean, they've got a chance. And £67 million budget for next season. Huge wage budget as well. That's a huge wage budget. I guess we have so many sales that they kind of were going to give us more money. We take it. No, it's happened now. I can't take it back. So ban this streamer. Do this. Oh, I would never. Could never be caught doing it. I have set it to attend, yes. Unless it's turned it off of me attending it, which you know how FM can be. Yeah, we are set to attend. Probably not. There's only like one team that was even in with a chance of coming up, unfortunately. And they certainly weren't an automatic promotion threat, that's for sure. It's 2 up, 2 down, kind of the same story as before. God, there's so many things to get through here. I don't want to do a meeting right now. FM? Oh. No, I'll accept the vision. I could have accepted anything there, in fairness. End of season meeting. Oh, God. I don't want to talk to you right now. I'm off to the Motor game. Brighton want Montpellier. I bet they bloody do. Not really a decision they get to make. I mean, they are a beatable. I mean, if they can beat Man United, they can beat Bologna, right? But it's...
You know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
So those are the playoffs, actually, out of interest in the second tier. That's the way it stands. So Korona Kielce and Lechia went up. Łukasz, Łódź and Bologna beat them in there. Wisła Kraków. So the only team that could come up that would be a brand new team for us would be, of course, Puszczyn Pułomice, who regularly fall at the final hurdle every year. The final is being played... Why am I looking on our schedule? I wish. Hrazdan, which I don't know exactly where that is. Has the league performance. They're like 8th in the league, if I recall. Ragebait King, thank you for the follow. The downfall of Leicester. It sucks to see any club struggle, really, when things start to go wrong. But ultimately, it's sort of... It's another in the long line of these things happening, really. It's weird that they've gone from where they were winning the title 10 years ago, whatever, to now being in the third tier for sure. Right. Bit of that. Facilities downgraded. Ooh. Be weird if he said no. Lad, we just... What a weirdo. I hope he does retire now. Right, we're in. Our chairman does look like a Lego man. Who was it that we thought our chairman looked like? There was a picture... Oh, it was that giant emote that Don put in chat the other day that looked just like our chairman. Right. Here we go. The Motor lads. This is a very open-sided stadium. Come on, play the music. Sambi Lukonga in that team. Pacina. Who have they got? Marty, obviously Latifi, Ramon. God, they've got so many Spaniards in this. Have they got anyone that isn't Spanish in their team? I feel like Motor, of all teams, took more of the Spanish players than anybody else. It is weird that they would do that, particularly when we have £230 million in the bank, and the facilities would cost like maybe 5, maybe 10 at most. Oh, that is a lot of possession for Bologna straight off the bat. But possession doesn't matter if you don't put it in the net. That is a lot of possession. That is a lot of possession. Oh, God. Have we had... This is actually the first, I think, Europa Conference League final we've watched in the entire save so far, right? Because we had Jagiellonia in the Europa League final all those years ago, before even we got to one. Then we had those back-to-back Champions League finals. But I suppose that is at least going to be another season with another final. That's an annoying... I just don't think they're cut out for that. I just don't think they're as good as Bologna, and probably are just going to get dog-walked here, it seems. Like, Man United, there's a reason they're in the Conference League, and Motor went unbeaten against them in 3 games this year. But what used to happen in the past, in previous saves, was it was always the team that scored first that lost. That's the logic I'm going with. But they've just dominated the ball. Oh, please not a second one. I mean, if they're going to win, at least it looks like they would win it just completely validly. Oh, yeah, you're right. We lost the Europa League final ourselves. Actually, no, you're right. It was Jagiellonia final, us Europa League final, then it was us in the Champions League final. So, yeah, this is the 5th consecutive season where a Polish side has reached the European final, which is impressive. Oh, God, please don't let him up. Okay, they are quite good, it seems. Don't get absolutely annihilated. I don't want this to be a Bradford City, Swansea City type situation, but it looks like Motor have... they've done that age-old thing where they've celebrated getting to the final a little bit too hard and have lost any energy to actually play in the final. No, I mean, them getting there all the way. Bear in mind, they did come second in the league, I think. So they're a decent team. But maybe not quite that level of good. Or they just don't... They lack the big... What is this? That's an interesting system, actually. Maybe it just doesn't agree with them, but they're just dominating the ball. Like, if they can't get on the ball at all in this game, it would have been different if they managed to hold out while not having a lot of possession. But now they've got to try and somehow come out at them. And are we just a bad luck charm by being in the stadium at this? But 77% possession in a European final. Oh, there we go. An actual chance, maybe, which is where they get done on the counter-attack here. Come on. Goal back now, and maybe there's hope. Please at least get over to it. There we go. Good. Right, come on, Adam. Show me something. Get a penalty or something. Yes! And a Science! Back in it, baby! We're motoring. Bologna 2. That is so against the run of play. It's probably the most against the run of play goal that's ever happened in a final. Not dead. Not dead yet. They've earned their place here. If they turned this into anything except a lead, anything except a loss, then that's what a ball in from Latifi. Oh, Sainz is... Those seem to go over as well. He saw the signs. First shot of the game. Oh, yeah, I mean, they get their remote immediately if they somehow come back from 2-0 down in a European final. And so far... Well, hang on, are they actually coming back? They're having shots again. Where's this coming from? Motor are actually having chances now. Okay. Seems like maybe they do have a smart manager after all. Other than the, we go to... The plan probably wasn't go 2-0 down first, I suspect. They've changed the strategy. The strategy is going to be to concede a third goal right about now, isn't it? Look at the space they've left for the wing player. Please come back and cover him. What were they doing? Did you see the size of the gap they allowed for their for the Bologna right-sided player? I hope he's offside. I'm convinced that he might not be, but I hope he's offside. Yes! He had no reason to be offside. There was no excuse for being offside there. FM Analysis, thank you for the 22 months, man. That's super kind of you. Look at the space he's got. He's... Oh, wow, that's so tight. They've got away with that there because Bologna have... That's an absolutely criminal strike play from Salmon there. Lovely pass across, but... He doesn't look offside either, I must admit, yeah. Just like us against Napoli that time. But... This is not... This is still on. 100-meter left-sided play. Just someone who can get up and down the pitch a little bit. I mean, they've had a lot of shots, in fairness, and their one chance did count for a lot. Their one little period there, but you've got to take your chances, and they have done. Even if VAR checks. I've seen them loads of times do that, and it was still given, so I don't know if that... The one I always look for is the players running back or sticking their hands in the air, but... Ultimately... Cool, what was that? I'm more interested in just playing the fact that we wouldn't know what's happening, right? Most of the time I don't know what's going on all the time as well, which definitely helps. It's not even an act I'm having to put on. Where's the ref? It's just... The ref's actually a Freemason. He's just... Was that did you say it was a 47-minute kick? A bit late. Just a little late. A Bologna actually like retreating into themselves a little bit here. Because the second half, I don't think there's been a shot yet for either team. A couple of changes have been run by Motor as well. They've got Aguirre and Oliveira on. Come on. It's Juan Ramon, another of the many Spaniards they've got at their disposal. Oh, no. It's like Yunus Musa. Go on, take it from... Oh, I was hoping to get a little toe in on it there. But this is looking like actually the opposite direction now. They've got to do something about Salmon. This guy's absolutely tearing them apart. And it's smashed in by Dario Diamani. When the attack started with them having the ball, I should know better than that in 26. I thought they were going to create something, but they're so open at the back. That and this Mohamed Salman lad is... But what is the defender doing there? Yeah, let me just show you inside. All the way inside. The stadium's even their colour. I think that might be them cooked. I mean, they have had one shot on target and haven't actually created another chance that we've seen in the entire game. But this Salman dude, who is... Oh, Is he German? Either way, he's exceptionally good. Really, probably too good for a team like Bologna, actually. He's probably their best player. They don't have... I mean, Monster have got some... Oh, God, here he goes again. There's two of them on him this time. Watch him take both of them out the game. He doesn't even need to anymore. He's happy just sitting there. Oh, look at this. Now they're just taking the piss. Okay, so I think that might be it. Yunus Musa scores his first goal in Europe this year. It has been a bit of an embarrassment in the final from them. They've just not really turned up. That and Bologna have been very, very good. They have Samuel Lokonga, yeah. Look at this little interchange here. The fact that he doesn't shoot there as well and actually decides to take it past before drilling it. It's just really nice football. Oh, dear. 4-1 maybe a little bit harsh, but the football that Bologna are playing is exceptionally good. Oh, they've got Tessman as well. Is that Tanner Tessman? Musa at Sirens, possibly. I don't think it was Yunus Musa, though. We had some Musas, perhaps. Maybe. Because we had quite a few. I think he was Nigerian. There is an extra... Oh, go on. Just make it 4-2. It's still worthless, but at least it makes it look a little bit less bad. Maybe another head. Oh, my God, he's... That's... Couldn't they have just been doing a few more of these? So it's 4-2. I'm starting to understand how they got to the final, because every now and then they just have the ability to just do something like this. That's Mihaly Keita, by the way, in the Motor team. He of the MTK Budapest. It's a great ball in. They just need to put more balls in. 4-2. The XG is going to look super close as well, annoyingly, I think. But not enough. They haven't been good enough in goal. And, I mean, their goalie's put up a 6. They've taken their chances when they've come, but unfortunately, Motor now become the third different Polish side to lose a European final in the save, including ourselves. In fact, we're the only ones that have actually managed to win one up to this point. They got there, though. Right, no one expected them to get there this year. Not when we saw Man United and the like in the Conference League at all. Particularly when they had to play Man United to get to the final as well. I don't even want to watch Bologna lift this. Rubbish. Oh no, the game's crashed. Wait. I thought it actually had for a second. I was just messing around. We have now lost all 3 finals. Yeah, we've lost the Champions League final. Jagiellonia have lost the Europa League final. And we've lost the Europa League final as well. And now Motor have officially been the first side to get to a Conference League final as well, though. And you've got to get there to lose it. So something to be said for that. Which means, where do we finish the season? I mean, technically there's a few more points to be established for the others, but we end up on 21.9. It sucks, because if we'd actually not been so bad against Napoli, we'd have 100% finished above Spain this year. They've actually gained ground on us in the end, thanks to that. Germany have kind of chefed a little bit more. Croatia had a massive season that's going to pull them all the way up to close to the top 10 nearly. Italy do manage to avoid going below Portugal, just barely. But Portugal are kind of on a bit of a tear. Oh, they've had a bad year, in fact. Yeah, Hungary was so many losses for ages. That's true. Next year is going to be really difficult with 7 teams, but at least it's more opportunities for us to have some magic happen, I suppose, right? So it's kind of a double-edged sword, I guess. Right. Bloody hell, I'm absolutely knackered. Now I'm going to turn this all into a video. But at least we get to track mode going on in the final. That's at least something good. And I have to try to explain why I've sold half the team. But on the plus side, that new tactical setup is looking nice. They only lost 4 league games all season as well. Plus 30 goal difference. Best defense in the league. They're one to keep an eye on for next year, I feel like. And Gornik will finally get their first taste of Europe and the perfect season to do it in after this slow... I've got the data to explain it, which doesn't always matter. But... because some people just will not listen anyway. But that's okay. Besides, I think it just makes things more fun, us having to rebuild a little bit rather than just going in with OP players all the time. They will get some more points. Oh, of course, because they've got 2 teams in it. That'll certainly do it. Right. So, let's see who's live this afternoon. What we got? I'm not even on the right page. That would help, wouldn't it? Let's see. Bloody hell, lots of you here. Thanks for that. Good, just live. Oh no, Chuck's live. Things you love to see. It's never a bad time to go see Big Man on campus. Tell him all about our travails today. Boom. Oh, so I'll of course I'll update you on the current F1 fantasy football standings in Discord later maybe, and obviously you'll see the league table on Tuesday. With the recap video, which will be out a little bit earlier on Tuesday, so that way people can actually watch it before the stream. And we'll be doing a proper just transfer stream on Tuesday, like a normal transfer stream. So I can push a little bit deeper into the summer for us, so we can just do 1 transfer stream this year. How about that? We can actually get through the season in like 6 streams this year instead of 7 or 8, which would be nice. Unless, of course, we end up going to a Champions League final or something. Anyway, oh, Christ on a bike. I'm knackered. Thank you for joining me as always. It's been a lovely day so far, and enjoy the rest of your day, my friends. Thank you for the support as always, and I will see you on Tuesday for more magicalness and stuff. Yeah,